So what is the duty of a newspaper in those circumstances? Is it to keep up people's morale? Or is it to do the much more difficult job, going against the grain of popular opinion and looking for the truth?
It takes balls to sit in front of a world leader and just hold them accountable.
Armed men storming a live TV broadcast.
Reuters video journalist Issam Abdallah was killed on Friday, October 13th.
The flow of the information cannot be stopped in 21st century.
When you say a lie a million times, it becomes a fact.
Welcome, everybody, to the second edition of Truth Tellers. Is my mic okay? Yes. Can you hear me? No. No. You can't hear me? No. Level. Better? Yes, thank you. Welcome, everybody, to the second edition of Truth Tellers, the Sir Harry Evans Summit in Investigative Journalism. I launched this event last year with my true-hearted partners, Reuters and Durham University, Harry's alma mater, to celebrate his journalistic legacy. Frankly, I thought the event would be a one-off, but the response was so electric and the need to support journalism has become so critical that Truth Tellers has returned today to reinforce why fearless inquiry is indispensable. Harry, my late husband and the legendary editor of the Sunday Times for 14 years, never believed in the defeated notion of a post-truth world. And he proved it again and again with his gold standard investigations into the dastardly manufacturers of the thalidomide drug, his expose of the Foreign Office cover-up of the Soviet spy Kim Philby, and his campaign against the gross miscarriage of justice in the 1950 execution of an innocent man that helped lead to the end of capital punishment in the UK. Harry would be beyond proud that our first Sir Harry Evans Fellow last year, Waylon Cunningham from Texas, was part of the Reuters team that was awarded the Pulitzer Prize, one of 2 Pulitzers that Reuters took home last week. What a home run. We're gathering here today not to celebrate Harry's golden era, but to help birth a new one. Harry didn't just love journalism, he loved journalists. There was a constant stream of them through our Manhattan apartment, seeking his advice or encouragement, often double or triple booked because scheduling wasn't his strong suit. Living in New York, the high altar of the money gods, Harry never stopped playing his lifelong role as the tribal chief of reporters, photojournalists, and news editors, whose incentive is not money, whose passion is not power, but whose vocation is to find out what really happened, who was to blame, and media ownership is concentrated in too few hands, when journalists are increasingly hounded and locked up by authoritarian regimes, digitally and physically harassed, killed in war zones, the tide of brilliant reporters and new ways of telling stories miraculously continues to rise. So today we're here to give a rebel yell for rigorous journalism and its crucial role in keeping us safe, free, and informed. There are so many people and organizations to whom I owe a strong thanks for being able to do all this. First, my co-hosts, Reuters Dynamo editor-in-chief Alessandra Galloni, and Karen O'Brien, who is bringing such vision and imagination to her role as Vice-Chancellor of Durham University. They've been a joy to work with throughout. We have a wonderful new summit ally, the Postcode Lottery Group, led by Sigrid van Aken, a true friend of journalism, who gives her considerable support to multiple truth seekers in the world of serious reporting and photojournalism, and now, happily, to us. Thank you also to the Sigrid Rousing Foundation and the Ford Foundation for their great generosity. My great appreciation, too, to the BBC News and Tortoise Media for their hugely helpful support as well. And above all, thank you to Thomson Reuters chairman, David Thompson, who, when I first suggested launching a foundation in Harry's name, embraced the idea with such imagination and verve. And now I want to hand over to one of my two brilliant co-hosts, Karen O'Brien of Durham University. Come up, Karen. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you very much, Tina. On behalf of Durham University, we are honoured and delighted to be a partner in the 2024 Truth Teller Summit in memory of our incomparable alum, Sir Harry Evans. This is the second opportunity to take part, and in the intervening period, the intervening period has proved to be tumultuous and troubling for the world and for our own university in For across the world, academia, like journalism, has been under relentless attack. The literal destruction of some universities and the multiple forms of political coercion and devaluation we see, for example, in the US, in India, sheltered spaces for open, critical civil discourse of a which comes before the most meaningful freedom of speech. And concerned about the humanitarian calamity of the people of Gaza and the Israeli hostages there. Unlike most university leaders, I find myself seeking to support their democratic right to protest with the need to maintain wider community cohesion across our campus. But what I truly hope for is that over and above exchanges of statements, we take inspiration from the engaged humanitarianism of the kinds of journalists represented here today, and that we continue to talk to our students about the power and agency of truth-telling as embodied in Harry Evans. I will now pass you to Alessandra Galloni, and thank you.
Thank you, Karen. So, gosh, this is, that's a very bright light there. The impact of investigative journalism, as we all know, can be very profound, and the response can be curious. So take, for example, some of the reaction to our coverage of Elon Musk and of his companies on his social media platform, X. And I'll quote, Reuters should get Liar of the Year award. And, quote, Reuters is truly the worst of the worst. And actually, Reuters has been lying about Tesla for 15 years. Try and find one honest headline. So the first two of these tweets were from Elon Musk. And the third was from Elon's mother. In all seriousness, since we last met last year, the world and the landscape for journalists has become far more complex. There are wars in Ukraine, Israel, and Gaza, Sudan, and elsewhere. Half the world has voted or is about to vote this year: Russia, India, South Africa, the UK. and the US in elections that could upend diplomacy, economic and climate policy, regulation, immigration, and that could profoundly change our societies. 100 journalists have been killed in the Israel-Gaza conflict, including our own Issam Abdallah. Misinformation has proliferated around these elections in an attempt to sway people's votes or prevent people from taking part in the democratic process around the world. Generative AI is a great opportunity for many of our newsrooms, but it's also a risk for us and for our audiences. And so the importance of promoting journalism and journalists who seek truth is a great responsibility, not only of editors like myself and of many of you in the audience, but also of media owners, of media benefactors, and of the public. It is in the public's interest to seek out, promote, demand journalism in the public interest. I feel really lucky to run a news organization that is deeply committed to this kind of journalism. I'm really lucky to work with some of the best journalists in the business, and some of whom, as Tina mentioned, have just been recognized by the Pulitzer and by other awards, and who every single day are reaching billions of people with their work. And in fact, you can sample some of this incredible work upstairs whenever you get a chance in the gallery. There's a photo exhibit that really shows the reach of Reuters and that has been curated by our amazing Mei E. Wong. And all of us are very lucky in this room because we have drawn inspiration from one of the best editors for investigative journalism in the world, Harry Evans, who in the sunset of his career and his life was editor-at-large at Reuters. And he would walk in our newsroom providing tips and tales and wit and motivation for all of our reporters. So today is a celebration of Harry, of all of the many Harrys that we hope to discover through this fellowship, and of the deeply important, life-changing work that we will collectively continue to pursue and promote. So let's begin.
I'm Krishna Giri-Murthy from Channel 4 News. Welcome to How Do We Know What's True? Or is it How Do We Know What's True? I was looking at that thinking it could be How Do We Know What's True? Or How Do We Know What's True? But anyway, we have an amazing panel with you and not a lot of time. We've got 38 minutes on the clock, so let me introduce them to you very briefly. They don't really need a lot of introduction. Christiane Amanpour is, of course, CNN's chief international anchor and has been everywhere and done everything. Deborah Turness is the CEO of BBC News and has also pretty much done everything and been everywhere, but she is now in charge of all BBC News, so has this massive, massive responsibility. Elliot Higgins is the founder of the extraordinary investigative journalism platform Bellingcat and is the pioneer, really, of open source journalism and fact-checking. And Stephen Brill is the co-CEO of NewsGuard, which is a website that tracks online disinformation and rates websites and news sources for consumers and advertisers and companies so that they can get a rating on the reliability of what they are reading. So we're going to plow through some big topics, and I'm sure a lot of our conversation is going to be framed by as I'm sure the day is, the war in Israel and Gaza, because it's perhaps the most hotly contested topic at the moment in terms of truth. But Christian, you know, your mantra that you're famous for since the Bosnian genocide has been that journalists must be truthful, not neutral. In a time where so many of the facts are now being contested, pretty much everything is contested, how does that mantra hold up?
It's really hard, particularly in this particular conflict, because it also has an overarching political dimension to it, which is very difficult to navigate. My view is that when we talk about and report this story, we have to be truthful, not neutral. We have to also understand that there is nuance. We have to understand that there are two sets of victims, that we can say this is wrong and this is wrong, this is right and this is right. We can hold two ideas in our head at the same time, and we need to be strong and brave enough to be able to report that. I think it is incredibly difficult, certainly for international, well, impossible. As we know, international journalists are not allowed into Gaza. I made that comment and was roundly criticized on social media when I said to Jon Stewart that there are no journalists in Gaza. Obviously, there are brave Gazan journalists who've been killed, as we just heard from Alessandra. But I strongly believe that if the international press corps was allowed into Gaza, we would, A, be able to report much more of the truth of what was going on, and B, have, in my opinion, given my previous experience, an effect on the course of the war. I do believe that. I do believe that we journalists are not just passive observers, but just by doing our work, we can also have an effect on how a war is being pursued.
But essentially, truthful requires journalists to make judgments and value judgments.
Truthful is truthful. Yes. I've never subscribed to this idea that truth is subjective. Truth is empirical, evidentiary, and factual. And when we go after that, then we are in a safe zone. I don't believe in subjectivity when it comes to truth. I don't believe that it's who you are, where you are, what your experience is. There are facts on the ground, and our job as journalists is to seek the facts.
Elliot, you once said we need to show there's a value to truth. If we've got to that point, we're in real trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what we're seeing more and more of are people choosing what the truth is. They go online, they find people who reinforce their own beliefs. If something's too complicated or it doesn't make them feel comfortable with what they already believe, they can find a million things that do. So you end up with a situation, and certainly around Israel and Gaza, where you're seeing more and more people basically being in information bubbles. And everyone's perception of reality becomes different. And in a democratic society, that's a really dangerous thing. It undermines democracy fundamentally.
Do you think we all agree on what truth is? You know, Christian's just sort of defined it in her terms. Is that an uncontestable definition
I
of
agree
truth?
in those terms, absolutely. I mean, there's plenty of people who think emotional truths are more important, but I've never really cared about that much because I want to understand reality, not what people feel about the reality.
Okay. Deborah, you know, one of your big methods, if you like, to bring or to uphold credibility at the BBC has been showing your working, the launch of BBC Verify. And you've explained that in terms of, if we show people what we're doing and how we're doing it, then they will believe us more. How's that going? And is there a danger that it's undermined, what all your journalists were doing anyway? You create a Verify unit. What are the rest of them doing?
That's a good question. I'll start with, I think that we're talking about truth here. I don't think it's necessarily truth that's the problem. I mean, truth is there. It's getting hard to find, and it's being seriously misrepresented. I think it's trust that is the issue for us. An impartial news organisation that strives to deliver fair reporting and to find, BBC's number one purpose is to pursue the truth with no agenda. So the truth is very much there, alive and kicking. It's finding it is difficult. And then it's convincing people that it is the truth. And that's where trust comes in. And that's where Verify comes in. And I do want to thank Elliot for all those years ago launching Bellingcat, because I think you showed us what open source forensic investigative journalism looks like. You showed us what it was to open up our work, pull back the curtain so that people could follow step by step the work we've done so that they would believe it. And that was before there was a more significant crisis in trust, I think. And now we were able to sort of be inspired by you to bring something like BBC Verified to the sort of the mainstream. We listened to our audiences in a world of declining trust. We said, what will it take for you to trust BBC News more? And they said, we need you to share more of your workings, to be more open. If you know how it's made, then you can trust what it says. And that was the kind of the inspiration from the audience for BBC Verify. So we pulled together, initially, everybody at the BBC who is involved in data journalism, geolocation, fact check, satellite tracking, and pulled them all into one unit and started working on a plan in real time. And the Bellingcat work tends to be more long-term, as did BBC Africa Eye. But we're trying to do that work on the day sometimes, in real time, while bearing ourselves and exposing ourselves to the audience to say, this is how we're getting there, and it's really valuable. We're tracking it. It's really resonating with audiences, particularly younger audiences. We're pushing it out on social platforms as well as our own platforms. It's going well. I believe that the transparency that you see in extreme form in Verify does need to find its way into all of our journalism. We can't only be transparent and open in BBC Verify, and you are seeing it across more of our platforms, through more of our outputs and outlets. It's the tone of voice, it's how we shoot, it's how we edit, it's how we write lead-ins, it's the questions we ask, the answers we give. Talk about the challenges to our journalism. Talk about how many sources we have. The more we do that, the more our audiences will trust us.
Stephen, you offer a tool for people who don't know what to trust. How do they know they can trust you?
Well, the key is the transparency that we apply to what we do. So we are transparent, we're accountable. Right now, there are 4 organizations, basically, that judge the reliability and trustworthiness of news that you see online. There's Facebook, there's YouTube, and there's Twitter. They all secretly rate websites. We don't do it secretly. You know what our ratings are. You know who did them. We do it according to 9 apolitical journalistic standards. And if people complain, we air the complaints. If you were the editor of the New York Times, or if you were in charge of BBC, and you called Facebook or Twitter or YouTube and said, is BBC rated as reliable as the Times of London? First of all, you wouldn't know whom to call. Second, you wouldn't get an answer. Third, if you got an answer, then you'd say, well, how did you decide that? Well, we can't tell you that because that's our algorithm, and you'd game the system. We are the opposite of that. But let me come back to the basic question here. As we talked about before, I have a book coming out next week called The Death of Truth. So I guess I'm sort of the funeral director on this panel. But I do think what Christian said is absolutely correct. Back about 30 years ago, my book opens with a scene from 30 years ago when we were both, we were parents in New York City private schools. And our daughter was at one school, our sons went to a different school, and it was visiting day for parents. And our daughter was 7 years old, and we're standing in the back of the room, and the teacher asked one of the other students, thankfully not my daughter, how much is 6 times 7? And the kid says, 41. And the teacher says, I disagree. Now today, people disagree over not only that, but they disagree who got the most votes in the election. Does the COVID vaccine actually kill millions of people, or does it save millions of people? Was the October 7th attack a false flag? The simple fact is that 50% of all the people in the United States who refused vaccines, and there were 25% of them, 50% of those people answered in a poll that they believed that Bill Gates had installed a microchip in the vaccine that could read their minds. I'm not making that up. I mean, people don't believe anything. So the first problem we have is that real journalists are drowned out and are undercut by all of that. So everything you do is undercut by that. We're going to hear this afternoon from some of the most courageous journalists in the world. And at a reception last night, as I heard Tina talking about them, my first reaction was, well, what they're doing, what they're risking their lives for, a large percentage of people aren't going to believe them, because the social media platforms, and this is what my book is about, have organized their algorithms in a way that undercuts that trust.
Okay. Stephen's got a book out, if you haven't noticed. And it'll be good, I'm sure. Let's come back then to the question of Israel-Gaza and talk about it in a little bit more detail. Because that whole question of trust is affecting the institutions we all work in as well, and the news organizations we work in as well. All news organizations are having this argument at the moment around bias and about process and about transparency. There have been a couple of articles recently about CNN and whether CNN is being transparent with its audience about its script checking processes, the judgments being made, where they're being made. The Intercept claim that every script has to go through a unit in Jerusalem. I don't know whether that's true. What can you say about this? Are you being open and transparent with your audiences? What's going on in terms of the internal argument and how that affects what you're producing?
I mean, look, all I can say is that you've read the leaks. You know, we've had internal debates. I regret that they were leaked. I don't think it's constructive. And our leadership has moved to correct that. And as the war has gone on, coverage is much more transparent. But I will say, I'm just going to say the following. We're sitting here and we're getting a lot of giggles and a lot of laughs. Truth is not dead, okay? It is not the death of truth. It's the death of where to find the truth. It is the death of good housekeeping seal of approval on legacy media and reliable media that people should be able to turn to find. And it is the fact that we in the West, because we're democracies and we are liberal and we believe in the First Amendment, and I don't know that, everything will sort itself out in the capitalist system, we fail to understand that we are in a disinformation or information war. We have to be up to the struggle. We have to be up to the fight, because when it comes to Israel, Gaza, for instance, and before it was Ukraine, Russia, and in my days with a much less, significant social media. There was no social media. It was Serbia, Bosnia. Everywhere you go, there's propaganda and an information war. So I would really actually shill here for Anne Applebaum, who's written the most fabulous Connecting the Dots piece about propaganda and how it affects every single thing that we receive, everything that we think, everything that we're surrounded by. In The Atlantic, her latest piece is truly phenomenal. This is an organized campaign, by and large, by Russia and China and all the other illiberal democracies and autocracies and dictatorships to kill democracy, human rights, truth, and the rest of it. And when you connect the dots, for instance, just you ask about Israel-Gaza. She has a paragraph about that. There was in France a Russian-based organization that was a fake organization that went around spraying Stars of David on the streets in France to exacerbate what's already a very difficult and politically divisive situation with anti-Semitism and the like. And then this Russian-based organization posted it all over social media and exacerbated and increased what people are already feeling. So they are at war with our system. They're at war with democracy. They're at war with human rights. But this is really fundamental to understand, because we have not yet risen to that challenge, we in the West, the free and democratic press. So I think that this whole issue is so big that we, as an institution, as nations, as democracies, as the purveyors and providers of truth, at the risk of our lives, by the way, we need to defend that truth and that objectivity.
But I mean, Deborah's approach to this is transparency. Mm-hmm. Should CNN be transparent about
I think we are transparent, yeah.
So are all scripts checked?
You've seen it. I mean, there was a moment when that was happening. It was admitted, and that was happening. There are reasons for that. There were reasons for that. I've been told it stopped. I never, accepted that for my work. I never will. I'm an experienced journalist. I've been in the field much more than many of the editors.
Yeah, I'd like to be the producer who tries to tell you.
So they don't. And I have, but the important thing is I have an important platform. So on my hour, I was, completely confident in everything was going on. And I use it as a convening platform for people on both sides of the conflict to talk, to come together, to talk about what's going on and to hold officials accountable.
You're also facing this internal debate, and it does bleed out into whether you are trusted by your audience.
Yes, of course.
What are you doing about it?
Well, first of all, every single day we're delivering impeccably powerful, important journalism. And in fact, Stephen, you mentioned this afternoon's panel, Jeremy Bowen is in the house somewhere, and he and other colleagues are working every single day, risking themselves to go and tell that story. And it's not easy. But, as you kindly pointed out at the beginning of this session, I've been around the block somewhat, and I've never worked in such a polarized environment. This war, we've covered many wars in our careers. Neither have I ever worked for an organisation that is so scrutinised. Now, that scrutiny is absolutely correct. The BBC is a publicly funded organisation and is accountable to those who pay for it. However, we've had over 4,000 complaints saying that we are pro-Israeli, and we've had over 4,000 complaints saying that we are pro-Palestinian. That doesn't mean to say that we sit there and look at the numbers and say, well,
they don't cancel each other out.
They
could both be true.
Do not. Well, we really have got it wrong, and we do get it wrong sometimes. But I think the point is, and I come back to transparency, it's about saying, you know what, that's correct, we got that wrong, get out there quickly, own it, correct it, and move on. And if there's something systemic, then deal with it. And we certainly look at the sort of public monitoring of trust. And what we're finding right now is, in terms of when people are asked, who do you most trust for impartial coverage of this particular war, the BBC comes out on top to a multiple of 4 to the nearest other news provider. So we believe we're getting something right, but we don't get it right all the time. And
just on transparency, because I've had, as always happens when you get a BBC boss on stage, you get BBC staff contacting you to say, I hear you're grilling the boss tomorrow, can you ask her this?
Thank you.
And I
think you called them.
I have contacted nobody, and actually I had a very senior presenter contact me, who is not a friend of mine, I barely know them, who said, when you're about transparency, why isn't the BBC being more transparent about the fact that journalists from our organisations are not in Gaza? Why don't you make that clear in your coverage, perhaps every day, in some form? And why don't you call as an organisation for access? We've all called for access.
First of all, we have, as organisations, we've written strong letters, and we have called for access for all internationals to Gaza, and we wrote letters, and we signed them high level, and we also called, along with all of our media heads, to protect the safety of those Palestinian journalists who are in Gaza. So we have actually done that.
And on that, the Committee to Protect Journalists, are representing a group of media, and I signed an open letter which has been sent. We're also lobbying the Supreme Court of Israel for access. So that is absolutely being done. But I think it's important to say that for the first months of the war, we did have journalists in Gaza. We had Rushdie Abu Alouf, who works for us there, as well as an entire BBC Arabic team. We got them out in February. So up until February, the BBC did have teams reporting for Gaza every single day, staying there, they and their families, really living in danger. We eventually got them out, and actually we are now really lobbying to be able to go back in and to tell the story again. And I think that it's been critical that we do that. On air, we do mention it, but you're right, we don't do it every single day, and maybe we should, and I'll be transparent about that and say, and Jeremy, who's here again, does actually very regularly mention that we are not able to go and report from Gaza.
I know you want to move on, but just one really calamitous catastrophe and consequence of this is actually our journalists in London who catch stuff, as we call it, and then put out the Gaza reporting. They're told, why aren't you there? You don't want to be here to tell our story. So they're being told that we're voluntarily not going.
Yes, people are thinking that's the norm, and that it's a choice. Elliot, what can your kind of journalism, much of which is done behind a computer screen, how can it help?
Well, one thing with open source investigation is it's using publicly available material. So that transparency is really at the core of the work we're doing. But something that's often overlooked with the success of Bellingcat is it's not just about the investigation process, but it's the community that's around that. When you think in terms of countering disinformation, for example, often it's done this way where people, you know, especially after the 2016 election, set up a lot of counter-disinformation websites with fact checks. The problem is that wasn't really getting anywhere because that has to be something that's communicated through online communities. And those have to be communicated to not just those communities, but the people who are spreading disinformation. Maybe they're doing it on purpose, maybe they don't know what they're doing. But without that community, it's very hard to actually get these messages to the people who need to hear it. The way people are consuming information is changing as well. We're moving away from these top-down, gatekept models to peer-to-peer models. And I don't think we're adapting very well to that. If you think that a young person will get their first smartphone at, you know, 11, for example, I mean, there was an Ofcom survey that said something like a quarter of UK 3- and 4-year-olds have a smartphone. But if you're getting a smartphone at 11, your media consumption is through social media. It's currently through TikTok. It'll probably be some new thing in 10 years' time. But if we're just leaving that space open and not educating young people how to be participants in that space like they want to be, then we're just going to see them finding stuff that reinforces their beliefs. It's emotionally engaging. It doesn't really present facts. It presents, you know, these emotional truths. And you end up with an increasingly fractured society starting at a really young age. And that's why I think education has to be really important in this solution. It's not just about what the media can do, but it's about what we can do as a society to address what is ultimately a social issue.
Yeah, I mean, Stephen, I mean, if you look at how young people in particular are viewing this war, it is so different to how it's being covered in mainstream legacy, whatever you call it, traditional media. Right. And, you know, the impression that they are getting of what is happening is quite different. You know, and it kind of bounces back. You know, my Instagram is now flooded with the most horrific material, full of angry people saying, well, why aren't you showing this every night? Why aren't you doing this? You know, where are your priorities? So how do you... Well, how do you arbit the truth there as well? But also, how do you reach that audience with our traditional values, I suppose?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. I've been listening to this conversation, and you know, obviously, it's important, you know, that CNN or BBC or Channel 4, you know, keep to the highest standards, and that there be debate about the transparency. But those are really debates around the edges. The question you asked, you know. More kids are seeing the truth or the lack thereof on you know, TikTok than they are on BBC, and more kids are seeing videos on TikTok often that hijack the CNN logo or the BBC logo and put all kinds of fake reports on, and they think it's Christian Amanpour in CNN, or they think it's someone from BBC. You know, just to take an example, there was a report related to the war in Gaza where a Russian you know, Facebook account did a video that was a complete phony that said it was a false flag. The attack was a false. So, you know, that's debating sort of the ultimate basics of the story, right? That video... a report on Facebook was picked up by the Russian embassy in South Africa, where the ambassador then tweeted it to the UN Russian embassy in New York, who tweeted it out, and it became a story. It's as if it had actually happened. Those kinds of operations are happening every minute of every day, and that's what's undercutting, you know, the work that CNN and BBC and all the credible news organizations do. It's not that, you know, the real issue for me isn't, you know, how many times a day, you know, CNN says, well, we're not really in Gaza, but we'd like to be. The real issue is, how do we deal with all this other stuff? The 25, 30, 40% of the people believe it.
I know you're working with schools and colleges a lot. I mean, I've got a 17-year-old who watches a lot of fake news with his friends, and they kind of think it's fun. You know, they say, yeah, we know it's not true. But what that means is that their feeds are flooded with rubbish. And so it's harder and harder for them to discern, the truth, because they're watching so much total nonsense.
And I think if we aren't educated, we can't be surprised when that happens. I mean, if you look at the state of education in the UK around media literacy, it does have this focus on, how do you spot what a false headline is? But I think we have to go a lot deeper than that. We can't just show them, this isn't true. We need to show them, here's how you can find the truth. But most importantly, we need to show them that when they find the truth, it actually matters. Because a big driver for people to be drawn into conspiracy theories and disinformation is because they believe that the sources of authority who are supposed to fix these things don't. They ignore them. They're actively working against them. So if we're teaching young people about the value of the truth and then nothing happens, then they're going to feel that sense of betrayal, and it'll just reinforce the cycle we're already in.
Did you want to come in on the fake?
So with Verify, we really have flooded the zone on TikTok with Verify because it's working with younger audiences, and it is that media literacy piece. And one of our most popular stories recently was, I don't know if anybody caught it, there was a kind of a big story on TikTok, which was the Eiffel Tower was on fire. And we did a piece saying, this is why and how we know the Eiffel Tower is actually not on fire. Now, that might seem like a silly story, but by deconstructing the story and showing how and why we know that actually that's fake footage, it was very important. But one thing I think for me, what worries me most is that what we're seeing, and we're seeing it through Israel-Gaza, is that we're at a stage now where subscription culture meets algorithm. And you've got so many people spending so much of their time consuming news, which because of algorithms or because of subscriptions they've chosen, is channeling, it's their echo chamber, it's their point of view, that when they actually do come up for air and meet impartial news, they feel that it is attack on their values. And that's what we've got to really worry about. And every day I walk to work past the statue of George Orwell, and etched into the stone of New Broadcasting House, it says, quote from George Orwell, "If liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they do not want to hear." Now, that was put there 10 years ago, before we were where we are today. But the value of those words, and to me, they are a solemn commitment from all of the journalists at the BBC. We must keep on fighting to show people every version of what's happening, the broad spectrum of fact. They can make up their own minds, but that is increasingly becoming an affront to audiences, and that is the thing that actually most concerns me.
And we may be about to reach a peak on this again, mightn't we, after the next US election? If Trump wins, how do you think CNN and American news organizations will approach it differently?
Well, look,
what have they learned?
I don't know. Do you think that our news organizations are approaching the campaign or the coverage of Trump any differently now? No. And we have 8 years of experience since he was first elected, right? So it worries me. It does worry me. It worries me that MAGA Americans are also being duped or are useful idiots for the Russian-Chinese propaganda model. It is absolutely clear that a lot of MAGA Americans believe that Putin and his white Christian nation, anti-LGBTQ, full of culture wars and this and that, is an American ally. That's what they think, according to the polls. So you've got a war within a war within a war that is corrupting a significant number of American thought, and it's very, very dangerous. And I don't know what is going to happen. I certainly think the war on truth is going to go into, if it's possible, even higher gear. And the truth of the matter is that Donald Trump is an expert communicator. He has a message, it's simple, he repeats it, he states it, he repeats it, he then repeats it again, and it never changes. I mean, I was listening to the New York Times Daily podcast last night on, a serious podcast by Nate Cohen, the numbers guru, who was saying that in certain swing states, Trump is ahead. Okay, we're several months out from the election, but nonetheless today. And it turns out that people who were asked, especially young people, were asked about change. That's what they wanted more than anything, change. But who did they identify with change? Donald Trump. But then were they asked what kind of change that he had brought and he might bring again? It's very surface value, all of this. And I agree that there's just not enough much more deep education and information. By the way, we've just spent, 35 minutes and we haven't even brought up Ukraine, Russia. I mean, that's a huge deal that we need to, it's even more dangerous for our security, for for the survival of truth than even the Gaza-Israel war. If Russia wins, the entire of Europe and the United States of America, the whole North Atlantic, is at major risk. And not just physically, but in the truth and propaganda domain.
Just very briefly on that, do you think public service broadcasters in this country are impartial on Ukraine-Russia?
I think it's very difficult, because I think it's about the truth. And what's being represented as the truth in Russia and by Russia's allies isn't actually the truth. So we are in pursuit of the truth, and we call out the truth where we see it, and we call out what's not true when we see it. Can I pick up on something Christian said? In terms of Trump, how do we... I ran NBC News in the lead up to Trump's election in 2016. How do we deal with the fact that not everybody who's going to vote for Donald Trump is stupid?
Did I say that?
No, but I think there's a danger that if we think they've all been misinformed, that they've all been duped by fake news and an incredibly powerful communicator.
Yes.
Generally, I'm asking you sort of, what do we do? Because what we do is, otherwise we're in danger of cornering ourselves, and those audiences won't come to us, and we create an echo chamber. They won't receive our impartiality and all our pursuit of truth. And
Well, first of all, I have a problem with the word
choir.
impartial, because I don't really know what it means. But I think
it means fairness and respect for audiences. I agree with you. It's a difficult word.
Is it neutral? Is it objective? What I believe in objectivity. Objectivity. That's what I believe in. So the idea of asking whether the BBC, the national broadcaster, is impartial on a major war in Europe. I mean, what if we were in World War II right now? What if World War II was about to explode? Would we say, are we impartial on the Nazis' desire to overrun the world? No. No. We are not impartial. We should not be impartial. We should be objective and truthful and be up to the fight that's in front of us. Seriously, none of this is going to matter if we're not. None of this is going to matter, right? I mean, journalism is the fourth pillar of a democratic civil society.
If you want to see where that becomes really damaging, you just have to look at Trump in America. When you look at these conspiracy communities, they generally are echo chambers and bubbles until someone from the mainstream becomes the bridge. And what happened in America, we had Fox News becoming that bridge. We had the Republican Party becoming that bridge. And that pulled those conspiracy theories into those circles. And it became part of the Fox News, Newsmax news cycle. What I found very interesting when we were looking at COVID conspiracy theories, you'd have a cycle every day. Donald Trump would give his daily press conference, say something insane, stupid, false. That would then be laundered by the alt-right media immediately, saying, oh, he was trying to trigger the libs, or the libs don't understand, that kind of stuff. And then that would be picked up by Newsmax and Fox News, all within 24 hours. And then Donald Trump would go into his brain, and it would start again. And that was a constant cycle, but that generated disinformation. And that's because those people who are the gatekeepers to this information weren't acting responsibility.
You know, I think we're ignoring a big part of the problem, and that is the economics of this problem. We haven't said a word yet about how social media has an incentive to do everything that Christian is talking about. That's how they make money. That's what we discovered right after the 2016 election, and it's only gotten worse, and it's going to get worse still with generative AI. We haven't talked about something that very few people appreciate and talk about, which is how the advertising industry, the ad agencies, through programmatic advertising, have created a machine in which 80% of advertising goes to websites where the advertiser has no idea where they're advertising. 2 years ago, you know who the biggest financial supporter of Russian propaganda was? Anyone have a guess? Warren Buffett. What? Warren Buffett, through Geico. And it's not like Warren Buffett wakes up every morning and says, how can I send more money to Putin? It's his ad agency and the ad tech companies, which have been running this scam now for 15 years, where they say, this is just this dramatically, economically efficient thing called programmatic advertising, which 2/3 of the people in this room probably have never heard of. And that sends advertising. The typical brand is on 45,000 different websites at a time, all done through an auction. I'll give you one example. when Paul Pelosi was attacked in his home in San Francisco. That night, a story ran on a website called the Santa Monica Observer, which is a phony website. It had actually run a story which got us onto them in 2018, that Hillary Clinton died in 2015 and a body double had participated in the debates with Trump. It ran a story that said that Paul Pelosi was actually in an encounter with a gay prostitute. Elon Musk retweeted it, Donald Trump retweeted it. They got an avalanche, millions of dollars worth of programmatic advertising from Best Buy, Coca-Cola, Disney, Pepsi, you name the brands. They all advertised there. Hertz Rent-A-Car. They didn't advertise on the San Francisco Chronicle, which actually pays reporters to do real stories, including what actually happened to Paul Pelosi.
Well, could you also just say, because we're really in the last minute, sadly we don't have another 40 minutes, and the thing we haven't talked about at all is AI. So how easy does AI make it for more of these fake websites peddling nonsense?
It's totally easy. One of our analysts a week ago found a guy on the web in Pakistan, gave him $104 and launched the Ohio Observer or something, a fake newspaper in Ohio. For 2 days, he said, do stories in favor of the Democratic candidate for the Senate in Ohio, Sherrod Brown, and it pumped out these stories how Sherrod Brown's a believer in high school graduations and in Little League baseball. And then he switched and said, now do stories in this totally fictional website that looks like the Cleveland Plain Dealer, and it got it gets advertising and it gets out there. It took him $104. He didn't have to do anything. He didn't type anything. He didn't do anything. It just did it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, on a slightly scary note, we're going to have to wrap it up. I'm really sorry. There's loads we could have got to that we haven't had time to get to. I need to throw away half the notes. But that's what happens when you have 4 great people on the panel. I hope we've set the scene for you. You've got the rest of the day to get into the
Figure
detail.
it out.
Thank you very much
Thank
indeed.
you.
I'm speechless. It's the most sadness that Gaza ever had. Heading to the place that got struck, and just people gave me these 2 babies. They are injured by the bombing. I just see them. You're fine.
اشوف لف علي يا عمي.
ايوه لا سيب خليها سيب I decided to evacuate today.
Thank you all. My name is Arwa Damon. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a former CNN senior international correspondent and the president and founder of the charity Inara. Mu'taz, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you for your invitation, and thank you for having me today. Yeah, and thank you for enabling me to continue my duty.
When you were watching that video just now, what were you thinking? What was going through your mind?
That in these days, I didn't have the belief that I am going to survive. I'm now here in the UK, in the front of a lot of people, talking about the massacres and the people I lost, the life I lost, my past I lost, and the genocide that for sure is still going on for more than 220 days. So I should not feel good, actually, but I'm trying my best to continue what I didn't choose to be. Yeah.
Because you wanted to be a travel photographer and show, you know, the beauty of
Yeah, I guess this was my my hopes or my dreams. And now I'm traveling, but I'm not a traveler photographer. I didn't even use the camera since I left. I now using my tongue and the pictures I already talked to show the masses what is happening.
And I've heard you say multiple times, you know, that this whole identity you now have of being, you know, an Instagram sensation with your 18 million followers, that you would just throw it all away just to be able to go back to the way that things were, to the life that was and the life that is gone right now. But you've also had a huge impact on the way that Gaza's story has been told, because for the rest of the world, it's not just being told through the lens of outsiders. This is the first time that we're actually seeing Gaza's story being told by Gazans. I mean, what kind of an impact do you think you've had? And knowing that your voice has reached so many, do you feel like it has made enough of a difference?
The problem, this was happening years ago, and nobody even took a look. Today is the 15th of May. It's now 76 years of occupation, of occupying Palestine, and a lot of people before this genocide happened left their homes by the occupation. And today, after even 76 years, it's happening again in front of the whole world, because people claim that there was no media, there was no Mu'taz to film that, bought it on Instagram, there was no Instagram. But now it's happening, and I reach millions of people, and it's the same. Nobody did anything to stop murdering civilians and people from losing their homes. So, okay, from one point to another, I feel like, yeah, I did something, but in the end, I discovered that I didn't achieve anything.
We were talking earlier, and you said that, you know, you don't actually have hope.
Yes, because when I was in Gaza, I was having the hope that, yeah, a lot of millions of people are following me and interested about what's happening, sharing, talking about it. Yeah, I'm going to do something. I will stay loyal to the people who followed me, so I share the truth with them. Even I was sharing what is happening on the ground, like they are in my place, in my shoes. But when I went out, because when you are in a besieged place, and the war is happening there, and you see all this, millions of people are interact with you. You go out to see the life is going on, and no one life is stopped because of you losing your life. So you start to feel hopeless, that you expected a lot from the world, but you didn't find it. You just took word. This is what you got. And Word now can't change anything. Even the pictures can't change anything.
And yet you've been named one of Time Magazine's 100 most influential people.
Yeah, but it's a fake name. Because for sorry, I respect the people who fight it to put my name on the list at the time. But for sorry, they didn't even give me the opportunity to speak about the genocide happening in my home. For sorry, even okay, people here, yes, you're chosen for the Time 100 most influential people in the world. They didn't even cover the ticket or the hotel. So it's, yeah, here you found that the word is really fake. I went there just to represent my people who don't care about the time. They care about the time who are they are going to lose their lives. But they don't care about the time, about the world. Everyone wants to survive, everyone to find food and shelter. And now with Israeli occupation entering Rafah, millions of people in the streets. They don't find a shelter. Yeah, it's all fake for me. For someone from Gaza, I see all of it. All of this is fake.
And there's also something about, living through what you lived through that really brings out a person's true nature, right? Like you see people's true metal, and you actually do end up seeing in the situation itself these extraordinary acts of, kindness and compassion, and the way that people really come together to try to help each other survive. What was the hardest thing for you when it came to leaving?
I didn't used to travel. I didn't know what I will find outside. And when I went out from someone who's filming all what is happening in front of his eyes, you went out to meet the media and the people, and the first thing they ask, tell me about what you witnessed. But okay, why I'm filming? Because you already saw what I witnessed. So you come back to explain to him and what's happening. Like the 4K footage, it's not enough. You don't know what you should do more for people to convince them that this is really happening. And a lot of people sometimes, you're acting, you're a good actor. Acting with what? With losing a family, 28 of my family members, or losing more than 18 of my friends, or losing my city, losing my college, losing my life, losing my past, losing everything I struggled to build in Gaza. I'm hopeless, going here and there, using the connection that I didn't make, but it happened to me, to go here and there and meet people and speak about it. So, for sorry, this world or this life, it's not fair. And so you don't care about your life. You care about others who are still under the hellfire there. And in these times we are talking because I'm seeing here a number. It's counting the number. Every second there's people losing their lives, people getting killed and murdered, children, women, elderly, youth. I don't know if in every war people start, there's a lot of women and a lot of children dying, but why nobody cares about even the youth, like me? They don't even mention. Now there's it's so impactful to mention women and children, elderly people, but what about me, the young guy who wants to start a life, and once of time you found like a missile, tons of missile on your head and your flesh in the street, and the dogs eating from your from flesh. So and I keep calling for us that we are humans like all of you. We want to live in peace, and I'm asking people to put themselves in my life. You've been born in Gaza, in a besieged strip, a lot of struggles, every year there's a war, every week there's aggression, you're losing a friend, you're losing a life, you can't start a career. It's all about losing. And the moment the world opened their doors for you, when you lost your home. So how would you feel about it?
It's impossible for any of us to know what any of you have gone through, absolutely impossible, but thank you so much for being with us today, for sharing what you've shared, and for everything that you've done, because I realize, and I think a lot of us recognize that it's this crazy concept of trying to convince the world that you too are human and that you too deserve to live, love, and laugh just like anybody else. So we really appreciate it, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
We have two journalists. We have two journalists who are with us who, like Mu'taz, were able to get out. I'd like to invite them to the stage now. And again, thank you so much. Correspondent.
All right. Yumna.
Wednesday 11th, 7 a.m. in the morning, Gaza local time. This is the 5th day of the war. We woke up today to the sounds of bombardments that continued all night.
Juju, what scares you the most?
Honestly, the bombardments. The cats start to chase me so much.
The kids are sleeping now, and I don't even want to wake them up. I don't want them to be afraid.
The fuel is life now in Gaza. No electricity, no cars, no transportation. Now people are still using the fuel that they have been saving before the war, because in Gaza, everybody has plan B.
We didn't stop reporting despite all these obstacles, all these threats. I felt really happy. I was really happy. Despite everything, we managed to keep or continue reporting and to tell the truth.
Thank you for joining us, correspondent with Al Jazeera English, Yumna Sayed, and producer Sawfat Khalaout. I mean, I just have to say, how were you even able to, and I know you guys both worked as a team inside Gaza, but how were you able to manage getting the news out every single day? I mean, it must have been absolutely crazy.
Well, for a starter, thank you. Is it working?
Yep, there we go.
I think you still need the producer to fix it.
Always. We always need producers, 100%.
So, covering the war in Gaza, we've covered many wars before. This wasn't like the first war that erupted and we had to cover. It was just different this time. It was different from day one, because we were covering what was happening with us, ourselves, our families, our neighborhoods, the bombardments in our streets, on our homes. And it was really difficult to get that sense of professionalism. At the same time, you're basically reporting about your own neighborhood, your own street, your own children sometimes. And this just started from the first very beginning, from the first very day. Second day of the war, I was reporting about my neighborhood, where my children were, that was under very heavy bombardment. And I wasn't able to go there because of the heavy bombardment.
I mean, you've also, so far, you've covered numerous, obviously, wars in the past, I think like 5.
Even more.
Even more.
Including escalations, of course.
Yes. And this one especially, you know, you've lost something, an unimaginable number of 300 of your family members, at least, have been killed. How do you sort of even begin to process that and still keep, you know, thinking about the logistics of, you know, how are you going to get Yumna on air? How are you going to navigate all of this? Like, how does that compartmentalization even work?
Look, to live and work in Gaza, you should have always plan B. That's one of the most important things that we used to do in Gaza. Maybe it used to work in the past during the previous wars, Israeli wars since 2008, 2009, until the last war. The last one was almost impossible to implement Plan B because, you know, my colleague Yumna remembers every couple of days we need to set a new plan because we never expected that the Israeli war would cross all the red lines. Including bombarding our office, our homes, including staying in tents in the streets. But at the end of the day, you know that lots of people are waiting for you to hear from you the truth. And first of all, this is professionally and patriotic. As Palestinians living in Gaza, we know that the people, especially after the Israeli ban for foreign media to cross into Gaza. So everybody, we know that most of the people, foreign media, are waiting for us to hear what's going on because from the beginning they understood that this war will be completely different. And all the plans, as I said, we ran out of all the plans that we had. We had to look for the black market. We had to go and pay sometimes from our pockets. You know, adding to that, as a father and as husband, and because of the lack of every essential things, food, water, medicine, and everything, so you have to struggle for your family to keep them in a safe place, if there were a safe place, and to struggle for your teams who need fuel, who need logistics, who need the cameraman, who need you know, all these small details that would make difference. So you have to fight and struggle. Sometimes, you know, when I recall what happened in the last 6 months, or 7 months, I don't know how we made it. So.
I mean, it doesn't feel real, does it? Does it feel real? Does it feel real?
As I told you, I lost 60%.
Yeah, he lost 60% of his hearing. So.
And this is not only my case, by the way. When I visited the doctor, I found that more than 60% of the people of Gaza suffered from the same problem because of the heavy explosions everywhere.
So, I mean,
the same problem as well.
You're both parents, and Yumna, you had a number of videos where, like, I remember watching them, and like you're talking about how you're trying to explain this to your children, and especially those moments when you ended up deciding to leave. And then the first time that you were obviously displaced with your family. But there's one story that you share that's about a little boy that you met.
Yeah, this story was, he wasn't, I was in Khan Yunis in the southern Gaza Strip, at Nasser Medical Complex, and then every time there is a strike on a residential building or home somewhere, we just run to the entrance of the hospital where all the ambulances and cars and everyone is coming very quickly, taking in the injuries, and it's the normal thing that I do as a journalist. I rush to the entrance of the hospital, I stand there, and then there were a lot of children being brought out of the ambulances, and it was a hit on a strike on a residential building, 3-story building. And I was just trying to get some information, and then this little boy, about 11 or 12 years old, he steps down from the ambulance, like not from the back door, just from the middle there, alone. And he's carrying this blue-black backpack on his chest, Arwa. And he had a lot of bruises on his face and a lot of dust on his hair. And he was just so quiet and everything, and I was just like with my phone trying to gather the information of who was hit, the name of the house, how many people were killed, and so on. And he just comes very closely to me like that. And I just stop and I look at him. And he points at his bag and he tells me, "Do you know what I have here?" And he looked like he was brought out of the rubble himself. And you think that because you've seen all these scenes all the time, you're stronger, you can overcome it.
But you can't ever overcome.
And the thing is, I didn't even have the courage to ask him. I literally saw blood, drops of blood from under the backpack that he was carrying. And I just asked him, I was like, "What do you have here?" And he wanted to open the backpack, and I just put my hand over his hand like that. He just nodded no. And he told me, "أخويا الصغير أحمد عمره 5 سنين."
My younger brother Ahmed.
My little brother Ahmed, 5 years old. And the thing is, Arwa, was really kept me thinking about it, is that he was very calm. He was really happy. He was glad that he was able to get his brother. And he was like, Uncle, the paramedic, he put him for me here. And I just felt like it took me a month to be able to say this story, Arwa. It took me literally a month. But until now, every time I remember it, it breaks my heart, because I know that Ahmed, who was killed, is in heaven now, but I don't know how his brother is doing.
Yeah, I mean, the psychological obliteration, the sheer toll of all of this is something that,
And I felt for so long, I should have been braver. I should have held my mobile, and I should have taken that picture. I should have taken that. I actually bit myself. But a couple of days later, I thought, if the world sees these pictures, this genocide is going to stop right away. No one in the world is going to be able to see these pictures in reality and just...
This is the emotional toll of what you all have gone through. The emotional toll of what you all have gone through.
Excuse me.
The emotional toll of all of this.
A couple of days later, I saw a man, a father, carrying 2 plastic bags. I saw that on TV, with remains of his children in each bag. And everything kept on going after that. And then I stopped blaming myself for not having the courage to film Ahmed's brother, because the world has already seen these pictures and did nothing about it. That's when I stopped blaming myself for not having the courage to actually film that.
There's something that I believe that, the two of you and all of Gaza's journalists have taught us, the viewers, that goes well beyond journalism. And you two are both examples of this, but so is your colleague at Al Jazeera Arabi, the bureau chief, Wa'il Tahdouh. He was also injured. He's lost so many of his family members, and I saw this with him, and I see this with both of you right now. You still have this quiet dignity, you haven't succumbed to these deep levels of anger. I mean,
because our motivation as Palestinian journalists is not just our professional duty. It's more of a moral duty. We are reporting about our own people being slaughtered. We are reporting about our homes being destroyed. We are reporting about our strip being or continuing to be under ongoing bombardments, about our children being starved and thirsted. We are reporting about ourselves. Like, when we talk about a number of children who have died of malnutrition, our children could be next because they're suffering the same malnutrition like any other child in the Gaza Strip. It's not the professional duty won't make you stand for a month with very little food, with very little water, with no rest, working on the streets in a thin tent, wearing your press vest, which is 13 kilograms, all day long, and not even finding a convenient place to sit properly, not even a chair to sit on.
So I want to ask you, and then I want to hear from you as well, just on this last question. Do you think that the journalism community has done enough to support you and to support the journalists of Gaza?
Maybe they did good prayers only, but
not
enough. Because I know many of them, they want to help, they want to do something, but as long as the Israeli occupation is free to do what it wants, I don't think anybody can help. All our problems as journalists will be resolved by the end of the occupation. We are part of the Palestinian society. We pay the same price. This war especially, we became part of the news. I still remember 5 of our colleagues, including the son of Wa'il Tahdouh, the bureau chief of Al Jazeera. We were just talking together. After 15 minutes, we received an SMS that Hamza Tahdouh is killed. And same for others. So we are part of the story. We are not allowed to travel like the rest of the world. Maybe some say, yes, but you are here because we are a special case, maybe. But I'm talking about the vast majority of the Palestinian journalists. We need special, let's say, not treatment, but at least special arrangement that allows the Palestinian journalists to move. We lost lots of opportunities to participate in international events and even to go for covering the wars or other events in the rest of the world, including the war in Ukraine and other places, because we are banned from travelers. We are not allowed to practice our life normally. We are under siege for 17 or 18 years. So we are worried about the future of our sons, our life of our sons. So yes, we are part of the story, and we still need that the international community and our colleagues does something or do something or special arrangements for the journalists in Gaza so can at least enjoy some of the freedom and they can carry out their duties as should be.
Well, I want to, thank you both for being here with us, unless you want to add some final words.
I do have something to say about international journalists and international media organizations around the world supporting Palestinian journalists in Gaza. I think that not enough I'm trying to be as nice as possible. Definitely not enough has been done by international journalists. International journalists have not fought for the right to enter the Gaza Strip and to cover the war. They have abandoned the right. They have for many years lectured about the freedom of speech that they have let go when covering the war in the Gaza Strip. They have used the excuse of lack of information or not enough Western journalists or not Western journalists entering the Gaza Strip for not covering the war in the Gaza Strip like they should. But there is no excuse for the international journalists that have changed the terms and the uses of words and definition when they speak about certain incidents that have happened in this war. When you call a 6-year-old girl who was killed in her car and the ambulance that was going to get her was bombed, when you call her a young woman, that is completely misconception. When you don't report, okay, about the children that are being killed of Israeli airstrikes, and there are just thousands of these children, it's not just a small number. And when you say that they have died of rockets or of fire or whatever, I don't see any justification for that. I don't understand where the integrity of journalism in saying the truth is when it comes to covering the war on the Gaza Strip. And one last thing. Palestinian journalists are not affiliated with Hamas because that's just the ideology that everyone is hanging as an excuse. There are many Palestinian journalists who are independent journalists, but when we speak about what is happening, that is the reality. If you had fought for that right to enter the Gaza Strip, you would be saying the same, because this is what your eyes will see and your ears will hear. Thank you.
Thank you both for being with us. That was some social network.
What's the mood of Elon today?
Sheryl Sandberg, CEO of Facebook.
Former Disney CEO Bob Iger.
Do you feel like you're violating people's privacy? Do you feel like you're adequately portrayed? You want to take off the hoodie?
No, I never take off the hoodie.
I know you don't. What's with that?
Maybe I should take off the hoodie.
Take off the hoodie.
Go ahead.
You want to? This is a great moment in internet history. These people never had a rule on them, and they're the richest people in the history of the world.
Sundar Pichai, he's the CEO of Google and Alphabet.
You're very good at asking the question.
That's what they say.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to change our focus a little bit now and examine the continuing impact the role of Silicon Valley technology is having on our journalism. My name's Lewis Goodall. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a political journalist here in the UK. I used to work for BBC News, Sky News, and I'm now a co-host of the podcast The News Agents, which I'm sure, as ardent truth-tellers, one and all, you're all familiar with. But you're not here to see me. You're here to see Kara Swisher, Oracle of tech journalism. Well, that's how you've been described many times, Kara, anyway. Well, we'll discuss that. And your new book, your bestseller, Burn Book, basically spills the beans on all of the sort of so-called tech bros that you have known and written about and chronicled over, 30 years or more. I kind of want to start where it began for you, where you started out in journalism at the Post, and kind of your, as you describe in the book, your repeated sustained efforts to get the bosses of that time, who were much older than you, to take digital seriously. Yeah. You chronicle how they just didn't want to. Why do you think that was?
Well, it's hard to change. Change is very difficult for people when they're in a, when I did an interview with Bob Iger once, they were quite early. ABC was actually much earlier than other people. And his reason he gave was, he said, if our lunch is getting eaten, we might as well eat it ourselves if someone's gonna eat our lunch. And I kept saying that to the people at the Post and other places I work. I kind of made myself a nuisance in that regard, because it was sort of obvious to me at the time when this started that these were really powerful technologies, not unlike the Gutenberg Bible or television or radio. And they seemed to treat it like it was a sidelight, that it was a fad. They called it a Ponzi scheme.
Just something for young people, and that was it.
The young people like it, and it's not going to last. And they had their whole worlds invested in the system the way it was, and continue to do so, by the way. I mean, right now, we can talk about this later, but with AI, this is a Cambrian explosion for media, what's happening right now, again. And they kept imagining that the tech companies were just tools, like an electrical, like having a light or something like that, that it was tools to help journalism, when in fact these companies were very interested in controlling the whole information ecosystem. And many times I tried various metaphors to try to get people to understand what they were doing, and that they were ill-equipped to do it, that these people who were running these companies, and they were mostly just interested in money. And the first line of my book is, so it was capitalism after all. That's what it is. It's the destructive part that then builds something else on top of it.
But it's interesting that they, just to sort of sidetrack for a moment, it is interesting that they continue, many of the people you write about, whether it's Zuckerberg, whoever it is, Musk, they dress it up as something else. They dress it up as a sort of ethical mission, and they continue to do that.
Yeah, they do. It's cosplay. They cosplay that they're heroic.
And why do you think that is?
Well, they like video games, they like Star Wars, Star Trek, Star Wars mostly, which is a problem. And they like to imagine themselves as greater than someone who's making Twinkies, or, it'd be so funny, except let's leave Bill Ackman out of this, and let's please try to do that more in our future, I'm sorry, I don't want to hear from a hedge fund person about DEI. I just don't. I was joking on Twitter. I'm not on Twitter very often, but I was joking. I'm going to do a 90-part series on hedge fund investing because I know absolutely nothing. But I'll just pontificate away.
It is journalism, after all.
Yeah, right, because I know everything about hedge fund investing. But they like to, for some reason, they had to make themselves heroic in this fight, when they had very little sense of history, no sense of journalism whatsoever, or media, because their whole premise was to destroy and recreate. The issue is they didn't know what they wanted to make. They just understood disruption. The words they used, disruption, break. They're all these very interesting words when you look at them.
But do you think that is unusual in the history of capitalism?
No, I
exactly.
don't.
So they're just typical of.
You don't have an investment banker coming up to you and saying, "What I really want to do is help the children."
Yeah.
They just don't. They don't want to help the children. They want to make money so they can buy their latest yacht or whatever they want. And I kind of like that. I understand what they're up to, or if you're making oil or whatever your business happens to be in. And for some reason, this group of people, because they're founders, I think that has to do with it, because it's semi-religious, a different kind of religion. They have to do that, and they can't see themselves honestly. They reveal themselves. Now you're seeing the entire id of Elon Musk on a daily basis, but they don't want to. They have these stories about themselves that are really very much against what they're actually like, and they get offended when you point it out. And let me just. So I've used this several times on my book tour, but there's a very famous Twilight Zone episode called To Serve Man. It's about a bunch of aliens that comes down to help humanity and everything. They solve all the world peace, everything else. And then in the end, they realize that, the humans get this book and it's like, oh, to serve man, we're here to help man. And at the very last line, I'm not giving anything away. They go, it's a cookbook, because they like to eat people. And that's what they're doing. They're eating everybody. And we're sitting here going, it's not a cookbook. I'm like, it's a cookbook. You know, you're going to be sautéed with a nice side of, you know, fava beans and a nice Chianti.
Well,
another movie reference.
I mean, you've mentioned some of the key players already, and you've known them, written about them, talked to them, and endlessly interviewed them as a journalist. I mean, in your book, you say, if Mark Zuckerberg is the most damaging man in tech, to me, Musk was the most disappointing. So I think it's just worth dwelling on both of these, titanic figures, starting with Zuckerberg. What's he like? What continues to drive him?
There he is. Look at him. He's a nice person. I hate to say this. People get mad at me, but he is. He happens to be, tries to be thoughtful. He's arrogant. They're all the same in that regard. Arrogant. They think they know everything. What's nice about him is he doesn't put himself as an expert on things he doesn't know about. That's a pleasure, because all of them do. But he really doesn't know what he doesn't know, and that's the issue. He doesn't understand implications. He started this job when he was like 19. I think I met him at 21 or whatever, how old he was.
Yeah, and you've written about how when The Social Network came out, I forgot he was only 26.
Yeah.
And he's talking to you saying that, I'm really worried about how I'm going to be portrayed.
Portrayed in the movie.
Yeah.
He was worried that people would think he was a jerk. And sometimes he was a jerk. And what the problem is he didn't ever understand the implications of anything. It's I have 4 kids. It's like a perpetual 4-year-old, oh, did that break when I knocked it off? I don't understand. Oh, wow. That kind of thing. And one of our most important interviews wasn't the sweating one, although that was famous when he sweat and I had to get to take his hoodie off. But when he and I were arguing about Alex Jones, who was this heinous person who can't die soon enough in the United States. I'm sorry.
Just say how it is. I mean,
well, he should be dead. So I'm sorry. He's terrible. He's a terrible person, and he's caused untold damage to people, and he's cruel. So he and I were arguing about taking him off the platform, off the Facebook platform. And I kept saying, he's broken every one of your rules that you make. So he made rules, and he doesn't enforce them. So why do you have rules? Why don't you have no rules? Just say you have no rules. Oh, we have rules. I'm like, but you don't enforce them. And so we went back and forth. And for some reason, he said, let's shift to the Holocaust. And I was like, oh, probably not good for you. I studied it for 4 years at college. It was my minor. But let's go. Let's go, young man who quit college. And he started talking about Holocaust deniers. And he said that he wasn't removing them, and he was doing it because he's Jewish. I understood what he was trying to do from a press perspective. As a Jewish person, even I tolerate Holocaust. I got what he was doing. And I said, I think you need to take them off the platform. They're doing huge damage. Anti-Semitism is going to grow like kudzu if they stay on this platform and you let it go unfettered and unstopped. And he said, Holocaust deniers don't mean to lie. And I was like, well, that's kind of the definition of a Holocaust denier, in my opinion. But, and we argued, and he got in a lot of trouble for that interview. 2 years later, after saying he'd never take them off the platform, he took them off the platform. So it took him 2 years for the penny to drop that these were...
But he's clearly a very intelligent man, right?
So, yeah, okay.
And so people like you are putting... You're saying it hasn't occurred to them, but people like you are putting to him, look, this is the effect it's having on journalism, on children, whatever it happens to be. So he must, at least at that moment, then start to grapple with it, but then nothing happens.
But, I wrote a column for the New York Times called The Expensive Education of Mark Zuckerberg, but it's our expense, not his. And that's the issue, is that he, because of the way Facebook was formulated and continues to this day, he decides everything. So we have this boy king who doesn't know what he's talking about, making major decisions. There is a straight line between the hate that spews over that platform and anti-Semitism today. He didn't invent anti-Semitism. It's been going on forever. But he amplified it, and he made it worse. And you put toxic waste in the bloodstream of Americans, they will eat it up because it's already there.
Which of them, do you think any of the sort of big titans, has grappled or did grapple most with some of the effects you're talking about, particularly on journalism? Would it be jobs? I mean, you seem to be generally most sympathetic to Steve Jobs.
Yes, I am, because he did have, like, he read, but he didn't have the same influence, right? Because he wasn't running a media. He was running a media operation in a way, but they never moved into that area. They had stronger privacy rules, and I think they were genuine, even though it was also a marketing event for them, but they do. And one of the issues that Steve Jobs just wasn't in the position. Mark was in the position. Same thing with Elon now owning Twitter. Like saying, well, although it's look, Twitter's a small and shitty business. He's bought a terrible business, and now he's made it show. There he is.
There he is.
He's made it shittier still. This was an interview I did with him at Tesla headquarters, in which he said, if Tesla doesn't succeed, the world is doomed. That's what he said in an interview. I was like, oh. All right, sure, sir. Like, I don't understand. He's high drama. He was high drama always, and very much Ready Player One.
Well, you said you've watched him become radicalized on Twitter.
Yes.
In real time, mainly because he so yearns for approbation and praise and to be loved.
Yes, there's not enough hugs in the world. I mean, I'm so sorry he didn't get hugged enough as a child, but we really are living with his trauma, and he should get therapy pretty soon. But he won't, because he thinks he's right. He thinks he's Ready Player One in the video. He thinks the world is a video game. He does, and he is the #1 player. And so it revolves around him. And as you become the richest person in the world, or one of them, I think he keeps moving up and down from 1 and 2, you have enablers around him, getting worse all the time. This is a tale as old as time. Enablers around him, immense wealth. He's gotten rid of anyone who is critical of him or people who push back on him. You've read in the Wall Street Journal about his enjoyment of partying, which I think has been very deleterious. COVID did something to his brain. A lot of people in America have lost their minds over COVID. And so all these things sort of move together to move him down the radicalization zone. Now, it's fine to, say our government doesn't do this, it doesn't do that. It's fine to be critical. It's fine, but it takes it to cruelty. It takes it to certainty. It's just the signs of someone who doesn't actually want to solve anything.
But you initially thought it might be a good thing his taking over Twitter.
Well, I did think it was, because Twitter was a flaming trash heap as a business. And it's much more flaming now, of course, but which is the way he likes it, actually, because it's a look at me kind of thing. He's also using it as finally, the New York Times wrote this, is something I've been saying for a while. The reason he bought it is so he has more power abroad for his other businesses, whatever autocrat. It's very important globally.
Do you think he'll keep hold of it, despite the fact
why
it's
not?
hemorrhaging money?
It's like a yacht. It's like a rich person owning a yacht. It's just, it's good for his businesses. Well, his businesses some of them are struggling, some are not. But it's good for his other businesses. And he likes it. He likes the attention. He likes to pontificate on all manner of things, and he likes to throw verbal bombs. He likes to insult immigrants, whatever. He's using it as a psychological tool for himself.
So let's return to Apple. I mentioned Steve Jobs there. So in 2007, you pulled off an extraordinary scoop when you interviewed Bill Gates and Steve Jobs at the same time. Just in case anyone hasn't seen that interview, which is worth watching in full, here's just a little clip.
You're obviously going to go down history as history books already said kind of thing. But what's the greatest misunderstanding between you and your relationship and about each other? Which one of the many?
Well, we've kept our marriage secret for over a decade now.
Canada. That trip to Canada. Mm-hmm.
Oh, God, that was good. The reason, there was a whole thing before where Gates and Jobs were fighting over Jobs saying that the reason Apple was so popular on Windows, Apple software, was because if you gave someone an ice cube in hell, they'd be happy. So they had already had a fight right before this interview. And
just before?
Just before, yeah.
Backstage?
Yes. Jobs delighted in tweaking Bill Gates. I call it, he just loved it, because it was just sort of this classic big man on campus geek situation. And so he did that to him, which was incredible, and created a really problem for this interview. But then Gates decided to behave, but then he did this, which was, if you saw Gates's face, he was making a gay remark. And Gates, I could see Gates's brain going, okay, I'm not gay. I hope they don't think I'm gay. No, I'm not gay, but I don't want to seem anti-gay, but I'm not gay. You know, but it was like you could see him. And Steve Jobs, you could see that smile he had. He's like, I did it again. I did it. That's why I liked him. It was funny. He was such a jerk. That was so jerky to do the thing.
There's all this talk recently about Apple losing its way.
Yeah.
Do you think that's right?
No. I mean, come on. What? What way? It's a multi-trillion-dollar company. I feel so bad for them. No, you don't like their ad, right? Is that
well, actually, since you mentioned the ad, let's watch the ad, just
like
in
their
case anyone hasn't seen this. This is Crush. Let's listen to this.
The most powerful iPad ever is also the thinnest.
All I ever need is you. For people who haven't seen this, this misfired so badly that it had to be pulled. And Apple apologized for
They
it.
did. They shouldn't have. You know, Apple's known as a friend of creators. It is, more than others. I mean, it's sort of like, you know, lowest bar. I mean, it's a low bar with the tech companies. They're not a friend of anybody's but themselves. And so it looked like they were destroying, you know, the trumpet. I kind of liked when I saw the paint squashed, but that's just me. It was making on a trend on the internet, on TikTok. They squashed. It's a very huge trend. And so what they were trying to do is, this is their new iPad, which is very powerful. I call it Ozempic iPad because it's super thin. But it looks great. They were trying to show everything's in it, but they did it in this crush way. And so I don't know quite how it got through, this ad, because it's really obnoxious. But it got everyone, all the creators.
I think Steve Jobs would have authorized that?
He might have. He might have. I don't know. They did a couple of ads that people didn't like. No one cares. No, eventually it'll move along. It's a multi-trillion-dollar company. It is the middle of the ecosystem still. They've made some mistakes. They've made some great things, but they still control a huge amount of the ecosystem. So no, I'm not worried about Apple.
So I want to talk a little bit about today's tech landscape as well as looking back. Obviously, the thing in journalism everyone is talking about all the time at the moment is AI, generative AI, whether we should be afraid of it, embrace it. What effect do you think it's going to have on journalism?
Huge, huge. I just take a look at Google today. If you start to search now, it gives you a little explanation. It gives you the answer right there. Instead of you going into blue links, which is what it did before, you know, you just go and click and find, say, the Wall Street Journal, whatever. Now, it's not doing that anymore. It's showing the answer. So the question is, where'd they get that answer from? What are they scraping? What information are they taking? And there's nothing we can do about it. You know, New York Times is suing OpenAI, for example, but this is going to change everything.
Do you think that'll work, the New York Times?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if our copyright laws in the United States happen to be very strong. That said, they're using the fair use argument, that they're fair using it. That's what they've used for everything. But to me, I use history as a guide. They have been rapacious information thieves since the beginning. They are going to continue to be rapacious information thieves. I don't know why they would change. And you know, I believe, and I'm sort of a Maya Angelou kind of person. I believe it the first time I see them do it. Everything is their interest. They've always thought of information, even media, as ones and zeros. They don't care if it's a cat video or a crushing thing or anything else. They don't care about journalism. They don't. Stop taking their money. They are in the business of distributing information, and they don't care what it is. And so in this case, it used to be you go to the link and then you click on it and go to whatever newspaper you happen, or BBC or whatever. Now it pulls it out. Now it takes it, eats it, and then vomits it back up. Well, that's good for them, but it's certainly not good for news organizations. So we've got to find other ways to get through to people, right? Because I don't mean to say everybody gets their information just from there, but you see the economics of cable, the economics of newspapers, the economics of all media really getting hollowed out more and more. Local news, forget it.
Well, something that was discussed in a panel this morning is the deal between the Financial Times and OpenAI. Do you think that we'll see more deals like that between media companies?
You get a couple $1 million, it's nothing. It's nothing. It's de minimis what you're getting. And they will get a lot more from it eventually. Now, OpenAI is going to have to compete. There's 1 million people in that space. Are they Netscape or are they Google? That's going to be an interesting question. They're trying very hard not to be Netscape and get pulled in. The issue you have to look at is who owns all this stuff. And today, every major AI effort is owned by the same huge, enormous, multi-trillion-dollar companies. Not Apple, actually. Microsoft, Meta, Google, Amazon, Alphabet, Amazon. They own the whole road. They own everything, and then we'll be at their whims. And so one of the things, the most important stories in this book was when Google tried to take over all of search, right? Now everyone's going to try to compete on search. That's fine. But I had written a piece about that they couldn't do this. I was trying to get the government to step in, and they never did. Our government, the U.S. government, has abrogated its responsibility almost fully.
Well, you talk about the fact that, 30 years or so, no regulation at all.
No regulation.
Which is astonishing. I mean, when reading that in your book, you're like, it's astounding,
well,
right? Breathtaking is the word you
have
use.
To appear at a porn star trial. That's what's really important in the United States, fucking America. Like, what the hell? Like, literally.
But do you think, is that because the legislators are just ignorant, feckless, useless, or is it lobbying, or is it all of the above?
At the beginning, it was this sort of embrace. And listen, Obama did the same thing. They all were embracing tech as if they were saviors. And to me, they're an airline company. They're a pharmaceutical company. They all get regulated. Why doesn't tech get regulated? I just feel like.
But why? Why is it?
Now it's because what's happened in America is they've moved through this. There's this space now of so much politicization and partisanship that tech has been able to run up the middle while these two are arguing over whether the election happened or not. It's ridiculous. And so that's what they're taking advantage of that. And then they have enormous amounts of money to do that. Lobbying.
Politics just doesn't have the bandwidth.
They don't have the guts to do it, and they don't want to do it because they'll get knocked out. They'll get knocked out over lots of things now, but it's a really difficult. The U.S. government doesn't have enough money. That's an astonishing thing to say, to fight these people. And I'm not saying they're evil necessarily, but the whole "don't be evil" thing at Google. But one of the things that's critically important, and let me finish with this, the story. So I wrote the story, and I said, you cannot, federal government, you need to step in and not let Google own 92% of, you took Microsoft to court over a lot less. They can't own 92% of search. And I said, at least, what's really irritating about Google is they do their colorful balls and they ride bicycles and aren't they adorable? And I said, at least Microsoft knew they were thugs. And I called them thugs. Fine. Maybe not very nice, but I think they're thugs. So one of the founders called me. I always mix them up, but one of them, I guess it was Sergey, maybe Larry, who knows, I don't care. So called me up, and they're exactly alike. He called me up, he goes, for some reason they thought I was their friend, which I was like, not your friend, I have friends, they're not one of them. And they were like, you know us, we're not bad, we're not evil, we're not, we wrote it in our manifesto, whatever. And so, we're not bad. And I said, well, I said, I'm waiting for that slouching beast towards Bethlehem, waiting to be born. Yeats, right? Famous poem. That didn't work because I don't read poetry. So I said, I'm worried about the evil person coming someday, and they're coming. I'm certain of it. I know it. Because they always show up at technology. They always show up and use and misuse technology. I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about the bad person coming. And for some reason, they do not understand that. And, the last panel was about that. How very terrible people are coming for a lot of this stuff, and they will use it. And so we have to put in guardrails in place to do that as a citizenry, as a global citizenry. And with AI, there should be global agreements on what we can and cannot do and what they can and cannot do. Because this is our information. It's a cookbook, and you are the meal. And so that's what you have to understand, and you can't escape it. And so that's look, I like to use the internet as much as anyone else. I think it's one of the greatest inventions of all time. But there's some point you have to realize We paid for it. It's born of our information, and the people getting rich and the people are in control are not up to the task of making these decisions by themselves.
Well, on yet another uplifting note for truth tellers. Can I just express my thanks to Cara Swisher and invite all of you, the ingredients for this recipe book.
Yes, you're delicious.
To absolutely delicious ingredients.
People taste delicious.
To express your thanks as well. Thank you.
High-profile media tycoon called Jimmy Lai. He has been detained on suspicion of foreign collusion.
no commercial and no political interest should stand in the way of the truth. That would be the antithesis of all that I stood for in journalism.
That was Harry's greatest achievement, I think, to change British law in favour of press freedom, in favour, give more power to the powerless.
If the task of editing is to be anything, it is to edit text. If it's to sign expense sheets, I don't want to do it.
Hello again. So today we are here, all of us, to discuss and scrutinize investigative journalism at this Truth Teller Summit. But the other part of our partnership with Tina and with Durham is the Harry Evans Fellowship. This is a fellowship for an early career journalist to embed in the Reuters enterprise unit for 6 to 9 months with access and mentorship from Durham University. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce our second Sir Harry Evans Fellow, Rosa Furneaux, who beat out 450 other applicants. And we're very excited to have her in our newsroom already. She's been working with us already for a couple of months. Rosa is an early career journalist who comes to us from the Bureau of Investigative Journalism, where she worked on a number, yes, you're out there. She worked on a number of investigations on healthcare, including on COVID-19 vaccine inequity. And so now she is with us. Rosa follows in the footsteps of Waylon Cunningham. Those of you who were here last year met Waylon. And Waylon worked for us and the investigative team for several months, and he was part of that series that I was mentioning earlier today on the investigation on Elon Musk and his business empire. And now he is a reporter in our New York office. So we're very pleased to have Waylon. And don't worry, Rosa, we are not expecting you to win a Pulitzer. But before passing the word straight to Rosa, I would like to say that as of today, applications are open for the third fellowship for next year. So please do spread the word. We are really looking for, as I said before, for as many new Harrys as possible around the world. Over to you, Rosa.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Come with me for a moment into the dark. Midnight or thereabouts, May of 2022. I'm at my desk holding 2 pieces of paper. For months, I've been investigating a chemotherapy drug that doctors say is useless and dangerous. This drug is crucially important to children with cancer, And yet my team's reporting suggests that hundreds of children in South America have received a tainted brand. Now something has happened. These papers list the names of nearly a dozen more brands of this drug, all of them proven by scientific study to be contaminated, underpowered, or otherwise unsafe. My house is silent. I log into a database that holds global shipping records. I want to know where these drugs have been sold, how many more children may be at risk. I run the first search, and my jaw hits the floor. Page after page of records appears on my screen, showing that this drug has been shipped across the world. Overnight, I track the other brands too, and by morning, I can tell my editor that this bad medicine has reached not a handful of countries, but nearly 100. It's a breakthrough. But there is something else below the exhilaration that scrapes the pit of me. This story is much bigger than I expected, much worse. I've stumbled into something that many will want to keep secret, and though it's hard for me to stand here and admit it to you in this auditorium of journalist royalty, the truth is, I am scared. What scared Harry? Did he ever doubt that he would prevail? So much of this job is being told no. No, I won't speak to you. No, I won't hand over those documents. No, I won't tell you that information. At times, menaced by aggressive phone calls or threatened with lawsuits, it's true I have considered whether to carry on. But in these moments, I have held on to a sense of purpose similar to Harry's assertion that his role was simply to shed a little light. Being named the Sir Harry Evans Fellow has given me the chance to pledge a kind of allegiance to his values. I hope to make work that shakes our leaders out of indifference and exposes the powers who exploit those who can't speak up. If we're doing things right, this, I think, is where much of our time will be spent, in the slippage between story and duty. The Bureau published our investigation on the dangerous cancer medicine. Politicians listened, scientists invented new tests, the WHO took up the call. But on that midnight in May, I couldn't have known. There will be other dark moments ahead, and therefore I am profoundly grateful to Reuters, to Durham, and of course to Tina, for mentorship that reminds me that as journalists, we go looking in the face of fear because it is our obligation. Harry reminds us most of this. Thank you.
BBC News and with BBC Verify, and this session is called The Battered Business of News. And as if you needed any further reminders, of course, that video has taken us through the multitude of challenges that journalism faces, not just in producing our work, but in funding our work too. And we're going to look at this from four quite distinct perspectives. From the legacy media, we're joined by the first woman to lead the Wall Street Journal in its 134-year history, Emma Tucker. Welcome, Emma. And by Jeff Zucker, former head of CNN, now an investor in media with Redbird Capital Partners. Hi to you, Jeff. Representing the non-profit model, we have Nishant Lawani from the International Fund for Public Interest Media, and your mission is to inject more investment and foreign aid into public interest newsrooms. Thank you very much to you for joining us. And last but not least, a man who is giving us a very good example of how local news can work. Yoshi Herman from Mill Media has set up an extraordinary, can I call it an experiment? I think we're an experiment in Manchester, which is now spreading beyond Manchester to Birmingham and other cities, and we're going to learn about that. So welcome to all four of you. Emma, let me start with you. How's the Wall Street Journal faring? How are you going about making the sums add up?
The Wall Street Journal is faring very well, but we're not complacent. And I think it's very important that we fix the roof while the sun is shining, because I think the changes that are coming down the line for media are going to be even more seismic than the original shift from print to digital. I think the shift that we're now going to face with AI is going to be huge, and so the Wall Street Journal is getting itself in shape for that future so that it won't just survive, it will actually thrive. And the key to that is making sure that we are producing journalism that people are willing to pay for. Because I think back in the day, in the print days, a lot of people perhaps weren't even paying for news when they bought a newspaper. They were paying for the crossword or the weather. But now we know very much what people are willing to pay for, so we have to do news that is worth it.
And some people are paying for the Wall Street Journal. Your digital subscriptions are up 60% since 2019. That's impressive by any measure. But the question is that enough to make up for what you might be losing in advertising revenue?
Yes, it is. I mean, you're absolutely right. Advertising from digital doesn't even come close to replicating the sort of the print ad model. But the key for us is our subscription model. Subscriptions are growing, our churn rates are down, the numbers are good, and we're doing that by making sure we're giving people original, distinctive, quality journalism that they can trust.
Now, I saw that last year you said you didn't want the Wall Street Journal to become like the German car industry of news publishing. Now, I don't know how BMW and Audi and others would think about that, but why did you say that, given that on the face of it, your numbers are good? What are the warning signs, long-term warning signs?
I wish I hadn't used the German car analogy.
It's too late, it's out there.
A better analogy would perhaps be people who were making horse and carts in the 1910s. You know, the point is we could happily sit back and just carry on doing what we've always done. The Journal's a hugely successful newspaper. Dow Jones is a very successful company. We could just sit there and carry on doing what we've always done. But one day, we would wake up and the entire model will have gone. So my analogy with the German car industry was, you know, they rested on their laurels when it came to electric vehicles. And so the Chinese and Tesla overtook them and all the rest of it. And then one day, they realized they were scrambling to catch up. I don't want the Journal to be scrambling to catch up.
Okay. Emma, thank you very much indeed for the moment. Jeff, let's bring you in. We were chatting just before we came on stage. You've got a deal that it's done, it's almost done.
Yeah, we're closing today on the largest independent production company in the UK. It's called All3 Media, and it's a very significant deal. It's the largest deal that we've made at Redbird IMI since we started there about 15 months ago, and that deal is closing, assuming the money is moving between the banks, later today.
So that's one deal you're getting asked about. Of course, there's another deal which didn't happen, which you've been asked an awful lot about, which was Redbird's interest in The Telegraph and some other titles as well. Not the first person to ask you this, but why did you think it was a good investment? Was it about influence or was it about profit?
No, look, I mean, Redbird IMI was set up 15 months ago as a completely commercial enterprise. And again, I've said this before too, whether people wanted to hear it was a different story. It's set up as a completely commercial enterprise, as witnessed by what we're doing today with all three media. And we saw The Telegraph as a commercial opportunity. Titles like The Telegraph in the English-speaking world do not come up very often. It's probably one of the top 10 brands in the world, in the English-speaking journalism world. We saw a commercial opportunity, and we decided to jump at it because we thought that through our experience, our capital, and our patience, we could invest, which is not something that happens in UK journalism very often. The fact is 1,200 journalists in the UK lost their jobs last year. We committed to spending tens of millions of pounds to invest, to grow it.
You thought it was a good idea. Others evidently were not quite as convinced.
Well, I don't know that they didn't think it was a good idea. I think they were scared of it.
Well, they had questions about it, particularly around whether it was only about profit or whether it was also about influence. But more broadly, do you think it's right, whether it's in the UK or in other markets, for people to say not anyone can buy the news, not anyone can come along and buy a news organization, that there have to be some criteria as to who controls these entities?
Well, I mean, look, I mean, in a capitalist society, whether it's the US or the UK, I think the free market should determine what happens in those circumstances. Look, we were a private entity and made the strongest possible representations to the government here in the UK that there would be no influence, and we were willing to put those legally binding.
But what I'm trying to understand is, did you think it was reasonable for you to be asked to try and demonstrate that there was...
Well, I think that it's certainly reasonable to ask us anything. I think it's also reasonable for others to listen to the answers. Whether they were willing to listen to the answers here on that is a different story.
Jeff, for the moment, thank you. Nishant, let's bring you in. Tell us about your model, how you are seeking to push money into journalism.
Sure. Well, we are seeking to radically increase the amount of support that goes to public interest media, in particular in the global south, in low and middle income countries. And the reason why we're doing this is because over the last 20 years, we've seen a massive decline in the sustainability and even existence of news titles all over the world. And actually supporting independent journalism is one of the cheapest and most effective things you can do to fight authoritarianism, right? I'm sure you know some of these stats, but in the last 10 years, the number of people in the world living under authoritarian rule has gone from 46% to 72%. Just 8% of the world now lives in full free democracies. And what's happened since the turn of the century to trigger that? Well, the attention economy was invented, the advertising model of the internet has become dominant, and global newspaper revenues have fallen by 2/3 in the last 10 years to propagate this media extinction.
So that's the justification for the work that you do, but where's the money coming from? Who's giving you the money to then funnel into these journalistic enterprises?
So we have 17 donors. About 70% of our money comes from governments, including the Swiss, the Swedish, the US, the French governments, and so on. We're funded also by private philanthropies, such as the Ford Foundation and Illuminate. And then we have a number of private companies as well, public companies, like Google and Microsoft. We do have a very particular governance structure to ensure that whoever our donors may be, they have absolutely no say in the organizations. Yes, but Jeff, first of all, we don't take money from governments that are 160 out of 180 on the Press Freedom Index, like the UAE are. And then secondly, when we do take money, we ensure legally, we have a legal framework to ensure that, those donors, you can ask our donors, you can ask our grantees as well, that they have no influence at all over the decision-making of the fund. Our board, which is the kind of buffer between our donors and our grantees, is chaired by Maria Ressa and Mark Thompson, and has representatives from all of our regions making kind of contextually relevant decisions.
I'm absolutely going to give you a chance to respond, Jeff. But so you're saying, look, this can work if governments are providing money and there are the relevant frameworks around that. But clearly, from your comment there, you think that there are some governments which are not necessarily the correct source of investment into journalism. You reference UAE, so Jeff, I should give you a chance to respond.
Yeah, so look, I mean, first of all, our money comes from a privately held company in the UAE. I understand that you know, you may not see that distinction, but we obviously do. Second of all, you know, the board that we were willing to put in place would have had, you know, as high a quality of people on it who were willing to put their same reputations on the line with legally binding underpinnings that would have resulted in the loss of our ownership if we didn't hold true to it. Number three, you know, listen, I've spent 35 years of my own personal integrity on the line in running newsrooms that were owned by worldwide conglomerates. And so, you know, I think the combination of all of that, you know, we believed was incredibly strong and should have been reassuring. You know, I think if we're going to think about the future of news and journalism, we're going to have to also understand that it needs investment, and that's got to come from somewhere.
So Nishan, and on that point, you mentioned UAE being 160 on the ranking. I mean, how do you go about this? Because as you mentioned, almost all countries in the world have still got work to do in terms of press freedom. And so which countries will you work with? Which countries won't? How do you decide?
Yeah, so we only work with countries in the top half of the RSF Freedom of the Press Index. And furthermore, we do have a legal structure to ensure, and contracts to ensure that there isn't any editorial influence. But I do think it's really important that that credibility is backed by governments who, you know, are trying to promote free press at home as well. So our council, for example, invites countries who are top of the press freedom index in their regions to be present. The president of Moldova, the president of East Timor actually sit on our council because they're representing the regions, the countries that are performing the best in their regions as well.
Okay, so we've heard two quite different perspectives on investment. We've heard from Emma on the Wall Street Journal and the changes you're trying to bring. Let's bring you in, Yoshi. Tell us about the mill for people who haven't encountered it.
So you called it an experiment. I think it kind of was an experiment in the business model of journalism. So I started it 4 years ago, and it was just me writing long-form journalism, in-depth journalism about one city, Manchester, for a very small audience. And it was an experiment in the sense that I wanted to see, will people pay for that? Is there still an appetite to pay for high-quality local journalism? And fortunately, there was.
And can I just ask, did you ask them to pay from it from the start, or did you give them a look at what it was going to be like initially and then said, actually, you've had enough, now you're going to have to pay?
They got a few months of that.
They got a few months.
And then people started paying, and because they were paying, I was able to afford to hire a reporter, and then another and another. So now we're operating in 4 cities in the UK, and we have an office, and we are trying to prove that actually there's a tremendous appetite for local journalism if it's done in a particular way. So our office is across the road from where Harry Evans used to work at the Manchester Evening News. So his second job in journalism was at the MEN, and now I think the building that used to be a grand newspaper office is a Boots. But apart from that, I think it illustrates something, because back then, the MEN and most regional newspapers were so profitable that they subsidized national newspapers. So The Guardian was in the same building when Harry was working there, and the MEN, the Manchester Evening News, was subsidizing The Guardian. And now The Guardian has, you know, 1 million global supporters around the world, and newspapers like the MEN, even though they're still doing tremendously good journalism sometimes, they are struggling. The parent company of the MEN laid off 850 journalists last year, or 850 staff, 3 rounds of layoffs. And Press Gazette recently worked out that the 3 largest companies in local news in the UK employ 6,000 fewer local journalists than they did in 2007, down from 9,000. So it's the area, I think, which is the most battered in terms of business model.
Can I ask you something, though, and I don't mean to be flippant, but it sounds like you're arriving in Manchester, you're hiring some reporters, you're doing some journalism, people are paying for it. That doesn't sound radically different to a model that has successfully worked for many, many years.
Can I just say, on behalf of Yoshi, what he's doing is incredibly smart. It's more than what you just said. He's identified an audience, he knows exactly who that audience is, and he's hyper-targeting them with stuff that they find useful, journalism, that they find useful. And therefore, they're coming back, and I'm sorry to take words out of your mouth, but I think it's a very, very clever thing that they've done. And I think the future of journalism, a lot of journalism, will be built around these very, very engaged core audiences. Manchester, American capitalism, you name it. There's a real advantage in digital in having that specialism.
Well, you do a very good job of answering the question that I was asking, but Joshi, I want to ask you further, which is... I wasn't being flippant. What I was saying was, on the face of it, this is core journalism, but clearly you're doing something extra. Part of it is being very targeted and very connected to your audience. Is there anything else you're doing that goes beyond the traditional model of reporting and then charging?
I'm going to let Emma answer all my questions.
This could be a new model. I'll ask one of you a question and then someone else.
My feeling when I started it was that British news has become too focused on incremental news updates. Well, I think we have a very news-heavy media. In the US, you have magazines that have a long tradition of doing more in-depth journalism. And it's not just good because it's in-depth information. It's in-depth in the sense that it gives you an emotional connection to the people involved, the Atlantic, the New Yorker, the New York Mag. And I wanted to bring a little bit of that American-style reporting here. And I think that has given us just a bit of a sense of an edge, or a bit of a sense of, I can only get this journalism from the Mail, I can't get it from the other local paper. So there's a little bit of an extra element there. And the lovely thing is, people seem to want to pay for that kind of journalism. Tina Brown journalism, let's call it.
Well, as the three of you are listening to this, do you think that what Yoshi is doing in Manchester offers lessons to bigger media organisations like the one that...
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. He's doing what we should... He's really, really thinking about the use of what he's producing. There's no point us producing journalism that gives no value to anybody. It's got to be something that's original. I mean, we find what people really want from the Wall Street Journal is they want to learn something that they didn't know. So whether that's a scoop or whether it's some sort of revelatory reporting, or expertise is the other thing they want. They want things explained. So I think he does offer lessons. I think all the big legacy publishers should look at what he's doing, he and other sort of smart niche publishers, and learn from it.
Yeah, look, I actually think that the model is smart to get out of London and to do it, in places that don't have all the attention. I think you're seeing that a little bit in the United States, where people are going into Baltimore and San Francisco and starting in-depth journalistic ventures in each of those places that have been abandoned by places that would have in the past provided more regional coverage or specific local coverage. So I think it's exactly what the future of journalism is going to be. Now it's going to need time and investment in each of those places, but I think it is the right model.
And Alessandra, you must encounter lots of very local business models in the type of newsrooms you invest in.
Yeah, we do, and we get hundreds, if not more, of applications for funding every year. I think one of the things that we see often is that newsrooms are coming up with innovative ideas to develop their revenue streams, but they are not focusing on the audience need. And that's the theme that we keep seeing, as Emma and others have pointed out. It's crucial. So actually what we did is 10 days ago, we launched a new open call for funding. Any media organizations from the 40 countries in which we work can apply. And it's called Audience First because what we're expecting them to do is articulate a strategy to reach their audience or new audiences. A lot of media organizations talk about trying to reach young people. Very few have thought about the research and strategies needed to actually do that effectively and to keep them engaged. And that's the kind of innovation we want to encourage with our funding.
And Yoshi, would you consider a mixed funding model where you had people who are paying for a newsletter or whatever services you're providing, but maybe you would take investment from a philanthropist?
So I don't think I'd take money from a philanthropist because I think that the kind of geographies that we cover, metropolitan areas with millions of people in them, I think you should be able to create commercially sustainable news in those areas. Where I think it gets difficult, and where I probably wouldn't go in, would be like a 50,000 person town in the north of England that's, struggling. I think in areas like that, and in areas around the world where subscriptions are not going to be the right model, you need to have a more mixed funding model. And I think the stuff that Nishant does around trying to encourage people to have national news funds and that kind of thing would be key. But I think in the kind of areas, if you can't make money from doing high-quality journalism in Manchester, Birmingham, Sheffield, I think you'd be failing. And so I'm trying to make it commercially sustainable, but I think there are loads of areas where it frankly isn't going to be, and there needs to be a better mix.
Now, the next thing I wanted to ask you about was corporate culture that comes behind journalism. As we heard in the brilliant speech that preceded us, journalism is awkward. Journalists are awkward. We sometimes say things that upset people. We sometimes bring information into the public domain that some people wish that we hadn't. And I wonder, particularly Emma and Jeff, as two people with experience of the top table of big corporations, do you think increasingly that awkwardness that inherently comes with news is uncomfortable for people running big businesses?
Yeah, they hate it. But having said that,
I wasn't sure what you were going to say there.
What's interesting, and this is a difference between America and the UK, is the people that the journal holds to account, they really don't like it, but they get it, they accept it. The number of times I have chief executives ringing up to say, look, I know you've got to do your job, and I know what you're doing is really important, but there's a sort of fundamental acceptance of what the fourth estate is in America. It's sort of in the DNA in a way that I don't think it quite is to the same extent here.
How so? Tell me more about that.
Americans live and breathe independent, the importance of independent media. It's sort of baked into their constitution. They really cherish it, so they take it very, very seriously. I'm not saying people don't take it seriously here. It's just that they take it more seriously, and the Wall Street Journal newsroom takes it very seriously too. That's something that I found that I was very impressed by when I got there.
I think that's why the First Amendment is the First Amendment
Yeah.
in the United States, right? Which doesn't exist here. So there is a difference,
Yeah.
and I think that's part of the explanation of that. I think secondly, with regard to corporate ownership in media, look, good journalism is expensive, and it costs money to do it right, and this is why sometimes the ownership structures of some of these big media companies are big corporate conglomerates or big, press barons or whatever it is. But, they get into that knowing that the end result may not be always what they want, but they understand the importance of it. And as I said earlier, that's what I've spent 35 years in newsrooms standing up to GE and AT&T, and that's what you do in these roles.
But now you're on the investment side of the equation. Do you sometimes have talks with people who potentially are interested in partnering with you, pushing a lot of money into media, who say, look, I am interested in investing in media, but I'm not quite so comfortable about investing in news because that is a more uncomfortable investment?
Listen, I think to the contrary, actually, the people who are our investors understand what you just laid out. And, news is not for the faint of heart. And I think that is where I play the role of explaining to both sides the role of the investors and the role of the newsroom. And that's actually what I'm incredibly excited about that role, because I understand both sides' needs.
One last issue to ask you about, which is big tech. We know that one of the reasons we're having this panel, that the business model of news is under severe pressure from the fact that a great deal of advertising revenue has left media organizations and headed into tech organizations. How do you feel journalism and news organizations should approach their relationship with these big tech firms? Yoshi?
Well, this is a thing that gets talked about at media conferences a lot. I understand why a lot of media owners and editors would like to get millions of pounds from tech companies. But if you think about the reason that The Guardian and The Telegraph and the Manchester Evening News were profitable originally, possible exception of The Guardian, but the reason that these newspapers were so profitable is they operated print monopolies, right? You had to advertise in the Manchester Evening News if you wanted to advertise in Manchester, and therefore the Manchester Evening News made loads of money. The logic to me of companies that have lost their monopoly on advertising, catastrophically, then trying to get money from the new companies that have got a monopoly on advertising, which will probably leave out all the rather smaller companies that don't have any sort of monopoly. That feels, I mean, fine, take the money if it's available, but I don't think it's a long-term thing for news. I don't think we should rely on it.
Nishan?
Yeah, I really disagree, Yoshi. I think that, there are many products put out there by big tech companies. So the LLMs are the most obvious example, but even Search Generative Experience, which has been launched this week by Google in the US, which actively ingest on a daily basis both training data and grounding data from journalism organizations around the world, at the moment largely in English, but soon in Portuguese and Bahasa and Hindi and other languages, to produce their products, right? And journalists, of course, are in the business of producing topical, timely facts, which is what the AI companies need to power their models. So
and aggregating from others. We've always been huge aggregators from others without paying them.
Sure, but I mean, the idea that there's no value in the business of creating that truth, which is powering the profitability of these models, I think is not right. And that's why at the International Fund, what we want to see is licensing agreements in place for this content, right? We think that'll help address some of the market failure for journalism if large, tech and AI companies are paying for the trust and the truths which journalists have created with their audiences over the years.
Jeff, what about you and Emma too? Jeff first.
Well, I mean, I think that the reality is that AI is going to change a lot of, daily journalism that can be done by a lot of people. Generic coverage of the local city council and generic news is going to be difficult in the years to come. I think what AI and all of that cannot replace is people who knock on doors and do long-form investigative work and very specific.
Jeff, just so I'm clear though, what you're describing in the first half of your answer, that would be considered a further challenge to the existing business models of news.
Well, I think there are going to be good things that come out of AI, and I think that there are going to be difficult things that come out of AI for journalism. And the reality is, you better be really specific, and you better be really important and do the kind of work that can only be done, in a parking garage in Washington, where you can get the scoop of the century that leads to the downfall of an American president, or an investigation in the Wall Street Journal that can't be done by AI. And so there is going to be challenges, but there's also going to be real upside in new, distinctive journalism.
I mean, I think given that we don't know what the lay of the land is going to be in 5-10 years, the two crucial things are for publishers is to focus, what do we do that's irreplaceable? What do we do that a machine can't do? And there's plenty there for the Wall Street Journal. And the other thing is to really focus on the relationship that you as a publisher have directly with your readers, rather than thinking that these platforms are in any way going to help or save you or kill you or whatever. It's like focus on the relationship you have with your readers and do your best within those confines.
But also focus on the relationship you have with those tech firms. Is that an open conversation you want to be having?
Well, I think we can't not talk to them, and all publishers are talking to them. But I think that we can't control them. They decided they were interested in news, and then they decided they weren't. And a lot of publishers who'd got into bed with them and were relying on them to send the traffic were left high and dry.
Well, it's been fascinating listening to all four of you. Very quickly, and I'm going to ask you to be brief, what one lesson have you learned as you've wrestled with the relevant business models in the different news organizations you've worked with? What lesson would you like to share with everyone here as something that can inform their efforts to find a business model that works? Yoshi?
I think the big thing I've learned is focus. I think in this new era of media where there are a lot of niches, and people are willing to give you money for really differentiated stuff, I think focusing on what you're really good at instead of trying to do a dozen things kind of averagely well.
I think what we've learned is that if we don't support journalism, it's hugely dangerous for democracy. And many models, especially in the global south, are not going to be commercial. Right now, just 0.3% of all foreign aid and just 6.2% of philanthropy actually goes to support media in low and middle income countries. We need to massively increase that. And we can argue about whether journalism should or shouldn't be profitable, but in many places it's not, and we need to still support it because it's a public good.
Jeff?
I've learned I think it's going to be easier to invest in journalism outside the UK.
Well, last week he said he would buy the Wall Street
I was
Journal.
kidding. I'm kidding. You know.
All right. Well,
By the way, if the Wall Street Journal is for sale, we're interested.
so you said. I know. You said,
Let's play this out now.
Spread
Is
the
it
rumor.
for sale?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
no.
okay.
But the newsroom will take what you just said and they will spread it. So you know.
I want to buy the Wall Street Journal.
There you are. Headline.
Okay.
You've put me off now. I would say that in order for journalism to survive and thrive, because we need it to think, it sounds so obvious, but I'll say it and say it again, think first and foremost about the reader, so that you're always giving them something that is worth them coming back to, or the listener or the viewer.
Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking Emma Tucker, Jeff Zucker, Nishant Lawani, and Yoshi Herman.
Well, I see, I love photography. I love being in my darkroom, but even my darkroom is a haunted place.
I've got to make sure that when they look at my pictures, if it's on a Sunday morning after breakfast, that it's going to hit them hard. There was tremendous heavy AK-47 fire.
I am so intensely honoured to be sitting here with Sir Don. He's often called the Dean of War Photography, but that's a sobriquet he vehemently dislikes because he considers every image that he took in conflict zones as anti-war images. So Don, you've said that photography is not about seeing, it's about feeling. Mm-hmm. And Harry once said that amid a fusillade of bullets, you would stop and take a light reading. So how did a man as compassionate as you keep the stone-cold composure amidst scenes of such unimaginable horror? How did you keep your composure, taking pictures when you felt so keenly?
Well, I had an obligation. I worked for a very wonderful newspaper under a great editor who allowed you to do what you wanted to do. And, but I was two people. I was always young, and I seemed to be young years ago. I was very ambitious. I loved the idea of seeing my name under my pictures. And so when I went to these places, I was a Sunday Times man. But when I got there, I was another man. I was my own man. And when I saw the suffering, I mean, I grew up in a very, it was quite a convenient for me to grow up where I did in North London. It was very poor and there was lots of violence, and I knew violence, I knew poverty, but I didn't know about education, culture, anything like that. So in a way, war for me was, I was introduced to war by Hollywood films, but no one in the films ever seemed to bleed. And I started making up my own moral kind of journey. I thought, I'm going to show what it's like to suffer. I'm going to show what it's like to have, loss. I saw families destroyed. I saw starving children. And I had children of my own that I went home to. So my commitment to... I didn't understand photojournalism, by the way. It wasn't a word we understood in England in the early 60s. And so I was in the beginning of a learning process. I had to know what the hell I was supposed to be responsible for. But I made up my mind what it was, and it was about telling the truth. Photographers in the old days when I grew up had quite a tradition of staging things. And even the most famous war photograph, the Spanish Civil War, has been under question to this day, whether it's staged or not, by Robert Capa.
Right. And that never was true of you. I want to share a photo that launched your career, actually, in 1958, which was a shot of a local gang that you used to hang out with. So let's just see that for a minute. Tell us about that picture and how you picked up a camera in the first place, really.
Well, this photograph was taken at the end of the street where I lived in North London. And these boys were involved in a gang war with another part of North London, and a policeman came that night to stop it and was killed by one of the other gang. And I just came out of the Air Force with this camera, which, by the way, I'd already pawned because I thought I've got no use for this camera. I didn't actually choose photography. I felt as if it chose me, thankfully for me. But anyway, I did this one frame, this one negative, and I took it to the Observer newspaper. And they said, did you take it? And I said, yes. And they said, would you do more? And I said, yes. And they gave me £50. And for a boy of my background, £50 was like a year's life savings. But it wasn't the money. When I saw my name under that picture, I thought, I'm going to become somebody else. I'm going to get out of this dump where I live, and I'm going to be... And I knew nothing about photography, to this day, I've taught myself everything I know about photography, but I still consider I'm a student of photography. I learn something every day.
Well, then the Observer, who really, this was imaginative of them, they sent you to cover the civil war in Cyprus, and you were 29 when you saw your first dead body, and you captured some unforgettable moments of grief. Tell me about this iconic picture, which, of course, won you your first World Press Award, this one.
Yes, because I went into the Observer one day, and the editor, Brent Campbell, said, would you consider going to Cyprus? Well, I was actually stationed in the Air Force, almost right near where this photo was taken in a town called Limassol. And I knew Limassol, and I went straight to the town, and I could hear gunfire, and I was just running around like a mad dog. I thought, I'm here, I'm in the right place. And I was with a correspondent from the Observer. He was the ecclesiastical correspondent. And he said, I've got to get out of here. I've got a dinner appointment in Nicosia. And I said, I'll get you out. And I drove him out and came back, and the Battle of Limassol began. And I thought, this is my first war, and I felt a huge obligation to get it right and stay alive.
Yeah.
But I wasn't worried about staying alive. I was so excited, I was slightly out of control, really.
Right.
I thought this is a gift. And it was so selfish of me to think of a gift in a war.
Well, it was heady for you, really, to be in the middle of this conflict and have your camera and have this assignment. Some of the pictures that I think I love most of yours sort of capture character in motion. I mean, there's always so much going on in your pictures. You can go deep into them, and they're like, movies, each one. These men in a Cypriot village are poised for battle, yet there's something, almost elegant about that natty old man sort of crouched in the corner. How did you get that picture?
Well, when I arrived, I was locked up in the jail for the night because the police said, look, this is the only safe place for you to stay. We're not going to lock you in. And I woke up in the early morning, and I couldn't hear gunfire, but I could hear birds singing. And I thought, how strange. I felt for the first time in my life, for a slightly ignorant North London boy, I'm always thinking poetry. And I thought, I'm in a war. Why is this bird singing? But you know, the thing is that if you're not aware of your own self-sensitivity, you might as well pack it in and go somewhere else and become a waiter. Mm-hmm. So I knew there was something in me that was going to make me be something special. Mm-hmm. It's very conceited for me to sit here and say this, but I made up my mind I wasn't going to be the ordinary man traveling, you know, on the underground and being like all the other people. I wanted to break out and have a life. I didn't want to throw my life away, and photography gave me a life.
Well, you know, you've always been this sort of staunch black and white photography man, and you took this incredible image of a homeless Irishman. It's just an extraordinary picture. Talk to me about creating this incredible picture. Who was this, and how did this happen?
Well, I was coming into Liverpool Street one day over the viaduct, and I looked down, I saw these people hanging around. I went straight into the Sunday Times, where I was heading anyway, and I said to the art director, Michael Rand, I would like to do something about the homeless people. And he said, well, clear off and do it. And you know, they never questioned my desires to do things. So I spent a few weeks without my camera with these people, and a man said to me, you've got to be careful, they're very dangerous. And I said, I'm okay, I can look after myself. I came from North London. So I called this man Neptune because he looks like the Roman god. He was an Irishman cast out of an institution without medication. Wow. And they threatened me. They kept, every time I did bring my camera out, they started jerking and feeling uncomfortable. But one day I saw 3 men standing asleep like horses. And they would jerk because they went off into a semi-dream and thought they were falling. Mm-hmm. In a way, my photographic life became more of a psychological journey. It wasn't just photography. I knew photography was only a word. I was journeying through another depth of humanity, and I had no education. How dare I think I have this ability to go beyond, which one photographer told me one day, at a Commonwealth Prime Minister's conference in Whitehall, he said, know your place. And I said, what place are you talking about? Mm. We were always trying to restrict ourselves, slightly uneducated people. We always thought we should stand in line. And I decided at that moment in Whitehall I was going to break that line. And I went forward.
You did. You've said, and it really sort of resonated with me, I print dark because there is darkness in me. Explain that feeling. You said, I print dark because there's darkness in me.
Yeah, well, when you go into the darkroom, because I print all my own work, when you go into the darkroom, you're alone. And all these experiences come back to you. They haunt you. They torment you. And why should I have a free life away from their suffering? You know, I'd really bully myself, and I stay in that darkroom for 7 hours. I used to. I can't do it anymore. But in a way, the story comes back to you. And let's not forget that I was sent by a newspaper thousands of miles away, and I was expected to do something and come back within a couple of weeks or something like that. But I enjoyed the challenge. I never let other people print my pictures. I didn't want them to destroy the negatives. And I've seen bad darkroom work in the old days. The English never knew anything about professional darkroom. So in my darkroom, I bully myself. And I used to listen to music, but I realized I was just depressing myself even more.
Oh, God. So, I mean, it must have been extremely difficult, in a sense, to sustain any kind of personal life in all of this foreign assignments, Don. I mean, you know, you went to so many dangerous places. To have a personal life must have been really difficult. I mean, 4 marriages. There's been a lot of turbulence, right, in the Don McCullum personal life, which I would imagine is somewhat the toll of this work.
I don't want to be cozy today talking to you. I want to tell you that when you're young and ambitious, you would do anything. If someone said to me, jump into that furnace, I would have done it, particularly for Harold Evans. You know, he was the most persuasive man, you know, but he respected what you did, and, you know, we'd go that last kind of mile for him. But yes, I did a lot of stupid things in my life, and I suffered a bit, which I think was okay, because, you know, I lie in hospital bed thinking, why am I in this bed? I remember lying in the hospital in Phnom Penh, and a man brought my breakfast every morning because I'd been hit with a shell the night before. And he was trying to teach me French, and he kept saying, oh, comforteur de beurre, and I thought, what the hell is he talking about? I've always tried to be jolly, but there's one side of me that's really, really very deep. And,
yeah, clearly from the work. I think your most iconic war image may have been the 1968 photo of the Marine in Vietnam, not in motion, but frozen with shell shock. I mean, he's a human sort of monument. He's a monument. He hardly looks like a human being. Tell us about that picture, John, because how did you see it, know it was there, and take this image?
I actually hate this picture because it gets talked about too much.
Right.
And
sorry, but
this particular man's still alive, and a friend of mine who works, Anthony Lloyd, who works with the Sunday Times, who works with the Times, tracked his family down, and they said to him, he doesn't want nothing to do with you. But, I mean, he was suffering from shell shock. He'd been through all that battle. By the way, that battle, I arrived a week late, and it was tailor-made for me, this battle. Every time I pointed my camera, I saw another amazing image. I saw men dying in front of me, and it was I came away from that battle emotionally drained, and I remember getting in the shower at Da Nang, the press center, and having a shower and taking all my clothes off, which I hadn't taken off for 2 weeks, and threw them straight into the bin. And I was never more alone, never more in pain, and yet there was no blood coming from me. But it taught me a lesson, the battle. And then I started thinking, why am I concentrating on soldiers and military? This is kind of almost like a propaganda exercise for the military. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't until I got my head firmly fixed in the Biafran War and other wars, I realized it was women and children that were picking up the bill.
Well, let's look at this extraordinary picture of the Biafran child trying to nurse at the breast of the starving mother, which is a harrowing picture to look at. Tell me about this scene. Do we have that picture of the Biafran child there? Yes.
It's a terrible, indulgent thing to say, but I think this is more like a picture of the Madonna and child. It's almost it's almost too close to kind of iconic. And there was some writing on the back of that wall. And when I had wonderful eyes when I was young, I took this picture, 1968. And by the way, this woman isn't 60 years old, she's 24 years old. And that woman would never have survived. There were 800 dying people in this camp, this old school building. But in the background, where the other person's sitting, there was some scribbling on the wall. And I thought, after I take this picture, I'm going to go down and I read the thing on the wall, and it said, today I am reborn, because the Igbos were Christians. Mm-hmm. And I thought, why am I here, you know? It was insane, really. All wars are insane. Mm-hmm. But we have, by the way, when I'm in these places, I would forget about my Sunday Times commitment, my contract, my agreement to bring back these pictures. I was lost. I was adrift. I was out of control, you know. And it's not until you come home and you came back to your own society that you think about that. And you were sitting in someone's house having supper and talking, and you felt, I don't belong at this table. I don't belong in this social. And I was in a bad state, really.
Yeah, no, I can imagine that trying to adjust after seeing these images. You know, Harry once wrote that Israeli soldiers were seen to touch your jacket for good luck because you got through all these situations and actually, you know, you survived. So which of those situations that you were in made you feel that you might not make it out?
Say that just
Which of the situations that you were in these danger zones, made you feel you might not get out, the most dangerous to you personally?
Okay, that's very easy to answer that question. It wasn't to do with the war as much as I was in Uganda during Idi Amin's reign, and there was a man called David Holden who left, and he was more of somebody else than a Sunday Times reporter. It's another story anyway, and he was later murdered outside of Cairo. Our profession is very strange because a lot of people infiltrate our lives, our media lives, and they're not always genuine people. So he fled, and a couple of days later I realized why he fled, because he knew there was a coup coming across the Tanzania border. And that night, Idi went mad, and I was grabbed with 4 other journalists and taken to the military prison. And the first thing we got was a good evening indoctrination by a good hiding and whipping and kicking, and put into what they called the VIP cells. And a man came in and kicked another man to death in front of us. Not one man, a group, by the way. And each morning, we'd see this bloodied truck leaving for the Nile. And they were killing people each night. And I thought, if I'm in this prison, and I was sleeping in a blood-stained mattress, and I never slept, by the way, and I thought, I'm never going to get out of here. But 4 days later, I was with a man called Sandy Gore from ITV and another Reuters man, and we were released. And I thought, how did I get away with that? And by the way,
just a capricious sort of release?
Yes. What I'm really getting at here is I'm talking about myself as if it's all about me. It wasn't about me, it was about circumstances, and I don't want to come across as whinging about, the good days and the bad days. There were lots of bad days. Life hasn't been totally unkind to me. So, being a newspaper man, because I was never a journalist, photographers are always considered slightly second-rate people on the newspaper world. Once I was with a journalist, and he introduced me to somebody else. Have you met my photographer? And afterwards, when we were alone, I said, by the way, I'm not your photographer. I belong to... So...
No, my photographer. So condescending. Well, and of course, Harry was a passionate supporter of photojournalism. And, I mean, when I look back at the way your pictures were used in the Sunday Times, I mean, they were glorious. Frankly, the spreads, the layouts, the covers, the spread after spread of these incredible imageries. I mean, people just don't sort of see pictures laid out like that, really, then. I mean, is it possible now, do you think, for a photojournalist to sort of have the kind of impact that you did without this kind of outlet which is powerful and understands presentation?
It's the best question you've asked me today, because I think
Sorry.
I think photojournalism is dead, actually, because I'm so sick and tired. And I think the editors of our newspapers today have an obligation to give us real news. They give us fantasy. We see film stars, we see fashion, we see food all the time. There are some people in the world who can't get a meal. So I can predict every weekend the magazines will show me, Mick Jagger or some of Beckham's and people and Olivers who cook food. I'm tired of that. I want news. I want truth.
Yes.
And what we did at the Sunday Times was quite incredible. There was always a tradition in England never to show dead bodies, and why should we anyway, I have to say? Or we wouldn't show that kind of suffering, And what we've seen in Gaza lately, I mean, I could go to Gaza with my eyes blindfolded and come away with extraordinary images. The man we saw today here, I was looking at his body language, and he's been injured, this man. I admire. It was the same in the Aleppo war. We were relying upon people with mobile phones. They're risking their lives, these people, to bring. And we don't want to see our newspapers covered in blood and guts every day of the week, but I would like to see a lot more information coming out of it. And I think the editors are kind of slightly shying away from offending the public, really.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was always the great question, really, was, were there ever pictures that collectively, or you yourself felt at the Sunday Times, we can't show that image, it's too graphic?
Well, you can. I get on a train sometimes to come to London, which I really hate. And I'm the only person on that train reading a newspaper. It's amazing. I don't have a mobile phone, and I don't do computers. I don't know how to do computers. I've kept my own world. But the thing about me at the Sunday Times, I think I was overindulged with the layer. One day I went to Cuba, and I came back, and they laid out 18 pages of my pictures, and I thought it was totally over the top. But, you know, the one thing about the Sunday Times is it gave me a life, it gave me a reputation, which I'm slightly uncomfortable about, really. I mean, I don't really want to be known for taking pictures of other people's deaths and suffering. I've done it, but I don't feel morally happy about it. I went too far, I think, really.
Well, I think that we all feel that you bore witness, you brought it home, and you made us care, and you made us
It was a waste of time. Every time there is a war, there is another war waiting in the wings. Believe me, I'll be dead in a couple of years' time, but I know that as one war is finished, another is following. And so did I do any good, or did we do any good in, you know, I'm talking in a totally defeatist way now, but I've overindulged my kind of life, and has it been worth it?
Well, you know, we heard today from Motaz, who actually had sentiments very much like what you're expressing. He was asked, you know...
It was his war, though. It was his...
Yeah, but he also said, I feel it's been a way, you know, why? It's like I took all these pictures, I thought they might make a difference, but actually, of course, all you can do is bear the witness, and you may not see that outcome instantly, but you are making us care and feel, and it does influence, I think, how people see it.
Best thing I ever did in my photographic life, I think, was the journeys I made independently without Sunday Times commissions. At weekends, I'd go off to Bradford, and the northern part of England have always been underspoken for. The people who live in the north of England, they've almost racially been treated very badly, and definitely unjustly. I would go to Bradford and walk the streets and see the poverty there in Liverpool and countries. And as a young man, I worked on a train when I was 15 years of age, washing up dishes in the dining car, and I would see those satanic cities at the age of 15. So I was very sensitive about the injustices that went on in England. The people in the north of England, without ranting, they were the backbone of this country. They've never been rewarded, and to this day they've been ignored. But photographically, I mean, what is photography? It's a bit of an excuse in a way for me to have a great life at other people's expenses. And if they don't get published, these pictures, as we see today, you know, are we doing justice to the public?
Mm-hmm. Well, of course, you know, 40 years ago now, you've really transitioned to photographing landscapes and ruins, and, you know, to make that transition from the crazy violence that you saw and the pain and suffering, you've now, you know, these new images are so incredibly serene. Talk about that internal journey. I mean, was this your way of putting that period of your life that was so turbulent behind you and consciously saying, I'm going to photograph?
Can I say something really shocking about this picture?
Yeah.
When you photograph a marble statue, which is white, you can't focus. So when the attendant in that museum wasn't looking, I put my credit card on her thigh. So I could focus my own credit card to get the picture shot. There is joy in me, but, you know, this is where I live in Somerset, the village. It's what they call a dew pond. And these landscapes, they've helped to kind of cure I've never been a depressive person, but I do have lingering darkness, and these, just standing in the English countryside on a great day, it gives you back something, and it doesn't cost anything, and you're not stealing anything, as I've done all my life. I've been stealing other people's suffering with my camera, and it's brought me a certain amount of recognition, which I feel deeply uncomfortable about. And I've made mistakes, and, you know, we have to make mistakes, but this is a way of correcting my mistakes. I'm trying to give back something that you can actually look at without feeling uncomfortable.
And is it a kind of therapy, really, for you to do this?
Sorry?
Is it a kind of therapy for you personally as well?
It's a funny old word, therapy, but I suppose it's acceptable, really. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
I love photographing. Strange enough, I love photographing. I'm doing, my last book is on the Roman figures of the Roman Empire, But the Romans are the cruelest people in the world. So once again, I've put my foot straight back.
It's true.
I've trod on the punch stick. Yeah.
So you've said, which I loved what you said when you said, I have sentenced myself to peace. Have you found a measure of peace, Don?
I'm tortured by the political world we live in. There's no way of me not. There's nothing. I don't know what's going on in Ukraine and Gaza and Bangladesh and all those other countries. I'm never going to be free of conscience. And I'm never going to be free of thinking, you know, why is it them and not me? Mm-hmm. So I live a nice life in the country. I hate coming to London.
Thank you.
I'm going to give up my photography this year because I've been inhaling the chemistry of the darkroom for the last 60 years. And I want to tell you something. Just before I left the Air Force, the Royal Air Force, I did 2 years. I failed my trade test to become a photographer. I think that's enough said today, don't you?
I think so too. Well, Don, we thank you so much for your humanity, your sacrifices, the searing talent of your art. No one deserves more than you the title of truth teller. And we really honor you here today because you are really our greatest living, certainly of conflict photography, and perhaps the greatest living photographer in
Well,
England.
I'm a step away from the old people's home.
I think not. Thank you so much, Don. Absolutely great. Yes. Let me see. Let's go out this way. Watch out, watch out. Wow, that was incredible, those pictures. So now a special announcement. With Don McCullon's images burning in our minds, we have news of an important new initiative for the Sir Harry Evans Memorial Fund. Photojournalism, as you heard, was a central passion to Harry's life as an editor. Of his 17 books, 6 of them were about news photography and its ethics. His 1978 book, Pictures on a Page, remains the definitive study on the creation and presentation of powerful pictures. Harry was one of the first trustees of London's Photographers Gallery, and for his decades of publishing breakthrough photojournalism and writing and teaching on the topic, he received the Hood Medal of the Royal Photographic Society and a Lifetime Achievement Award from the International Centre of Photography. So it's our deepest pleasure to announce the annual Sir Harry Evans Global Fellowship in Photojournalism, thanks to the personal generosity of David Thompson, Chairman of Thomson Reuters. So, you know, one of the many bonds that Harry and David shared in their treasured friendship was this love of photojournalism and an appreciation that its immediacy and raw power can ingrain an image for a lifetime. David has curated 3 distinguished books of photography from his own superb collection, and a number of his close friends are world-leading conflict photographers. It was one of the most elating phone calls I have ever received when he contacted me out of the blue last year and said, let's launch a photojournalism fellowship in Harry's name. At a time when the outlets for real photojournalism disappear every day, and it is so hard for young photographers to get bold assignments, such as the assignments that Don was sent on, and earn a living doing it, this fellowship is going to be transformational for whichever lucky young talent is awarded the fellowship. So help us spread the word that it's coming. The new fellowship will be awarded after a competitive application process. Applicants will propose a compelling visual project that will be published in a double footprint by both Reuters and the Thomson Organization's Globe and Mail, Canada's most influential newspaper. We couldn't be more thrilled that Sir Don McCullon has agreed to be one of the judges selecting our inaugural fellow. What an extraordinary honor for us and for that winning candidate. Reuters, of course, is a stellar place to launch a photographic career. It has a global pool of 600 staff and contract photojournalists, and last week they won the Pulitzer Prize for breaking news photography, with an entry from Israel and Gaza that included the work of 9 photographers. The powerful image behind me was taken by the brave and brilliant Palestinian photographer for Reuters, Mohammed Salem, one of their many outstanding talents who practice unbiased journalism on both sides of the conflict. To see more of his work, I do urge you to go and see the incredible exhibit that Reuters has upstairs. It's just an incredible thing to see the layout of these pictures. And as for Canada's Globe and Mail, it's a powerhouse in pictures, thanks to the galvanizing editorship of David Wormsley. They recently launched a network of 50 up-and-coming photographers brought on and supported throughout the year, with work with established veterans to tell stories that otherwise go unseen. The Globe actually now competes at the highest levels internationally. The Italian-British photographer Sigrid Medolo won the Visa d'Or Prize at Perpignan this year for his incredible essay that the Globe and Mail published on the killing fields of Myanmar. At the end of the project, Durham University will partner with us in an exhibit of the fellows' work. And all details of this new fellowship will be shared on the Truth Tellers website when they're all fully ready. Not quite yet, but it will soon, so stay tuned. After such a thrilling morning, and it has really been thrilling with sitting there with Don, I mean, something I shall remember forever, we all have a lot to talk about over lunch, which will be served in Florence Hall, where the coffee break took place. And early career journalists taking part in the Bootstrappers Mentoring Lunch, where we have paired all the sort of young rising talent attending today with a veteran leader in the industry, the people you've seen on stage. They're going to have their own mentoring lunch in the Wren room on the 6th floor, which I think is going to be an incredible hubbub of creativity and excitement about tomorrow's talent. So we'll see you back here in an hour, and thank you for this morning. Thank you.
still got my channel coming down the Zoom call channel. The BBC is getting this. your mic is on. If you're talking, we can't hear you, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh, I can hear you now. I can hear myself again. Excellent, and I can hear you. No, we're not. We've still got myself coming back on that channel. Very possibly. That music is fine. Nothing. Two. Hello. We've got it. We've got it. We've got it. We've got it. Thank you. Bye.
no, not you. Here, you're fine. You're fine.
So this is fine.
I could see well. I was doing this.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. If I could ask you to take your seats, the programme is about to begin.
The humble postcode, a set of numbers and letters that hold a lot of power. Power to change lives, neighbourhoods and communities both near and far. At the Postcode Lottery Group, we've made it our mission to raise as many funds as possible to help create a better society and support all those fighting for truth and strengthening democracy. Our goal is to turn every home's postcode into a ticket for good, so everyone has the chance to win prizes with their neighbours and contribute to a fair, free and informed world where human rights are respected. To date, we have raised over 13.5 billion euros.
Our organisation loves fundraising. That's what we are all about.
Last year alone, we donated more than 900 million euros to a wide range of charities. With millions of postcodes, these humble numbers and letters have the power to transform lives.
It's all about changing the world for the better. And to do that, you have to empower organizations to take risks. The incredibly inspiring spirit and collegiate discussions going on here today make a deep impression on me. Leading the People's Postcode Lottery Group is a journey fueled by opportunities. Opportunities to make a difference, to encourage resilience, and to help inspire change. As a fundraiser, we proudly give long-term support to courageous and groundbreaking organizations such as Human Rights Watch, Bellingcat, Thomson Reuters Foundation, Reporters Without Borders, International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, Lighthouse Reports, and many others present in this room. Your relentless pursuit of truth and press freedom serves as a shining beacon of hope in our often fractured world. Our team, spread over 5 European countries, is driven by shared ideals and a profound commitment to philanthropy. And we share the unshakable belief in the importance of press freedom. Over 3 decades, we have witnessed the transformative power and impact of grassroots movements and international NGOs. And with every lottery ticket sold, we foster a sense of solidarity and contribute to meaningful changes in society. After all, philanthropy means love for humanity. The dedication and bravery exhibited by journalists like you are truly commendable. Your unwavering pursuit of truth, often in the face of considerable adversity, is hugely inspiring. Your invaluable work will continue to light our way towards a fairer future for all. And as we move forward, the Postcode Lottery Group remains committed to being a force for good and stands firmly behind the organizations dedicated to press freedom. So it's truly an honor to be here. Thank you for having me, Tina.
I knew I would be released sooner or later. Either that or I would be quietly done away with in some obscure cell.
Even within Nigeria, we'll see the end, we'll terminate this vicious cycle of dictatorship in a very short time.
You cannot sit down and say you're writing a poem when next door somebody is being raped or violated in some way. You can write about it afterwards, but you know you're compelled to take action at that point, or you cease to be a human being.
Welcome to Wole Soyinka, and hello to everyone, whether you're in the room or watching on the live stream. I'm Michelle Hussein from the BBC, and it's my privilege to be here with Wole Soyinka, someone who has embodied so much of the spirit in which we gather today. And thank you, Tina, for bringing us all together. Wole has embodied it in his life and work, in his actions, as well as his writing. So it's a pleasure to be with you. You are approaching, Wole, a very special milestone, which is your 90th birthday next month.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
And there are two films being made about Wole Soyinka in this year, but I wonder if we could begin with going right back to the Nigeria under British colonial rule in which you grew up. You were born in 1934. Your mother called you the questioner, I think, which is very much in line with the spirit of this summit. What were you questioning?
Yeah, that was one of the nicer things she called me. She called me I questioned everything. I used the word curious. I was a very curious child. I remained a curious person, you know. I just want to see. Not as bad as those who walk past a workplace and they see do not touch and they touch. No, it wasn't that bad, but it was pretty close. Everything.
I think, but paint a picture of the society and the environment, because, as I said, it's British colonial rule at the time, but where you grew up in Western Nigeria, you had local traditions, you had the influence of Christianity, your father was a teacher. It seems to me it was an unusual household, like a focal point for the community.
It was unusual, and unusual in the sense, in a comparative sense. We lived in a Christian compound, a parsonage it was called, but next door there was a Muslim community, family at least. There was a mosque somewhere there. On the other side there was the traditional healer. In fact, next to my mother's shop, she kept a little small commodity shop. And I used to listen to the incantations of the traditional healer, the diviner. And all these various religions seem to have no problem living with one another, well, compared to what's happening today.
Yes.
That's what is depressing.
And actually we should probably reflect on that a little bit immediately, because I'm conscious that it's 10 years this year since the Chibok schoolgirls were taken from their boarding school, and about 100 of them, their fate is still unknown. When would you say that strand of extremism, fundamentalism started to develop in your country?
It's the disease of the world which has come to infect our society as well. And in fact, not just Nigeria, but swathes of the West African, just south of the Sahel, and parts of East Africa as well. And it seems to apply to all religions, but of course, more spectacularly and tragically in the case of the Islamic fundamentalists. All this fundamentalism everywhere, but those who believe in the violent aspect, they unfortunately seem to attach more to one religion. That happens to be a fact. Many people don't like to hear it, but it is the truth. It is what we experience. And the cause of it, of course, includes even political ambition. Because even if something is within society, the opportunists, the political opportunists, then mobilize and utilize and maximize the differences. And before you know where you are, neighbors are at one another's throat.
So in your childhood, in your youth, were you brought up religious? Do you think some of the activism that characterized your later life stems directly from the environment in which you grew up?
Well, let's put it this way. I sometimes suspect that our own traditional beliefs, one can expatiate on that for a long time, but that structure of beliefs of understanding phenomena, and which means also understanding your different next-door neighbor, sort of mediated between these two arrogant religions, Christianity and Islam, and sort of created a kind of level ground of community existence. I think that is what has become missing in most parts of the world. They have no arbitrating, effective, traditional systems of spirituality which have survived the powerful onslaught of these so-called world religions.
You then came to study here in the UK, in England, and then you went back to Nigeria just at the point that it was becoming independent in 1916. It was not long after that you had your first spell in prison, which was then followed by a second one during the Civil War. What did you find when you first came back to Nigeria? Because it should be a moment of so much positive change. The colonial rule is over, you're in a new era. Did you find yourself immediately disappointed?
Well, let's put it this way, that actually coming outside your country teaches you sometimes, paradoxically, a lot more about your country because you're making comparison, and therefore you're recollecting certain factors, certain characteristics of your society, and you're beginning to examine those in relation to the environment in which you find yourself. But also, this also applies to politics. The front line nationalists, for instance, who won independence for us, they came here actually to negotiate. We were students here. We watched them. And it became apparent that some of them, in fact most of them, couldn't wait to step into the imperial boots of the departing imperators. And so you began to question, the questioner again, just what would independence mean if those who are leading are going to behave just like those we've thrown out? Then what is the meaning of liberation? What's the meaning of independence? And so I can reveal to you that as students we thought our entire direction for the future was to go down south and liberate South Africa.
Yes, that was the big focus. And then you realized that closer to home, indeed in your own country, there was another battle to fight.
We said charity begins at home, because we saw the danger within. But believe me, when we were studying here, I used to come down from Leeds, others from Manchester, Bristol. We'd be porters during Christmas, we're distributing mail, railway station. We used to meet and talk a lot, politics, of course. And so we were able to encounter our leaders actually going around, interacting with us, interacting with our British people, see how they behave. And we learned a lot from that.
What did you learn in particular from that time that you were in prison? And I mean the 2-year period, which you spent almost completely in solitary confinement. You managed to write, I think, despite not being allowed to read or write anything. You found a way to do it.
Sorry, you're talking about when I was...
In prison in the 60s.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, I have come to the conclusion that prison is a great university. You learn but a very fast one. You really fast. Of course, the first thing you want to do is to maintain your sanity, to retain your identity as a human being, to make sure that you're not rubbished, and you improvise a lot. You learn to improvise. It's one of the best ways of learning. You know, just improvisation, just like in theaters, you know. And so, when I was deprived writing material and reading material, I realized what the purpose was, to break my mind. And so, that was the first target, to find ways and means of preventing that. And eventually, I was able to have books smuggled in, because they took all my books, as I told you. Related to the trustee, you know, some way. And one at a time, he would get a book. I told him where it was stored, get a book out, and after reading it, I would write between the lines. And also, toilet paper can be more useful than just the purpose it's meant for.
It formed the basis. Your writing in that time formed the basis of the book you wrote, The Man Died.
Yes.
The title comes from a case you were following. There was a man who died.
Yeah, it came from one of those brutalities of the military. He was a journalist, I can't even remember. Anyway, he was finally beaten to death. He died from his wounds when he was maltreated. But when I fled, I kept in touch indirectly with him and with some of his friends. And we had done everything to get him out before I left. And so while I was in exile, I got this cryptic telegram, the man died. And that's when I began to...
Yes. And you also, you had a friend, actually, in the 80s, an investigative journalist, Delegiwa, who was also targeted and killed for doing his job. Which tells us something about the decades of struggle you've experienced, 60s, 70s, 80s, even in the 90s when you were forced into exile. Tell us about Delegiwa and what he was working on.
was a friend, a colleague, a very bold journalist, real investigative journalist. And he was blown to pieces. He was sitting in his room, and in his sitting room, and a motorcyclist came with a parcel and delivered it to him. There was also a journalist with him that day, another journalist, who happened to bear the same name as I do, Shoyinka, but no relation, whatever. And he opened the envelope, and as he opened it, he said, "Oh, this must be from the president." And those were his last words before he was blown up. He died actually on his way to the hospital. We did everything to actually pursue the circumstances of his death. Even I remember announcing a prize, an award, a reward for anybody who gave us the necessary clues. We followed so many leads, but till today, that mystery remains an unsolved murder. But he died in the course of duty.
Yeah. Well, it's a reminder of so much of what we've been talking about today in the very present day challenges and indeed journalists being killed right now. Take us right to the present day. When you see so many of your fellow Africans dying in some cases, certainly risking death to come to Europe, what goes through your mind?
Are you talking about the migrants?
Migration, yeah.
Going through the desert, going through... what I see is a monumental human failure to begin with. And then I see a kind of indifference, an alienation of leadership, political leadership on both sides. First of all, they should not be taking those risks. If they were fulfilled, if the circumstances were such that they could find self-fulfillment, even at the most basic level, they wouldn't be taking risks, crossing the desert, ending up at the bottom of the Mediterranean Sea. Then, of course, what I call the host, the unwilling, graceless host countries, who have not sat down with the leaders of the donating nations and said, this is an issue that concerns us also. Because why are they leaving? It's not just the failure of immediate leadership, it's also because of the historical circumstances that led to the poverty of material, of development, etc., etc. So the colonizing nations also have a huge burden of debt and culpability in this. And I cannot understand why the two sides of leadership cannot recognize this as a major issue that requires a summit at the most productive, pragmatic level, not just theorizing across the table. One or two efforts I know were made to have this kind of conference, but it just petered out. Instead, what the receiving nations did was strengthen their patrol boats, their border guards, create the most unbelievable kind of special arrangement whereby they're negotiating with African leaders for holding pens. Britain is one of them. I think it's negotiating with Rwanda to send migrants over there.
Well,
I don't
it's agreed
understand
it.
that.
It's agreed it with Rwanda.
Sorry?
It has agreed it, not just negotiated. There's a treaty to that effect. Do you think Rwanda shouldn't be doing that? Do you think Rwanda should not be acting as a
Rwanda should have refused. Yeah, it's one thing. I admire the recovery of Rwanda. I think the president, Kagame, whom I know personally, is a man of vision and so on. But this is one horrendous error, in my view. Rwanda should never have accepted. Should have said, look, you are human beings, you run an organized society, you're a well-developed place. Let's solve this thing in another way. And I do not believe that this is beyond solution.
I want to turn to one other very underreported, if not completely under the radar to many journalists, certainly in Europe and the United States, and that is Russia's actions, particularly through the Wagner Group in the Sahel region, which I know you talked about earlier this year. What is happening that everyone watching should be conscious of?
Well, the Russians have been there for quite a while, always in denial. I think one of the early attractions was the discovery of uranium north of my country, I think in Mali, that whole area. And when we realized that there was a surrogate Russian government operating in the Sahel, along the Sahel, and also down south, Mozambique, the eastern and central countries, we spoke to our leaders and said, well, if they've come to trade, there's no problem, it's free trade zone. But are you sure that there's not a new scramble for Africa going on? Now, this is part of the problem where truth calling, becomes problematic. You have this issue of the yet unfinished Cold War, the Eastern Bloc, the Western Bloc. Along the way, owing to the experience of the colonized nations, one side appears to be on the side, or at least acted in favor of the liberation of colonies. That section was largely the Eastern Bloc. And it's very difficult to get our leaders to understand that the Russia of those days is not, the Soviet Union of those days is not the Russia of today. Putin, I don't know where he came from, but he certainly wasn't part of the kind of leadership we relied on to enable us to throw out the Portuguese, the British, even the neo-colonial forces from other parts, the French, and so on. No, it's not the same. What you have is a feudalist throwback, regime. We had our own problem of secession, the Biafran War. It's difficult for me to accept the fact that one would be against colonialism from the West. One would be against the civil war, which tore up Nigeria because a section which was violated decided to opt for autonomy, and yet say that it's all right for Russia to attempt to reabsorb Ukraine, and with such violent means. And today, 21st century. Now, when you make that kind of statement, they say, oh yes, you are a Western imperialism stooge. That's where this issue of truth comes in. It defies logic, that kind of approach. It defies even human empathy, because people have already predispositioned and have categorized, have labeled the rest of the world, and you are supposed to assume that this is a static condition, that it doesn't change.
Wole Soyinka, there is so much more we could talk to you about, but it is good to see that the questioning with which you began your life is very much still a part of it today. Happy birthday for next month. Thank you so much for being with us today.
You're welcome.
I think I'm hit.
Okay, yeah.
My cameraman has been hit. We've also seen tear gas being used. Here we go, they're moving through again.
They don't have another reason why they shoot, and they know we are journalists.
The Office of the Associated Press, as its staff made instant decisions about what they needed to salvage to keep on working.
This is the moment an Israeli tank shell struck a group of journalists. The strikes killed Reuters journalist Issam Abdallah and wounded 6 other reporters.
Good way of illustrating.
So safety. Safety is possibly the single biggest challenges that are facing newsrooms today. And that includes safety of the sort that we saw there, safety on the ground in conflict zones, but also with urban protests, political rallies, climate disasters, pandemics. And also safety extends not just to people on the ground these days, but it extends also to the people in the newsroom who are editing, receiving, looking through, fact-checking a lot of the images and the information that come into the newsroom. And also it doesn't just cover physical safety, but it covers psychological safety and psychological dangers and how we can mitigate those. So, increasingly we are sort of in safety situations or in risk situations, we are assessing the danger to the journalist, but increasingly the danger to the human being as well. So we're going to talk about how these risks can be mitigated and how newsrooms and editors and then reporters on the ground can mitigate these risks and in conflict zones and beyond. So we have a star-studded panel here of very experienced journalists. Immediately to my left is Eli Brakea, who is a senior cameraman with Al Jazeera based in Beirut. Ingrid Formanek, CNN executive producer, who's covered almost every war, every conflict, and natural disaster of the past 30 years, from the first Gulf War, including most recently to the recent conflict. Then we have Jeremy Bowen, of course, international star. Everybody here knows him. BBC's international editor, also another veteran frontline correspondent. And Bruce Shapiro, who heads the DART Center. For those of you who don't know the DART Center, it has specialized in trying to mitigate both these physical and psychological impacts of high-risk reporting. So, Jeremy, I'd like to start with you, because earlier today we heard a lot about the dangers and the risks and the horror of reporting in Gaza. You, since the conflict began, have been to Israel several times. You were based in Jerusalem for many years. Can you tell us a little bit about the dangers, physical, emotional, of reporting in Israel as well?
Yeah, and of course we're reporting out of Israel because we can't get into Gaza, though we have tried very hard. Physical dangers, negligible, I'd say, unless you were to go to the West Bank and get involved with some IDF operation or airstrike, or with some of the lawless settlers armed who are there. Minimal physical threat other than that. I think that there is certainly a lot of mental pressure because, I mean, for example, it turns out that quite a lot of people in Israel watch the BBC, and I quite often get people stopping me in the street, or if we're out filming, giving me a piece of their mind, sometimes politely, sometimes not, about different ways in which we're going wrong. I've been accused of anti-Semitism more times than I've had hot dinners. And pressure too from social media. If you look at that, I mean, to be honest, I post virtually nothing these days on my X account, because when I look back at it, it just exposes a seam of malice. So I don't really bother with that. But there's certainly, and there's the pressure you get, which is part of the job. I'm not complaining about this, I'm just observing and answering your question. There's a distinct pressure in knowing that everybody's watching everything you do, and every word counts. And people on both sides want to find ways of showing that you're biased, because what they crave more than anything is not impartial journalism, and I do think the word impartial is important. They want an acknowledgement of their victimhood. They want support, they want cheerleading, basically. And that's not our job. You know, it is absolutely not our job to do that. So yeah, you have to navigate through all of this. And one more thing I'd mention is, of course, you know, issues of access. The Israelis gave us a lot of access, or fair access, I'd say, to the border communities that Hamas attacked. I got to Gaza, I was in Ukraine when it started. I got to Gaza, Israel, and the outskirts of Gaza a day or two later. And we had good access to some of those border communities that were attacked. They were still taking out the bodies. One case, there was still fighting going on. And why? Because the Israelis wanted us to see what was there. And we have to conclude that the reason they don't let us in, also the Egyptians, is because there's stuff there they don't want us to see.
So you, second question for you, you know, not to throw your age in your face, but I mean, you've been doing this for a while. You know, in 1989, you covered the civil war in El Salvador. When you think back about when you covered that in 1989 and how prepared you were then, both physically and emotionally, and think forward to how you now go into conflict situation. What's the difference?
Well, it's like a different world. I mean, 1989, we didn't have flak jackets. The idea was you'd look like a soldier and you get shot. In El Salvador, the local journalists who were there had this custom, which I found really alarming, of waving a white flag if they wanted to cross a road during street fighting, shout out periodista, journalist in Spanish, and not run but walk across the road. In the hotel, I thought I'll get a bed sheet, I'll get a pillowcase from the hotel as a white flag. I realized in the hotel, the Cabino Royale, where all the journalists stayed, all the bed linen was yellow, because so much had been stolen by journalists. But, so, I mean, I thought when I was packing, I was based in Washington, I thought, well, I'll bring my trainers, because I might be doing some running. That was about it. I didn't have a Band-Aid, let alone a first aid kit. Now, fast forward many years, the whole health and safety thing has grown no end. And, you know, everybody going there now has various kinds of hostile environments training. We have thousands and thousands of pounds worth of safety equipment, bulletproof Land Cruisers, state-of-the-art flak jackets. We've all got first aid training. If you suddenly had a sucking chest wound, I could help.
I'm so glad to know that.
Yeah, and also a certain amount of psychological support, people ringing up afterwards and saying, are you okay? And that sort of thing. Back when I started, you know, nobody spoke about these things. Nobody spoke about these things because, I don't know, it just wasn't on the agenda.
I mean, Ingrid, you know, you've covered many conflicts, and you have been in a situation to lead others who have been, you know, covering conflicts. And of course, these measures that Jeremy's talking about, many of us, you know, working for mainstream news organizations with a lot of resources for safety, we carry them out and we have them. But of course, then on the ground, things can change, situations can change. How do you handle that situation that can occur even if you're super, super prepared, both physically and in terms of equipment?
Let me step back a bit, because you talked about the flak jackets and sometimes armored cars, if you're part of a news organization that has the resources to support that, training, and let's not think that everybody has that. There's a lot of freelancers, a lot of local journalists, or international journalists, as they're also known, who don't have that. But even if you have that, it only gives you X amount of protection. Does it give you a false sense of security? Sometimes it can. However, you go to places where a flak jacket, armored car, doesn't do you any good. You go to authoritarian regimes.
Yeah, Iraq, Baghdad.
Iraq, where you go to China, you go to Russia, you're watched. There are places where people are fearful of speaking. There are people who, if you approach them, will be frozen. In Ethiopia, for example, you can't walk up to a person on the street with a camera and a microphone. In one given day, out of 30 people, one spoke to us. She was an American Ethiopian citizen. She had protection. So all this stuff is great that we have, and it's a huge difference, as you say. You know, you had sneakers. Some of us had,
yeah, Nikes are a good pair. Yeah.
You probably had some vodka too. But anyway, so
you could buy it locally, didn't you?
Fortify you. No, but it's a very serious thing. So we can't always rely on this. But when you go into a place, and all places are different, like we just mentioned, safety has to be balanced with editorial. And you're there to get a story, and you're very cognizant of this. But, you know, I'm also cognizant of the fact that Jeremy is really keen to go down that road. Does he really want to go down that road? The road is empty. Everybody's going in the other direction. But you have to make sure that you have not only the physical attributes, what it takes to do the job, but you also need to know your environment, what it implies, who the authorities are, and then what we call local journalists or international journalists. Who are these people? Very often we meet a driver for the first time. Can he drive? Well, I can jump in. But if you speak a language that I don't, or if you're a local journalist and I need to hire you to help me, because they are our eyes and ears. Let's be honest, without local journalists, international journalists, we would be nothing. And hats off to them. But how do you gauge them? And then there's states who will put people in front of you to see if they can, you know, grab you in and influence your thinking, influence your reporting. So it's a very, very complex issue. It's not just as easy as, got an armored car, which is great, which, by the way, the first Chechnya war, the Russian soldiers wanted to test our armored cars with their tanks. So we had to dissuade them from doing that.
But so let me push you on that. So when that situation that you've prepared for kind of is not exactly the situation that you thought you were going to have. What goes through your mind? Tell us sort of your thought process for yourself, but also for those who are with you or those who you are directing somehow.
Obviously, survival and protection and making it out is your primary concern. It's instinct more than anything else. So you obviously switch from trying to get a story to survive. We had a recent example. I mean, you've had most recent examples. But we're in Afghanistan shortly after the fall of Kabul to the Taliban, and we're driving in. We're wearing the things and trying to fit in and being quiet and in clapped-out cars. You get nabbed in ISIS-K territory. The next thing I know, my colleagues in the clapped-out taxi behind me are thrown into a pickup truck, driven down the road. What do you do? Yeah, I've got a hell of a good story maybe down the road someplace else, but you got to worry about saving these people's lives and make sure that they don't get taken. So your priorities get switched. And then there's the guy who we met for the first time on the border, half an hour earlier, who we're supposed to trust to get us to Kabul. Now, my concern is him because he's scared to death, probably even more than we are, because he's got pressure on him. He's got families. He's got a tribal thing maybe. He's got an affiliation. So the pressures on the local journalists are enormous. Yes, they are huge on us, and we've lost a lot of colleagues, but we've also lost a lot of journalists who we found in far-fetched places, and we've trusted, and they've very often helped our lives, saved our lives, and helped us do our jobs.
Yeah. Ellie, you have had a recent, very harrowing experience. Of course, you were in southern Lebanon together with our Reuters colleague Issam Abdallah and you experienced the same strike in which Issam was killed. And that was a situation in which seemingly not high risk, many journalists there, something like that happens. What does that say about the help that you then suddenly have to? What happens in that situation? You clearly rely on your colleagues there, and rely on your colleagues. It sort of speaks to Ingrid's point. You can prepare for situations. You have your flak jacket. You're clearly labeled as press as a situation in southern Lebanon, and then something like this happens. What happens on the ground there, and how do you rely on your colleagues to do something to save yourself? I think we have some pictures here of Ellie.
When we got at 6:02, I remember that the first rocket or the first attack was straight on Issam. I saw it on my side. I saw him, piece of his body came to us. And Christina from AFP was severely injured. I wasn't injured, I ran. I heard Christina shouting, "What happened? I can't feel my legs." So when I came back, I saw her, I saw Dylan, the other cameraman from AFP. He asked me he need 2 tourniquets because she was severely damaged by both legs. So I told him, just wait 2 minutes, because we always expect 2 shots. This is in the back of our thoughts. Once I turned my back, running behind my car, the second rocket hit us. When you get injured, when you are badly injured, your body will stop. You will freeze. I start asking my reporter, Carmen, is there something on my feet? Because I can't move them. She said, no, you are fine. I was badly injured from sharpener, but she didn't want to worry me more. I lost my shoulder. I couldn't see my eye. I thought I lost my arm, and I thought lost my thumb. And so at the beginning, in my back of my head, from the training you learn, the first aid skills and stuff, it's mostly to help the others more than yourself, because you can do nothing before you. The only thing I could have done is I thought my thumb hanging, I just turned it inside and I closed it. Because maybe we'll save it. And that's it. And I was waiting for the others, for Thaer and Maher from Reuters. They grabbed me from under the car, the burning car, away a little bit more. Then from the locals, from the TV locals and some locals, they knew about us. So, and then he grabbed me away from and the car was burning. So this kind of, we were talking about training and the skills and stuff. Even the communication with the community will help you. Because we already set the communication with all the entourage, with all the villages. They knew that we are there. Once someone hear that there's strike over there, everybody will run. So even when I was lying like 10 meters away, the only thing I was worried about, because I didn't know how much I was bleeding, when the ambulance will arrive. And because our communication, we did our communication, we did our job, we tried to do our job. The funny thing, I was back from Ukraine 3 weeks ago, you know? So I spent like 2 years in Ukraine. Nothing happened there. Unfortunately, it happened at my hometown. Yeah. But there's always a third party, a party that will, there's always a chance, a high risk chance that other party may target you. Whatever protocol, security protocol you did, we did almost everything we know. And you know that we were clearly identified like journalists.
Yes. This was the strike that killed Issam Abdallah. The journalists were clearly identified as press, and it was 2 strikes from an Israeli tank.
And we were lucky that in 15 to 10 minutes, I think that the 15 minutes, the ambulance was there.
And so you all could get to safety.
We got the communication just to be safe.
Let me turn to you, Bruce. You know, we've talked a lot about the physical dangers, but you do a lot of work on the lasting dangers, trauma, PTSD. You know, how has that awareness changed over the years, and what practically do you see that news organizations are doing that you're involved in?
It's a landscape of radical change. And we should say that back when Jeremy, when you were waving your bed sheets to cross the road, it's not only that journalists weren't talking about it, and yes, there was macho swagger, stigma, all that. There also was no data. No one had ever really bothered to ask what happens to journalists who cover violence. And I should say, first of all, most of the crisis correspondents I know do not live up to the stereotype of the profoundly damaged, adrenaline addicted, hopelessly self-medicating, the kind of movie war correspondent. We should establish a norm here. Most conflict correspondents are people with a deep human rights mission, a deep desire to bear witness and tell the world what is happening, who happen through a combination of deep wiring and professional skill be good at the particular sets of decisions and choices and capacities it takes to do that work. We now know, after 20 years of research into journalists all over the world, that we are, first of all, a resilient tribe. Journalists are exposed to far more trauma than the general public at every stage of our careers and in every kind of reporting. It's not just war. Actually, the rates of PTSD, burnout, and so on are lower than you would expect given that. And in part, it's because the job contains some very important resilience factors. Having a job to do, having a strong mission, having ethics, having trusted colleagues. All of these are buffers against the impact of stress and trauma. That said, we also do know from many studies that sometimes a journalist's individual capacity does get overtopped. And then issues like PTSD can be singularly debilitating because they attack the very parts of the brain, the very capacities that journalists rely on every day. To deal with this, news organizations now are engaged in a huge amount of baseline training as part of safety training sometimes, as Jeremy mentioned, sometimes in the form of briefings and trainings for entire news teams. We know the value in particular of collegial support, peer support. So some very important news organizations, including Reuters, have invested heavily in peer support systems backed up by clinicians. We know the importance of access to super qualified mental health care when journalists need it, not because of inherent vulnerability, but in order to stay the course, in order to do the job. And The center that I run, the Art Center for Journalism and Trauma, has begun actually training already experienced clinicians in journalist culture and the kinds of issues we tend to bring at the table, so that there is a kind of a baseline capacity for journalists who do need that kind of help. And finally, there's a very important generational change going on. Younger journalists, those coming into the profession now, are bringing their own generational awareness of mental health issues, their own desire for a duty of care by news organizations, for peer support strategies, self-care strategies. And actually, in some ways, I've had to alter my rap in recent years. It used to be that the first few times I went into the BBC, it would be, yeah, there is this thing called PTSD, and it can challenge you, and you want to deal with it. With younger journalists, I'm sometimes having to say, as I did to all of you, actually, we start from a standpoint of resilience. We don't need to assume that just because we're doing difficult work means we're going to end up as mental health casualties, but rather it's about preserving our capacity to do this important work. And I have come to feel that this is a press freedom issue, that a journalist who is disabled by PTSD, who's no longer able to meet deadline, put together a complex story, or otherwise is out of action, is censored as effectively as if imprisoned. So it's not just about, it is about, do we care about the individual journalists who are committing themselves to this work, but it's also about the state of press freedom itself, the capacity of the profession to do the hard work that our colleagues here are doing.
You raise an interesting point, which is there is a misconception, right? That a lot of journalists who are going into war zones are just, sort of cowboys, going in there, for the thrill of it. I mean, there's even a Hollywood movie out there right now, Civil Wars, which I saw, and which portrays the journalists in this way, sort of, never once was one reporter without even a notebook, never once is there a phone call to an editor, no hat, no flak jackets, anyway. I had an op-ed ready, and then I thought, breathe, count to 10, because it was two Reuters reporters who are represented in the movie. Anyway, but Jeremy, you said you don't just go to wars for the sake of it. And I think you don't remember saying that, but you said it. And I think this gets to, to the point. And the question I have for all of you really to end, which unfortunately there's not too much time, is when, no story is worth a life, right? When did you have to make that calculus on the ground and you just walked away?
Well, when I was much younger, when in my 20s, when I first went to a war, I had that sense that particularly many young men have of being indestructible. And I think at times I was a little bit out of control in that I would be quite happy to go to pretty much, I remember riding through 10-foot-high corn in a fiberglass car to get into besieged city in Croatia in 1991, in Vukovar. Things like that, that I would never do now. So that sense of indestructibility departed a long time ago. Well, people always say, well, no story is worth your life, but the fact is, if you go to a war zone, the only way to really make sure in covering a war or a difficult, violent situation is not to go. Stay in your armchair, because you do risk your life. And you just have to accept that, and most people are very happy to accept that, because you get a lot of other stuff out of it. Very interesting times, amazing stories, great stimulation, the privilege of being the person who tells the story of the biggest things that are happening in the world that day, which is personally something which I really value. But yeah, I mean, I didn't go to, I've turned down, by the time I had kids, I'd turned down a few stories. But to be honest, I still struggle to, when people say, why on earth do you do, I still struggle to answer the question, because I'm going somewhere dangerous next week. And the part of me thinks, really? Why? After this length of time?
Ingrid?
Yeah, I ask that question a lot. I've also turned down one assignment, and you question it to the end of your life because this is what you do, and this is what you should be doing, and you feel obligated. But my big thing about turning down is we more and more frequently rely on people in faraway places. Whether you call it social media, whether you call it whatever else, people get information from places that we can't always go to. We can pretty much calculate many risks, not always. There's always bad luck or a bad calculation or bad things happen. But we rely on people who are very far away, who we don't know, we don't see, and these are the journalists we need to support. Is my honest thing. Whether it's Sudan, whether it's Congo, which we haven't talked about much, or even Ukraine and Russia. We focus on a very limited scope because of the corporate world many of us operate in. And there needs to be more scope for, allowing other people and accounting for the dangers that they encounter and supporting them and training them to stay safe and do that job.
Ellie, very quickly.
Yeah, the problem is that when you go back safe home, you have the satisfaction. You deliver lots of good messages. You be proud of it. When the time comes, example, when I didn't come back home walking, I was like carrying at home. When I see the face of my wife, my mother, my children, and I see this and colleagues, and when you see their faces, you stop for a second. What I've done to do this to all those people? Mm-hmm. Should I stop or no? What should I do? For me, it's a little bit. I'm still in recovery time now, but so far I'm there. I cannot put any one of those. There's people loves you and cares about you. You cannot jeopardize their love and put them in such situations.
Bruce, last word to you. We're very over time, but one piece of pithy advice to those journalists who may be in the audience or who are aspiring journalists. We have a lot of younger, earlier career journalists here who don't have a big organization like ours, who are freelancers. The one piece of advice you would give to protect themselves if they want to do this kind of reporting.
Don't go there.
Get some basic safety training, some basic psychological self-care skills, and look out for colleagues. Build trusting relationships with colleagues. That is the best protection you will ever have.
Great. And on that note of camaraderie, we will end this panel. Thank you very much.
Well said. Well done.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome. Try again. Hello everyone, and welcome to the next panel. My name is Gillian Tett. I've been long-standing writer with the Financial Times, now columnist there, and also overseeing King's College, Cambridge. And having listened to that last panel, I was left awestruck and very humbled by the amazing courage and bravery shown by the reporters on the battlefield. And what we're going to be doing in the next panel, which is scrutinizing the inscrutable, is talking about another type of media battlefield, much more subtle, and another type of reporting which also requires incredible courage, which is using all the skills that you acquire as an investigative journalist to look at big, powerful institutions like the royal family, like the Metropolitan Police, like networks of organized crime and others, to try and uncover the truth there. That isn't usually quite as dramatic and televisual as being on a battlefield, but it is just as vital for civil society, and it is just, in many ways, as demanding in terms of courage. So we have two people here, Gabriel Pogrund, who investigates a lot of the most powerful people and institutions in British public life, and Chasing the Truth won him a 2003 British Journalism Award. He was Journalist of the Year. 2023, sorry. You're not that old.
I might
yeah. At the Sunday Times. He's with the Sunday Times. And then we have Paul Radu, who is co-founder of the Organised Crime and Corruption Reporting Network project, where he looks at organised crime networks around the world. He was part of the Pulitzer Prize-winning team behind the Panama Papers scoops that became very well known. But you've done a lot of other work looking at organised crime, much of which is centred in the UK, in London. Both of you are based in London and doing your work here. So what we're going to try and tease out is just how difficult is it to write these stories, how do you go about doing it, and what needs to change to make it easier to happen in the future in terms of shedding light on dark places. And I'd like to start with you, Paul, because one of the big projects you've done in the last few years is the so-called Laundromat investigation, looking at organised crime networks who are channeling billions of dollars, in fact, under some estimates, somewhere between $300 and $600 billion worth of money through these so-called laundromats. And you exposed one big laundromat, which was essentially using London and other cities to launder this money. Tell us a bit about what you found there and how you actually got that story.
Sure. So we actually exposed about 5 laundromats and then bits of other laundromats. Just to give you a little bit of context here, NASDAQ released a report, and the UN, in fact, released reports on the amount of dirty money, on the amount of criminal money that goes out every year. And the number is staggering. It's about 3.1 trillion US dollars, in 2023, out of which about 800 billion is drug trafficking. About 400 billion is human trafficking, and then many, many other crimes. So we're talking here about huge, huge amounts of money laundered by criminals. So the laundromats are the ways in which these criminals launder these copious amounts of money. So they are very complex money laundering systems that benefit politicians, that benefit the criminals themselves, that benefit royals, and we'll talk a bit about that. So these are systems that are made of banks, sometimes smaller, corrupt banks from all over the world, but that are able somehow to open up corresponding bank accounts in some of the world's largest banks, including here in the UK. And through these vehicles, through these banks, by using offshore companies, using proxies, using all sorts of technology, they manage to launder all this money from all these crimes. Now, the money ends up usually in places that are safe, in places where they can make investments, real estate, and so on and so on. So these are the laundromats, these very, very complex systems. Now, these laundromats, if you think about that 3.1 trillion every year, but let's say it's just 1 trillion per year, this goes on for the past 30 to 40 years. We're talking about huge amounts of money where, people sometimes look at crime and they think, well, crime comes and goes. And that's entirely not true, because crime stays.
Yeah, $30 trillion worth of crime is a lot of crime to stay.
That's a lot of crime to stay, and it's a lot of crime for which we pay every day. Because you look at the current conflicts all over the world, and you see that behind those conflicts are some of the most corrupt people on earth, some of the most corrupt politicians. So with the laundromat that you mentioned, that was called the Troika laundromat. And that's where we saw that a lot of money came here to London, in the sense of property and other type of investments. And I believe the Prince Charles Foundation benefited from some of that money. At the same time, for instance, with Sergei Chemezov, who's running Rostec. This is one of the main military technology companies in Russia. But the laundromats fed the pockets of politicians in the Bundestag, in the German parliament, and in the Italian Senato, all over the place. And one thing is that these politicians were always, and the royals, I'm sorry to say, were always very cheap.
Right. I'm going to ask about the royals in a moment. But so you have this massive trail of money, dirty money moving. We strongly believe at the Financial Times that the tag "follow the money" is a good place to start if you want to understand power. But how on earth do you manage to actually find out where the money's moving? Because the whole point of a laundromat is to hide it.
Yeah, for this you need to develop technology. Without technology, our investigative reporting is insufficient, and we're not really answering the demands of the public. And this is where you need, for instance, at OCCRP, we created a system called Aleph, where you can insert terabytes and terabytes of data, company data, court records, banking records that we get in various ways, including asking for them from courts where we have court cases ongoing. And this system allows us to work with this type of data, to analyze it, to match entities against entities. You can put the list of all the MPs on Earth in our system, and you find out that some of those MPs maybe have property somewhere in Jamaica.
So you're basically doing big data analysis with things like, because with the laundromat that you investigated, you actually got leaked bank records, didn't you, on a massive scale, but they come through in such a vast quantity of data that you need a system to parse it.
Indeed. I mean, we got a lot of banking records, but those banking records are worthless without the other data around them. So I'll give you one example. In the case of the Troika laundromat, there were tens of thousands of transactions. It was about 8.8 billion worth of money laundering that we could investigate. In total, it was more than 300. But criminals always make mistakes. So what happened in this data set was that if you looked at the biggest transactions, those would not tell you much because it was always the offshore, the proxies. You'd call the proxy and it would be someone in the mountains in Armenia, a very poor guy who would own the bank account and the company. Of course, they were not the beneficiaries of those. But then, when you looked at the smaller transactions, so our system identified transactions that were in the $300, $500. Those were mistakes done by the criminals because they paid for the formation of offshore companies with the same formation agents from one source. So that's what allowed us to combine everything together and to say, this is all coordinated, and this is what served, at the same time, politicians and criminal groups. In one laundromat, we found Vietnamese organized crime, Russian organized crime, all sorts of organized crime, plus politicians, and journalists, unfortunately, who received the bribes of this system.
Right, so it's basically getting hold of the documents, putting them through a massive number crunching exercise, and then coming out with all kinds of surprises, which is what you did with the Panama Papers, but are now doing over and over again. Now, one of the surprising wrinkles that emerged from your analysis was indeed the royal family, and the fact you found that there had been, through this laundromat, a number of donations to royals. That's something you've been looking a lot at over the years, isn't it, Gabriel?
That's right. I think at times the royals benefit from this perception that either they're this kind of benign national soap opera, only interesting for kind of court reporting on the ups and downs of relations between Charles and his children, or alternatively, they are so anachronistic and irrelevant that they're not worth subjecting to scrutiny. And they also benefit from the architecture of the law. I only realized over the course of my reporting on them when MPs looked decidedly disinterested in supporting me with my inquiries that you actually can't debate them in the House of Commons. If you mention the royals, even in passing, the Speaker will tell you to stop. And furthermore, they are written out of all sorts of other laws, such as the Freedom of Information Act. And thankfully, the Sunday Times has adopted a slightly different approach, which is that we do accept and we want to share with people this sense that they actually do exert influence, in particular in this soft way of conferring legitimacy upon other people. And no more so has that been the case than with the world's kleptocrats and people from autocracies who want to launder sometimes their money and often their reputations. And I have to say that King Charles has been first in the queue with all these things. One might be forgiven for assuming that you only get to meet HRH at the end of your courtship of the British establishment. Presumably you have to inveigle your way into Ascot first and pay to or apply to become a member of the Mayfair Gentlemen's Club. But it is actually Charles himself who will roll the red carpet out for the sorts of people that Paul spends his time pursuing.
Right. I mean, one of your stories that you got was actually you found out that Prince Charles had accepted 3 donations, allegedly totaling €3 million, from the ex-Prime Minister of Qatar, and some of it handed over in bags for the Prince's charity, including one of the wonderful details in the story was it was handed over in a Fortnum & Mason's bag. They clearly don't use Lidl or something like that. I'm curious though, how do you, I mean that story got you into a lot of trouble, and I want to ask you both about the challenges you faced in courts, but how did you get that story? Because you can't really put Prince Charles's activities through a big data network and do some analysis on it, can it? Or how did you get that story?
So I have to say that I think the royals are they're a family who you can only report on by virtue of sources. I had a scoop that I wanted to reveal to you live on stage, which is that though the royals are exempted...
What, it wasn't a Fortnum & Mason bag, it was a Harrods bag. Shock.
It was that the royals are exempt from most laws, but there's one that they haven't written themselves out of in relation to transparency, which is this subject access request, where you can request all information that they hold about you. And anyway, a while ago, actually, I only got the results after a lot of foot dragging a few months ago, but I learned how the royals had responded to our reporting of this story. And this is correspondence heavily redacted from within Charles's press team. From Gabriel Pogrund, large redaction. Large redaction from Gabriel about redaction. He really is very tedious. And has he really not got better things to be reporting on for a Whitehall correspondent? Lots of more redactions, and then the phrase in quotes, life before Pogrund. So I wanted to...
So LBP, congratulations. I think an LBP award is better than an OBE or CBE or anything else.
But they don't believe in scrutiny, and they don't answer questions. They don't accept the validity of answering questions. For instance, you mentioned honours, and the cash in bag story came about as a result of our original reporting on a cash for honours scandal where a Saudi millionaire had tried to buy a CBE. Well, he'd succeeded thanks to Charles's aides. And they just wouldn't, if you asked them questions, they just would not respond, and they would send angry letters to the editor because of the chutzpah and temerity that we might think that they're worth scrutinising.
Right. I mean, one of the points you've made before is that covering institutions like the royal family or the Metropolitan Police, which you've done a lot, is very frustrating because they never say, we hate the media and we're going to try and ignore you or shut you down, like you might see in some autocratic regimes or you might see from Donald Trump. Instead, what you have is simply no comment or simply slow-walking everything endlessly under that dreadful veneer of British politeness.
That's absolutely right. I mean, I think that, I spent a small amount of time reporting in America, and I remember being approached proactively by a law enforcement officer at a briefing to ask if I had any questions. And, Scotland Yard, they actually have a policy. I mean, this is one of those things kind of looking behind the curtain of how Fleet Street works today. They have a formal and rigorously adhered to policy, which is they provide no off-the-record insight on anything whatsoever. So, for instance, in fact, the Cash for Honours story, they launched a investigation because they had to into the deal to give this guy, Mahfouz bin Mahfouz, a CBE. And there's a bit of law, it's quite obscure on the statute book, which prohibits giving an award to somebody in return for a financial inducement. And I knew as a fact that they had not interviewed the guy who got the honour. They hadn't interviewed Charles, naturally, and I'd spoken to sources who said that they had the most perfunctory inquiries from members of the special inquiries team at the Yard. And you say to them, but why is that? And they'll just, it's almost Kafkaesque. They'll say, we have conducted a rigorous investigation. So you're like, well, thank you ever so much. And I almost wish that they were as candid as, autocracies can be in saying that we don't believe in the
So you'd rather have them calling you the fake media?
At least that would be honest.
I mean, you have actually faced more of a direct, dramatic pushback from the law courts. Because one of the people that you investigated in the Laundromat from Azerbaijan did go after you very, very aggressively and try to break you, essentially, in the law courts, didn't he?
Yeah, this person, former member of the parliament in Baku in Azerbaijan, sued me here in London. I didn't expect the judge here to accept the case. I went through the case. The outcome was very good for me and my organization. The articles are still up, and this was the Azerbaijani laundromat, one of the laundromats. And because these guys sued me, the NCA put a target on him because in order to show standing in London to be able to sue me, he declared some assets that he wasn't supposed to have here in London. So the NCA went against him with a few unexplained wealth orders, and this year they confiscated from him about £40 million worth of property here in London. Now the funny thing is that the other guy that was behind the Troika laundromat, the laundromat that ushered some money towards the Prince Charles Foundation at that point in time, was actually arrested by the Azeris as part of the conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh.
Right.
So Ruben Vardanyan, who was behind the other laundromat, so one laundromat arrested the other laundromat. And the Azerbaijani laundromat, I just got an email from them saying, from the Azeri law enforcement saying if we can provide the evidence against Vardanyan in their court case in Baku. So there's no harmony between these people, but the reality is that these people try to seed chaos all over they go, and they benefit from this industry of enablers, part of it being in London. We have more than 70 court cases right now ongoing, some of them in London, some of them in Switzerland, some of them in New York. We went to the extent that we
70 court cases.
70 plus court cases.
I mean, the numbers are astonishing. 300 billion, 600, 800 billion money moving each year, 70 court cases.
70 court cases, all paid with this type of money.
Right.
And so we went to establishing our own insurance company to protect the whole investigative reporting industry. We created a shield against this type of threats, against slaps. So the idea is that you have to build your defense against these, because otherwise they will bleed you dry of money and they will bleed you dry of your wits.
Well, that's incredible. And not only have you created this Aleph platform, which is trying to enable data analysis, but the shared insurance umbrella is absolutely critical for anyone who's doing your kind of work. I mean, thank you for doing that. I think everyone in the room can agree that is incredibly important and valuable to have done that. So well done. I'd like to just turn back to you. Actually, before I do that, let me say one other initiative you are also doing is you're trying to create better cloud protection, because you can't do this analysis, can you, without having proper cloud backup for your data, and that's also very vulnerable. Tell us about that for 1 minute, and then I want to go back to the Royals and MI6.
Look, like briefly, there's not more than 10,000 investigative reporters on Earth. The problem is a 3.1 trillion problem a year. Now, how do you work against that as an investigative reporter? You have to up your technology. You have to build more computing power to be able to work with all the information that's coming your way. Even at my organization, and we are the largest investigative reporting newsroom in the world, and we are, there's an overflow of data. There's a tsunami of leaks coming our way, and we can't deal with that. So what we built is this cloud alliance at the level of the investigative reporting industry, where we want to provide more computing power to people, to centers for investigative reporting, to be able to work with this data and to expose more organized crime and more corruption in the public interest.
Well, that's also fantastic. We are almost out of time, but before we do, though, I want to get a bit spicier still. We've had the royal family. We now can go on to James Bond and MI6, MI5. You did a fantastic investigation recently looking at this appalling story of a man who was recruited by MI5, MI6, sent off to essentially infiltrate Al-Qaeda, I believe, saw such horrific acts, even though MI5 and MI6 knew that he was already mentally troubled before he went, that he later went back and he killed his own child as a result. Awful, horrific story. I'm curious, can you tell us how you got that? And is it harder to study MI5 than the royal family?
I regrettably can't tell you how I got that story, but what I can say is that I reckoned at various points with the question which sort of defines a fair amount of my work at the moment, which is the question of where the incompetence started, where the conspiracy starts and where the incompetence stops. And I knew that MI5 and 6 had been told that this prospective agent was the most. This is not my phrase. It was the phrase that they had before them. That this man was the most psychologically vulnerable agent that had ever been examined. But this was an era in which MI5 were allegedly considering blacking up white agents because they had such little penetration into minority ethnic communities. So they sent this guy abroad. He comes back, commits this horrific crime, and he is then tried for murder. And I was trying to unravel what had happened, and I think the incident that really typified what it was like reporting on the services was I knew there'd been a court case. There was nothing on it in the public domain whatsoever. You think that the courts are separate from the services, but there's certainly more of a nexus than we might like to think. And I said to them, I said to the court, can I have the court order demonstrating that you definitely did apply properly for this all to be held in secret? I asked for months and months, and it got kicked up to a judge. And the best they could say to me after I think it must have been almost half a year was, we think we lost the order, so we're not in a position to tell you whether it was or wasn't obtained, but we're going to err on the side of, insofar as it probably was obtained, you still can't report on the contents of the case.
Well, that is Britishness in the extreme. Are you a masochist?
I have to say...
I mean, you said in the past, you described investigative journalism as a masochistic business.
Well, I thankfully have the support of incredible lawyers at the Sunday Times. I think Pia Sama, our chief editorial lawyer, is in the audience, and she supported me. Actually, we were talking about before this panel about the case of the Elphics. He was a sex offender MP who sued us not only before, but after he was sent to prison for literally, he continued suing us after living at then Her Majesty's pleasure for violating his privacy and defaming him. And you have to have the support of lawyers. I think writing is usually but an afterthought when it comes to investigative journalism.
I think as journalists, we're all basically masochists much of the time. But the work that you're doing as professional masochists is unbelievably important, unbelievably inspiring. I salute you both. I salute the efforts you're doing, Paul, to really make it easier for other investigative journalists to follow in your shoes by creating that umbrella network, creating that data network, and also creating ways to potentially insure them from legal threats. So I just end by saying, keep going for the sake of us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Simon Robinson, the Executive Editor at Reuters, and this panel will look at a Reuters investigative series that we've done over the last year called Slaughter in Sudan, which was the winner of the Overseas Press Club of America Award for continuing coverage of conflict. The team that investigated what was going on in Sudan spent months on the Chad-Sudan border interviewing, filming, and photographing over 300 survivors of ethnic bloodletting that is spearheaded by the RSF paramilitary group and Arab militias in Darfur. And we're really lucky today to be joined by three of that team, who, first of all, Maggie Michel, who's joining us from Cairo via video link. Maggie was the lead reporter on the series and is a former Pulitzer winner. We also have senior photographer Zorha Ben Semera, who is joining us on stage. Zorha is based in Dakar, in Senegal, and also Ryan McNeil from the Reuters Global Data Team. So we're going to be looking at how we investigated this story from multiple different angles. Maggie, I want to begin with you and just to ask, what's the latest from Sudan? Because the conflict continues, and I'm just interested in even, what's going on this week.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a year since the war started in Sudan, when the paramilitary rapid support forces fought the army in the capital, Khartoum. Now Sudan is the largest displacement crisis in the world. Out of its 49 million people, there are 5 million who are one step from famine. So right now, famine is on the way. It's happening. And the humanitarian relief is unable to reach the people because of many impediments. This is a man-made starvation campaign by mainly the RSF and then the military. We have seen during our last visit to Sudan, people taking extreme measures, eating tree leaves, sometimes cats, and farmers eating their seeds that are supposed to plant. Right now, there is communication blackouts. No one can really, it's very hard to call people and to really understand what's happening. So what we're seeing from outside is the tip of the iceberg.
One of the things that really strikes you about the reporting that you all did is the fact that we didn't get great access. We couldn't get into Sudan, in fact, all of last year. So how do you report a story when you're not there?
Yes, last year we went to Chad, where 500,000 people from the city of Genina, from West Darfur, ran to. So they took shelter in Chad, and we have so many survivors, and these people are carrying their testimonies. So we collected as many testimonies as possible, dozens and dozens. We relied on also handwritten diaries, satellite images, videos. Though videos are very hard to find because the RSF collected and confiscated phones from everybody, but there were few of them posted on social media, showing massive number of people fleeing El Geneina in mid-June last year. So these testimonies were very important because we could establish systematic targeting of the Muslim League people, especially men, especially young and babies even. And there was one important image that we got from survivors. It was showing a main cemetery called Al-Ghabat in Genina. And that gave us evidence of how the cemetery was expanding over time while the killings were happening. People told us that the families were burying their dead at night to escape sniper fire. So Genina, the picture was very important evidence.
I covered Darfur in 2004, and at the time there was really no such thing as a smartphone. So despite the blackout that the government has imposed, and despite the fact that a lot of the phones are being confiscated, you are still able to get a lot of information out.
That was thanks to the people of the Sudanese people who fled, and they were very, they understood what we were trying to do. They opened up and they shared everything they have. It was very hard to put together the story because of the volume of the material we collected. Especially, there are many events, there are many locations, things happening at to different people at different times. So I think what happened is that we drew out and mapped the story itself. With characters and dates and locations. Sometimes there were difficulties even inside the refugee camps to talk to people on phones. And I remember with my colleague, Al-Taib Sadiq, we asked a Masalit community leader to drive with a megaphone and call on the women to come out and meet us and talk about their kids.
Okay. Ryan, let me bring you in. So you're sitting, Maggie's in Chad, Zora's in Chad on the border. People are coming across the border. You're sitting in London 5,000 miles away at your desk. You're a data journalist. Share some of the work that you undertook that gave us a great, a much deeper understanding of what was going on.
Yeah, one of the challenges of reporting on a crisis like this is there's not a lot of great data. But one thing we do have are satellite images often that can at least give us some sort of insight into what was happening on the ground, at least at certain points in time. And we can also use it to establish timelines on attacks and things like that. But ultimately, I'm a generalist, right? And I spent the last half of the year working on a series about zoonotic spillover, and next thing you know, working on Sudan. I don't speak Arabic. I've never been to Sudan. So it's really critical when you have an effort like that is to have people like Maggie and Zora and El Tayeb and I think that's what's really great about Reuters is we have somebody everywhere that can help kind of match the data up to the ground. And so, the way it was working is that, Maggie would hear about tips, and she would send me. I mean, it's amazing. She would send some local leader in a remote town would send a picture from the ground with some metadata that had the latitude and longitude, and then we could go and get satellite imagery and see if we could find it.
So I think we have at least one of the satellite images which we will show that was in one of our investigations. Just tell us this is Abu Zor IDP camp, internally displaced people camp. What's going on here?
Yeah, so I think there's one good point to make about this is to note the resolution of the imagery. And in fact, it's probably not as great since it's blown up on the screen, but if you show the after picture, so you can see that this was targeted destruction. And if we have the next image really quick.
So this is, just to be sure, this is an IDP camp, people who are already displaced, and now the camp has essentially been wiped away.
Yes. And, one of the things, I'm from Oklahoma where we had tornadoes growing up, right? And, there's a famous picture of a May 3rd, 99 storm that blew through, and everything in the middle was wiped out, and the structures on the side were still standing. I saw that's what this reminded me of. There was a whole neighborhood north of the cemetery that Maggie was talking about that was completely wiped out. And to me, it showed the targeted nature of what they were doing, because you could see this neighborhood just like this, and then up toward the wadi, and it was just wiped out, but everything on either side was left. And I don't know if they have the other image, but you can kind of see that effect where, because it's zoomed out a little bit, that shows just how targeted it was.
Right.
That other buildings were left standing, other sites like this were wiped out.
Right. Zora, let's move to you. Around 9 million people are moving inside Sudan, people who have been displaced by the conflict. Many have ended up crossing the border into places like Chad, and you spend a lot of time in refugee camps. Tell us about what that was like, and we're also going to see some of your photos, so you can talk us through those. This one, for instance.
This one, it was during my first assignment in Chad. I covered Darfur from inside for long years, like in 2004, 2005, 2006. But people were mostly internally displaced, but this war, this conflict, made them cross the border. So the first refugee camps, they were like 2 hours from Adri town, or 3 hours. So when you see people crossing the border and carrying what they have, the most important, let's say, or maybe the most expensive, which was like just like a blanket, or it's not like things that expensive, but for them it's really important because they know. I mean, obviously, this is my feeling, they know they're not coming back so soon because the conflict has been happening for long years and is coming back all the time. So this time, it looks like worse than the previous conflict.
So what's going on in this photo? This is someone's tent,
Yeah.
essentially.
This one it was at like 3 hours from Adre. People, they cross in the morning, very early morning. So as you see, it's not like tent, like we know about refugee camps. So all the makeshift shelters, and they have nothing. No food, no water, nothing. So
we have a photo, I think, as well of a Sudanese man who has been injured, I guess, during an attack.
Yeah, this one is really make us, I think, cry, all of us, because when we interviewed him, he was sitting in Adri. This is for during the second trip. And we were sitting with him because we needed to have people that are talking the Arab, they're killing them, they force them to leave, but we need to talk to people and listen to them. This is what we did with Maggie, and she was amazing because she interviewed a lot. I mean, she was very calm and keep interviewing people and questioning the same question and to make sure we have the right information. So this man, Abdul Azim, he was flying up. So he was in his way to Chad when he met militia people. The first, they shot him in his side, and then they left him on the ground. The next day, another group came and they shot him in his shoulder.
Oh.
And the third day, I mean, they left him there. So the third day, another group, militia, shot him on his leg. So he was left almost dead. So, and I started yelling and he like pointed his forehead, and then I said, "Please kill me. I don't want to leave because for him he's dying. So please kill me." So because what he was shot like during 3 days, like everyone shot him in some place, or he was almost died. So he wanted to die anyway.
Maggie, these stories, the story of that man, the story of women who are abused or raped, are incredibly difficult to document. What stood out in the investigation as you reported it out?
We tried to get people to open up and express their feelings, and one of the ways we try to do that is ask them to draw what happened to them or how they feel. So in the story you'll find two sketches and drawings, one by an activist, Muhammad al-Hajj. He was captured. So this picture, this one is by actually a nurse. She was raped over several days, and gang raped. And I was asking her, how do you feel about this? And she simply drew this sad face. There was another drawings for another activist who was arrested by RSF and dumped into the valley, and had his hands tied behind his back, and had an Arab woman who actually rescued him, and he drew the valley and himself inside. So it's just a way of trying to show how they felt about it.
It's incredibly powerful. Zora, you photographed some women who had crossed into Chad who had been raped. That it must be incredibly harrowing to do that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm a woman, so, and then every conflict, the first victim is a woman. So, I mean, easy one, let's say, because it's very easy to hurt a woman anyway. What is difficult is to make them talk about because we know, all women know that if you're raped, how you feel. Like, it's really, really painful, and it's really deep. So, and make the women talk about what happened to them, and because we needed to be sure and question them. I'm angry when I photograph this kind of stories, like about rape, or I'm always angry when I cover a conflict, because It's about human being, and but particularly when you talk about rape women, I feel angry because I can't do anything. So just try my best. Don't be heavy on that person, because I want to shoot pictures, but I don't want to let the person feel that I'm abusing her again, you know, because this is important. When you photograph a rape woman, you have really to think twice before you take the camera and you shoot. So you wait the moment, and you respect, of course, their feeling, you respect their, because it's about their privacy. They're telling us about privacy, it's really private, and we are going to spread it around, right? So you need really to think twice before you take the camera. Even you take the camera, you need to be careful that you are not giving any like specific information that we can find that person, because as you know, like everywhere when it comes to rape, and particularly in our society, when you are raped women and you get pregnant, like this one, for example, she's a mother. They came to her house. They set ablaze his house, and she could flee with her mother and daughter, but her father was killed. She knew about him; he was killed. Like her uncle told her, and then she came back with her mother to try to pick up stuff from what she could take. So the militia guys followed them inside the house, and they put them on the ground and like kneel in the ground, and they wanted to kill them, both of them, and then they took the women inside the house, and they start raping her. So I'm just like, I don't want to give all...
No, the tales are just terrible. We've got to wrap it up, unfortunately. We could talk a long time. It's an incredible series. I really encourage everyone to read it if you haven't. I think it shows that at a time when the world is looking a lot at Ukraine and at Gaza, Israel, you know, there are other conflicts, and there is incredible value, journalistic value, in pursuing those things. So Maggie, Ryan, Zora, thank you very much. And I've got one quick public service announcement. The program after the break, I think we go to a break now, the program after the break with Iraqi journalist Haith Abdul Ahad is not taking place now because, unfortunately, of visa issues. So just to let you know that. Thank you.
But before you go, here's a snapshot of the work that the BBC, one of our supporters, is doing to pull back the curtain on how they verify facts in a world of disinformation.
We're overloaded with information, and it can be hard to make sense of what's true and what's not. We have a whole team at the BBC called BBC Verify,
bringing together 60 journalists with a range of forensic and investigative skills to fact-check data and to help explain complex stories.
By verifying video, checking facts, analysing data, and countering disinformation. We're based here, just above the BBC newsroom in London, and we want to share how we do all of these things with you.
The world is a pretty uncertain place at the moment. There's the war in Gaza, the conflict in Ukraine. 2024 is a huge year for elections all over the world. With deepfake videos and dodgy claims on the internet, it's more important than ever that we know what we can trust. It means we're going to tell you a bit more about how we decide to use pictures and videos, how we verify them, what makes us confident they're trustworthy.
Because if you know how it's made, you can trust what it says.
back from coffee. I'm David Walmsley, Editor-in-Chief of the Globe and Mail in Canada, and it's a distinct pleasure to be here and part of this event honouring the great Harry, who I have thought a lot about recently in terms of how would he handle the challenge, the opportunities, and the disadvantages that come with artificial intelligence, automation, and the computer. Can it be our friend? Is it a foe? Is it somewhere in between? So to help answer those questions, I'm joined here by three incredibly qualified people. Beside me is Manisha Ganguly from The Guardian, a pioneer in using open source investigations to expose what may be the most challenging and consequential cases to document, that of war crimes, and is also a two-time Amnesty Award winner. Catherine Guerrero, a trailblazer in fighting disinformation and bringing data journalism to underrepresented issues and communities in Africa. Pleasure. And finally, Chris Brower, Director of Innovation, also works at Goldsmiths College in London, who's been thinking about AI for 15 years, which is probably longer than anyone else in the room. So I'm going to start with you, Chris. You advise newsrooms on how they can integrate AI tools. In what ways are you already seeing newsrooms use AI?
Yeah, I think it's been an interesting time because the immediate opportunity that's being applied, the business cases are shaping around productivity, efficiency, effectiveness, and therefore a lot of it relates to something that's more similar to the previous wave of innovation, which was robotic process automation and straightforward automation of business tasks. And those business cases are made around taking cost out of the system, and by cost we typically mean human labor out of the system. And therefore the impact has been one that newsrooms have been reluctant to embrace wholeheartedly because they can see the risks associated with embedding these technologies across and basically displacing human labor with the technology. But in parallel to that, there's been a very, quite exciting and inspirational area. I think, the newsroom has benefited from the fact that, having gone through such a significant disruption from the traditional analog media to the digital newsrooms, and the sort of 10 years of pain and suffering and transition that was involved in that, a lot of lessons were learned, and that was that we need to capitalize on the opportunities that these kinds of technologies offer at an earlier stage. We don't want to wait around until someone else cannibalizes our markets or takes opportunities away from us or displaces the value that we offer. And it's been fascinating to see the examples of this in action, because what you're starting to see is a kind of a new knowledge class of journalist, one that is AI enabled and is starting to create quite remarkable new ideas around how they might be able to apply these technologies, not just to do what they do already more effectively, but to do new and kind of more exciting and bigger opportunities to open up new markets, new ways of practicing journalism.
And in your experience, do you find that the industry is supportive, or are they falling into the old bad habits of legacy, which is to say, don't worry about us, we're doing just fine, thank you very much?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of trepidation because of the experiences that, particularly because anything you do in this space at the moment is largely dependent on partnering with these very large platforms, these very large technology companies. It's very difficult to do any of this in isolation. It's incredibly expensive, but these capabilities that these technology companies offer are democratically available to any organization of any scale and size, and you get the full power of the platform at your disposal. So you're starting to see organizations, recognize through small pilots and experiments that there is a significant opportunity here, but otherwise, there's also a lot of cynicism and a lot of perception of AI as a threat, not just to the workforce, but to the truth. And it takes a lot of fine-tuning and a lot of work to work with these systems in a way that effectively reduces some of those risks associated with displacing labor and with the veracity and the quality of the information that you're able to produce. So you have to commit, and there are very few media organizations in my experience who are sort of stepping boldly into this space with an idea that it's going to result in in a significant restructuring of how the newsroom functions, but that it's going to come out in a potentially much more powerful way, and in a way that will open up new opportunities for transforming the capabilities of newsrooms.
Now, Manisha, you describe yourself as a techno-skeptic. You did a PhD on this precise issue, essentially testing whether or not you could put yourself out of a job. Yeah. You clearly have not been successful at that. So tell us a little bit about your journey and where you've gone to and where you've got to now in terms of your sense of the influence of AI and whether it's going to be a force for good.
Well, I'm biased because my PhD was looking at whether automated tools and artificial intelligence was going to impact investigative journalism, and I also am the open source investigative lead at The Guardian, so I use a lot of these tools to augment my work. But I am fundamentally a techno-skeptic, and what I found in my PhD that it is possible to automate some tasks. It is not possible to automate the work of an investigative journalist, which is my job, and the jobs of a lot of people here, and I'll explain why. So what we call artificial intelligence is essentially advanced statistics. We're calculating probability, but the thing that's new about this is that we suddenly have these massive data sets, and we suddenly also have the processing power to crunch these data sets, which means that the probabilities that we're getting out of it are more accurate and can be used to predict reality. A really good example of this is ChatGPT and predictive text. It's easy, it's free, but the way it's impacting the industry is in a couple of ways. With respect to news, my mentor, Nick Davies, who spoke here last year, coined a term called journalism, which is, in a lot of these newsrooms, you'll have some breaking news reporters who'll sit there and who'll rewrite wire copy from Reuters and AFP. Now, that job, with the rise of ChatGPT, can be successfully automated. That's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm not saying that because it doesn't affect my job, because a lot of the misinformation that we see online is a result of journalism, and also a lot of the information pollution that we're seeing online is as a result of it as well. But the good thing about that is I found that AI is not very good at a couple of things. One is it's not very good at news judgment, which means things like news curation is always better received when it's done by humans. It doesn't have the instinct of an investigative journalist, which means it won't be able to predict things, and it also doesn't have creativity. And the reason why it boils down to one simple thing, which is that computers go from A to Z. They can only think in a linear fashion, whereas humans perform what I call tangential thinking. It's basically Archimedes lying in his bathtub and then jumping out with Eureka. The bathtub had nothing whatsoever to do with his hypothesis. And a lot of the time, that is what investigative journalists do. We use creative ways to use pre-existing tools, a lot of which I use for open source, to come to conclusions using data which support human testimony. That is not to say that this can immediately replace humans, because the fundamental thing with investigative journalists is you need to have trust with your audience. And there has been a massive rupture of trust between the media and the public, starting from the Iraq WMD scandal to the Trump presidency to the current disinformation crisis. And if we want to instill that trust back in the public, we need humans to be monitoring what the machines are doing. Partly because these machines are not infallible. What I found in my open source reporting is that they come up with false positives, and you always need a human eye to go look things over. A really good example is when you're looking at satellite imagery and something that looks like a crater could actually just be a cloud. I've seen that disinformation being published on Twitter and circulating. And then the other problem that we're seeing is because of the rise of generative AI, there has been a flood of deepfakes. And this affects journalism in two ways. One is it's making the process of verification a lot harder, because the internet is flooded with what I call information garbage, which means the cost, the time, and the tools needed to verify something is exponentially greater and increasing day by day. And then the second thing is that it creates this very obvious excuse. I'll give you an example. There was a fairly incriminating audio of an Indian politician, which was leaked, I think, last year. And the politician basically came out and denied it. It was published by reputable journalists and said it's a deepfake. Now, the deepfakes basically enable you to create this excuse that when a journalist is trying to hold you to account, when something unsavory comes to light, it gives you the power to easily dismiss it as a deepfake. And the problem with deepfakes is with digital images, we're still at the stage where you can tell, sort of, if it's AI generated or not, and reverse image search works pretty well. But if you're looking at audio, there is no way to watermark an audio deepfake. What we saw happening a couple of months ago with the Joe Biden robocalls is a perfect example of how this can explode in the future, because there is a seemingly endless library of audio samples that the AI can be training on. And this in turn sort of gives rise to issues like privacy, the intellectual property of journalists, and sort of how it's turbocharged by capitalism.
One of the organizations, Adobe, has put together the Content Authenticity Initiative to try and help with the metadata of photography, which could help. But Catherine, you have another challenge, which is the subsets or the data sets or the large language modeling that is used is generally done through the English language. Now, you have worked with 12 to 15 countries. Now you have the largest fact-checking organization in Africa through PesaCheck. Could you explain a little bit about the work that you've done on that, because it's foundational stuff?
Okay, I started PesaCheck because, by the way, PesaCheck means fact-checking money, because I was interested in budget and public finance, where is our money going? But once we started it, it morphed into this humongous animal called PesaCheck, which is now in 12 countries and publishes fact checks in 3 languages, English, French, and Amharic. Why Amharic? Yeah, Ethiopia. And when we decided to do Amharic, it's because of the problems that were going on in Ethiopia at that time. The way we do it, the biggest challenge obviously is, like you said, you need to throw this thing back. You need to fact check with a lot of data. A lot of data is not in English. The kind of data we need is not either in the language you need it in, either it's not collected in Amharic, or even if it's collected in Amharic, it's not in a usable in a way we can use it. So you need to kind of start from the beginning, go back to Genesis before you get to Revelations. Sorry to be flippant, I apologize for the religious ones here. But it really sounds like that, because you need to start creating the data sets yourself, or translating them, and then breaking it down in a way that you can then say, I'm going to use, like you say, throw technology at it, and it tells me what is it that I'm seeing, and make it easier. So that is one of the biggest challenges.
And you've done that specifically in training women journalists around data when it comes to maternal health.
Yeah.
Can you explain a little bit on that? Because I think that's something that many in this room would love to copy.
What happens is that we don't get, in the countries that we're working in, 8 countries in Africa and in most other African countries, data which is gender disaggregated is not available. If it is there, when it comes to maternal child health or anything to do with issues that affect women, we need to go back again to the drawing board, which is where we need to either start collecting data ourselves, in the sense that we start collaborating with with health organizations. Where we find the data, sometimes we actually work with research institutions to try and see what data, when they're doing their research, they've been able to collect. In most African countries, Kenya is one of them actually, we have what we call the DHS, which is the health program, which is supported by the US government. It does give you up-to-date, but not complete data. So again, you have to go back to what I call lo-fi, high-impact kind of strategy, which is where you look for verifiable information through old-school style. Again, lo-fi, high-impact, that's my thing, because I'm not going to throw technology at some problem which is not going to be solved by technology. So we usually collect data like that. The other thing is also scraping. We do a lot of scraping of data so that we can create the databases which we then make accessible to our women journalists, the women journalists we're working with, and also try and make it accessible to to other journalists. And the reason for this, especially like in Kenya, we are good. I think we're fantastic. We do have a lot of data, but in some countries you don't have data. And when we started AWJP in 2020 is when it hit me, poof. I made assumptions that I had to go back to the drawing board and kind of rethink. And this was because at that time, there was no COVID in Tanzania. The previous president said there's no COVID, so there's no COVID. But we needed to know how many people are getting sick, dying from this. And we couldn't ask, because Tanzania is an interesting country, but it's a very beautiful place in terms of the challenges that we've been facing. We find new ways of addressing them. So to get the data on how many people are getting infected with COVID, we couldn't ask the question COVID. We wouldn't use the word COVID, we'd use in direct translation from Kiswahili, it's the big cough. They call it the big, whether it's pneumonia or whatever. We'd use the big cough, and the doctors understood. So they would tell us, oh, I've been treating 50 people today with a big cough. Same time last year before COVID, I only used to see two.
So
and then you'd be able to kind of do, it's anecdotal, yes, but you'll be able to draw correlation in terms of when you say big cough, is it the same cough as the usual cough? You go into these details. So that then you'll be able to write the story. The Tanzanian journalists were then able to write the story about big cough without using COVID. Okay. And then people will be able to say that it's actually getting worse because we're getting more people with big coughs.
Okay.
Yeah, so in a way, you need to be creative in how you collect information. And I keep on telling people, it's like when we were under a very bad political regime, you as a journalist, you learn how to write so that people can read between the lines and know what you're saying, because you can't say black is black, white is white. You need to write it in such a way that your audience understands what you're saying without saying it.
Okay.
Because you need to be...
We're running out of time already, which I can't quite believe. Chris, you prosecute something that is one of my favorite words, the word hunch, the journalist's hunch. How does the journalist's hunch work when it comes to AI?
Yeah, so, some of the most exciting examples that we've got right now that are really inspiring, I think. So Hunch is a system, it's built on something we call RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation. It's a way that you take a curated data set and you fine-tune a model like ChatGPT. And by pointing the system at a carefully curated data set that represents sources that are reliable, that the journalist trusts, you're able to test a hunch that the journalist has against that data set and generate a statistical probability whether or not that hunch is correct. And in the processes that we've undertaken around this, journalists are testing 30, 40 hunches a week, trying to evaluate different directions of travel. You also will receive a very strong rationale for why the probability exists around that hunch. And it's two jobs for the journalists there. One, to identify the curated data set that they want to rely upon. These are these information sources that I trust, and I only want the system looking at these sources. I don't want the system looking beyond to other training data, unreliable, untrustworthy, deepfake data, and so on. And then also to be creative with the notion of how you instruct the system to test the hunch. And if you instruct it in different ways, you'll get different levels of reliability. Synthetic data, another very powerful area, incredible at the moment. All the driverless vehicles and so on have been taught on synthetic data. The enormous leaps we've seen in generative AI applied to health diagnosis. Systems were at 30% reliability 18 months ago. They're at 84% now on basic conditions. That exceeds the level of the top performing physicians in the United States in the tests. A lot of this work is going on in Google, for example, where they're progressing this remarkably using synthetic data. So you have a small, reliable data set, and then you produce enormous volumes of synthetic data off of that allows the system to keep training. By 2030, we'll have run out of all data that was generated in the history of human civilization. All of it.
Okay.
So So it's a very exciting time to be in a position where you say, well, how will the systems continue to learn to drug discovery, continue to learn to deal with these conditions, these wicked problems that we face? It's up to, I think, a lot of newsrooms to consider the implications of becoming trusted sources of not just the data that you produce, but synthetic data that's produced off the back of that data that reflects the reliability and the trust of that original data. All these things are so exciting, and they help propel things moving forward so quickly. And they play at the core responsibilities of the journalist, which is, can I identify something that's trusted? Can I ask the system to perform this remarkable big data analysis at speed? You know, it takes milliseconds to perform a hunch evaluation, you know? How long in the career of the journalist does it take to come up with that hunch in the first place? Bang, test it again, change it, test it again. You don't have to invest resources in conducting an investigative report until you get to a point where you're getting solid and reliable, high confidence that you're on the right track. And from that point forward, you know, the opportunities abound.
It's a talkative group. We're out of time. I can't believe it. I want to thank Chris, Catherine, Manisha. If you get a chance, have a look at some of the work Manisha and the Guardian did, Operation Vulcan, Operation Jorge. Very important work. Really strong and impressive leadership, and I'd like to thank you all. Thank you.
Не надо, нельзя сдаваться. Если это произошло, это означает, что мы необыкновенно сильны в этот момент, раз они решили меня убить.
I worked as an investigative journalist, outing Russian spies and assassins and exposing the Kremlin's interference in Africa, Europe, and America. This work has obviously earned me some powerful enemies.
There is no other Navalny, no spare Navalny, no other person like him.
Good afternoon. I'm Clarissa Ward from CNN, and the brave and brilliant Leonid Volkov and Christo Grozov don't need any introduction, as you saw there. I want to jump right in because we don't have a lot of time, and I want to start with you, Christo. Was Alexei Navalny murdered?
Well, he was murdered, whatever the actual facts on the ground are, and we're still looking through them, and the foundation is making probably the most thorough investigation in their history. He was murdered because just placing him there, sending him to the most remote prison camp in Russia and giving him the treatment or the mistreatment, even without the final say-so, would have been murder. But I think there was more than that, but it's too early. I mean, I don't want to comment on a pending investigation.
Well, you may have seen this Wall Street Journal article, Leonid.
No, I'm not an investigator myself, so I don't have any professional ethics here, so I'm a mathematician and I'll use logic. Every step of Alexei Navalny during his 3 years of being tortured in different penal colonies was on cameras from all possible angles. Every of his guards had a body cam, and even when he went to toilet and whatever, so everything was on camera. And there is no footage from the last hours of his life, and the only feasible explanation is that this footage is not comparable with the official reason of death of natural sources.
What do you make of this Wall Street Journal article that said that the CIA had said that it wasn't ordered by Putin?
As I commented for WSJ article, it's a naivety at its purest. So, as we discussed, we can't think that it is possible that he just died from natural causes. Otherwise, they would be happily leaking all the medical documentations and footage and whatever, if it would be consistent with death of natural causes, we would be overflooded with materials proving that, but they have nothing. So he was murdered. Now, to imagine that anyone can give an order to murder him without getting Putin's approval is understanding nothing about how Russia operates these days. I mean, this hypothetical government official giving this order without asking Putin's consent or approval, how does he know what are Putin's plans for Navalny? To include him into a prisoner swap, or maybe to torture him, to cut him into pieces, like personally in his palace in the Black Sea, or whatever his plans might be. But I mean, everyone knows that whatever happens to Navalny is like guided by Putin personally.
Totally agree, and I will only comment that Wall Street Journal slightly exaggerated what they were told, from my understanding, by the intelligence services. The intelligence service said they had no information about what happened really, and the Wall Street Journal, probably led by the very legitimate reason to want to continue the negotiations for a swap of their colleague, and that's a very legitimate reason, did not want to put Putin in a corner. I can understand that.
So, Crystal, I know you can't talk about the details of the investigation, but you can certainly talk more broadly speaking about the way Putin has exported this brand of terror, per the title of our discussion, and how that's kind of evolved since we first covered your extraordinary investigation into the poisoning of Navalny, right to this current moment we're in. What do you see as the sort of arc, the change?
Well, the change is reflected in the title of this panel. It's outsourcing of violence, and that's something that existed in sort of minuscule doses before. But what really changed is that now the majority of the extraterritorial violence is outsourced. And the reasons for this phenomenon is at least twofold. One is the success of private military companies on the military front. That was something that didn't exist until 10 years ago. In 2013, 2014, Putin discovered that he can, at zero cost to himself, political and financial, outsource violence abroad through Wagner and through other companies that popped up after that, to Africa and to any territory, to Ukraine. That was a successful model. Showed him that he doesn't have to pay a public price for failure, but he could take the credit for success. Same thing. Okay, let's do it now internationally on pursuit of persecution of activists, persecution of journalists, persecution of foreign adversaries. And that is even safer for Putin than doing it on the front line with a private military company, because a private military company has the potential to take him down, as Wagner tried to. But the people that roam around the world and try to assassinate activists, they cannot do anything at home. So this is the first reason. The second reason is the shortage of actual professional spies that he is running into. And partly that shortage was created by us, the cumulative investigative journalists and activists, because we exposed so many of them. And we didn't expose single ones, we exposed whole groups and passport series, and they can't use any of their GRU killers anymore because they assume they're burnt. They can't use any of the FSB killers of the type that went after the Chechen, Georgian asylum seeker in Germany, because they're friends, they're part of a friends group, and they're all outed.
So now they're using thugs.
Now they're using thugs, right. And the thugs are the equivalent of the mercenaries in the Wagner situation. But this comes with a whole host of new problems.
And Leonid, hello, if anyone knows about the problems of thugs, you were brutally assaulted.
No, I mean, I would prefer what happened to me compared to like a properly trained GRU assassin. So, so there is an upside.
You're glass half full.
I said problems
I like
for Putin.
that. So tell us about what happened to you. I think we have a couple of photographs of it as well.
Well, that's a story I told like 20 times already, but I mean, it was like
humor us. Give us 21.
March 12th, 10 p.m. I'm getting back home, like late in the evening. It's dark. I parked the car in front of my house in a suburb of Vilnius. I switched off the ignition. At this point, the driver's windows smashed. So there are shards of glass in my face. I think I'm being shot. So that was a not very comfortable thought. So I kind of like recline on the passenger seat, and I see through this broken window there is a guy who is like pepper spraying me in the eyes. I'm trying to like push him away, like pushing the driver's door. So, and as it happens, so in the other, so in his left hand he had the pepper spray, and in the right hand he has a hammer, and he starts to like hammer my left leg. Well, that was a relief, and I saw it's a hammer, not a knife and not a gun. It was already a comforting thought. And after...
Could have been an ice pick.
Maybe after, yeah, and not an icebreaker. And maybe after a minute or so, like I realized that, well, first of all, I don't have to try to get out of the car, because, you know, cars are made of metal, and it kind of protects you from the hammer, at least protects the head. And second, that, well, I have to start like doing noise and signals, and after a while, he runs away. My wife was observing it from inside the house. That's the sad part of the story. Children are sleeping. She can see that, well, I'm being attacked. She has to make the choice, like if she wants to, if she needs to go outside, but she knows she hardly could help, and this would put children at risk. That was, of course, terrible. And she saw the second guy who was at the passenger door. So, well, it was a smart decision not to try to get out of the car. But then they ran away, and, well, soon, hopefully during the court hearing, because those two guys were arrested recently in Poland, we will know what was their actual task. I don't think, actually, their task was, like, to kill me, but
Scare you?
But probably they had to, like, break me a leg or something like this, but my leg has proven to be hard enough.
So I was about to say, if the task was to scare you or to intimidate you, did it work?
No, and I have to admit that I never experienced anything like this in my life, and I never had any like flashback, any nightmare. I don't see any signs of like a post-traumatic stress disorder. I don't like look up over my shoulder when walking, and partly because probably I was already mentally ill before, because because doing the like Russian opposition job and fighting against Putin is like you need to be a bit crazy, or of course like that's a second thought that like the most terrible thing happened on February 16th.
Yeah.
And that was the real trauma, and this is the day I'm like replaying always, like the day when Alexei was killed, and well, after that, not so many space was left for like bad feelings.
I have to ask you, just like to piggyback onto that point, you talked about the elections in Russia in March as being a propaganda act in spreading hopelessness, and that really stayed with me. And I wonder, in the face of the crushing loss of Alexei, of the brutal crackdown on any form of dissent, on investigative journalism, are you hopeless?
No, I'm not. That's a thing that Alexei was always very good at, like to see the broader picture, to not to focus on the local ups and downs of the like political pendulum. Things can go in better way, wrong way. If he considers a bigger picture, Putin is not getting younger. Putin doesn't have a successor, and he can't have a successor. It's by design. He actually fears that any potential successor might become a threat, like it happened in Kazakhstan very recently and so on. Putin is very carefully like distributing different powers. No one is allowed to accommodate all of them. If someone has a lot of like administrative powers, he's not allowed to have like financial resources. If something is like strong financially, he's not allowed to have a lot of media resources. If someone has a lot of media resources, he doesn't allow to have a lot of force. That's what happened to Prigozhin.
Yeah.
He was running a media, holding a group of mercenaries, and was strong financially, and so became dangerous and was killed. So Putin balances the system quite masterfully, but when he disappears, for whatever reason, aliens take him to Mars, please, or whatever, this system will not be able to find another balance. It will not be able to produce a new Putin because it actually consists of 10 or 12 groups hating each other, competing against each other, and none of these groups being more than like 10% shareholder in the structure of power. And this will present like us, like the civil society, Russian opposition, with at least a very good window of opportunities.
Yeah. And I have to ask you as well, Christo, because we talked about Leonid's attack. You are also on Russia's wanted list. You have also had your home broken into while your son was in the house, although thank God the attackers didn't seem to realize that. I just wonder what gives you the sort of, and you're not Russian. So what is this about for you fundamentally, and where do you get that kind of clarity of purpose and courage to keep doing incredibly dangerous work?
Well, first of all, the very fact that they broke into my apartment, trying to steal the laptop of our joint work, by the way, the laptop on which the Navalny investigation in 2020 was developed, and they stole the wrong laptop, just shows you how incompetent outsourcing. But of course, the professional spies were not much better.
This is exactly why they don't like you.
The professional spies were not much better, as Alexei showed in that call. But the very fact that they broke in when my son was there, it creates such an adrenaline rush for me that, if anything, the effect is worse. I mean, I'm not scared. I'm actually much more eager to investigate. But I think the point of Leonid saying he's happy that they sent non-professionals, I mean, you have to see this as a two-edged knife, because yes, when they're sent to scare somebody, if they're sent to assassinate, it's good to send non-professionals, right? But if they're sending somebody only with the instruction, and that's a thug that they've outsourced to intimidate, then that is a very, very dangerous situation, because these people don't know when to stop. They don't know, they're not trained in extreme situations. So if they were sent only to scare Leonid, but he had put up a fight, or his wife had come out and seen their faces, nobody knows what they would have done that. If my son had walked out of the apartment, their mission of the room, because he was in the room while they were stealing the wrong laptop, their mission was only to steal, but what would have happened if he had seen their faces? The problem is that these non-professional thugs, they don't know how to de-escalate. And that's the real danger here. So that's my answer.
So when we're talking about the future, and I think it's tremendous that you have optimism and hope, and of course a lot of that is sort of falling on the shoulders of Alexei's widow, Yulia Navalnaya, who came out the day after his death with extraordinary poise and grace, and basically said that she would continue to fight the fight. You know how tough the fight is, but what do you hope to see from Yulia? What do you hope for her to be able to achieve?
Oh, well, first of all, like Alexei created this organization, and Yulia was always very close to him, not in the public light, but working as his like very close political advisor. So we are on the same page. And as an organization which was founded and developed, built by Alexei, we will support Yulia in whatever she decides to do. But she now does a lot of public political work, like meeting politicians, giving speeches, addressing different audiences, appearing here and there. And from what I see, she decided, and of course she has our full support, and we do whatever possible to support her. She decided to take a role of like public representation, in public international representation of those anti-war and anti-Putin Russians, which exist. There are many millions of them. They have to stay silent now because of the enormous repression, but this can change. Like 1987, like there were no like demonstrations in Eastern Europe. 1989, we saw millions of people in the streets in Czechia, East Germany, Baltic states, Romania, Russia, and wherever. What changed? Like the feeling in the air, the understanding that there will be no order from Moscow to shoot in the crowd. And those people, they didn't appear from nowhere, they existed. But they saw a chance to manifest themselves, and they took the streets, they took the power. We strongly believe that the same will happen now. Now people are perfectly aware that like any public dissent will be severely punished. Like you will be sent to prison for 10 years or 15 years. Only something happens, aliens once again, please, and there is no Putin. They feel this vacuum of power, that they feel that there will be no order to shoot. Those people exist. And now they need reinforcements, they need representation, they need to feel that they are not abandoned, not left behind, not forgotten. And that's what Yulia is doing now. I think that's the most important thing a Russian opposition politician can do now.
I think we can all acknowledge that Alexei was an extraordinary individual. And as we close this panel, I just wanted to remind people about something that happened last year at this very event. Alexei had been reading Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein's infamous work and educating himself about the Watergate scandal. And when Woodward and Bernstein were here at this event, Maria Pevchik, who was working very closely with Navalny at the Anti-Corruption Foundation, approached them and showed them this handwritten note from Alexei saying, you know, what an extraordinary work of investigative journalism it was. And they then were bowled over by this and signed a copy for Alexei, which he then posted on social media. And the reason I tell this story is because it highlights something about Alexei, I think, which is so crucially important, which is that in spite of absolute crushing misery and privation, he was still curious, he was still humorous, he was still animated. And I guess my final question to you, and we're a little bit over time, so we have to be very quick. You know, there's that profound moment at the end of Navalny, the film, where he says, don't do nothing. If they kill me, it means we're getting somewhere. Don't do nothing. So my final quick question to both of you, how do you continue to heed Alexei's call to action?
I'll give a very short answer. One of the sequence of letters I got from Alexei from jail focused on an obsession he had, which was to create a technological device allowing journalists, investigative journalists, to find out if they're being followed by spies or by thugs or by organized crime figures. It was based, we had discussed this when he was still free, but he didn't forget that. He kept sending me messages, how do we make this, send me a description of this device. It was going to be something that is capturing a repeated mobile telephone signal that follows you around. But that just shows you a little thing that you can do to actually continue his deed, and that's what I will do. So what about you?
For us, we have to preserve and, well, to develop Alexei's legacy, which is his political ideas, his vision for the future of Russia, and the organization that he left behind, the foundation, the Anti-Corruption Foundation, with all its political projects and initiatives being the leading force of the Russian opposition, to see this beautiful Russia of the future that Alexei Navalny dreamed of. Well, it is to build it, to arrive there is the only way to make his enormous sacrifice not to be in vain.
Leonid Volkov, Christo Grozev, thank you so much.
Thank you.
When anybody even made the suggestion that Donald Trump could be elected president of the United States, it was their journalistic standards that were questioned.
America's comeback starts right now.
The former president took to the stage last night to celebrate his win over Nikki Haley.
If we don't win, I think our country is finished.
But MSNBC stuck to their decision not to air Trump's remarks in full, instead adding live fact checks from, wait for it, Russia collusion, Rachel Maddow.
The former president has opened his remarks tonight once again by proclaiming falsehoods.
Mr. Trump's first lie was told just seconds into the night.
Will you commit to a debate with former President Trump?
It depends on his behavior.
Look at me sitting with the president.
Look at me sitting with Howard Stern.
Wow.
We already know our candidates. It's, drum roll please, these guys.
Thank you. This is the last conversation of the day and the conversation that is going to continue all year. How do you cover the US presidential election, stick true to the principles of journalism and the very different expectations of audiences? We have, as has been the case, thanks to Tina and her team, again, an extraordinary gang of people to talk. Emily Maitlis not only leads the news agents here, but the News Agents USA. We worked together when she presented Newsnight. You may know she's landed an odd interview or two in her time. Jeff Zucker, who is making it his business to invest in the business of journalism at Redbird, but as you also may know, ran CNN. I suspect we may come back to that in a moment, Jeff. Cara Swisher, who actually is helping us all understand what's really going on in a way in which technology is making an assault on media, and of course you'll all be listeners and followers of Recode. And people say that there is no longer a Jennings or a Cronkite or a Morrow. The truth is there still is. Jorge Ramos is one of the last great anchors at Univision and speaks to a Spanish-speaking audience in the United States. So we're delighted to have this great gang. Please give them a warm welcome. For everyone who knew Harry Evans, you'll know that one of the really disarming things about him was that whenever you met him, he seemed to have the jump on the news that you didn't have. You arrived and you were a little late to the story. If you've been inside this room today, you may have missed that we have news, which is that Joe Biden has answered the question in that reel. He is going to debate Donald Trump. In fact, he's announced he's going to debate Donald Trump on the 27th of June on CNN. Before he's formally nominated, before the conventions, total disregard of the official commission, debates commission, something's happened. Jeff, you run CNN. What's all this mean?
Well, look, I think this is a huge day in American politics, and I think that, Trump had thrown down the gauntlet that he would debate Donald Trump, that he would debate Joe Biden anytime, any place. And Joe Biden has taken that bait and has accepted. And clearly this was all worked out before today. It didn't just all happen this morning, but they've agreed to 2 debates, one June 27th on CNN and one September 10th, I believe, on ABC. That's it. The Commission on Presidential Debates is dead. And the one on June 27th will be on CNN. For all those people who say Trump will never talk to CNN, he hates CNN, all this stuff, there you go. So he's on CNN. He's agreed to it. We don't know who the moderators will be. Look, I think this is a huge turn of events. We're going to have early debates. And, what impact it will have being that early is an open question. I think it's an incredible move by both of the candidates. I think it's an incredible move by CNN. CNN is fantastic at this. This is what they do better than anybody, debates. They have great journalists, great moderators. I'm incredibly proud of them to pull this off. And I think it'll be a really momentous night for the country.
And CNN, of course, had a terrible night on that town hall in New Hampshire. What are the choices they make now in terms of the running of this debate?
Well, first of all, Joe Biden set out some ground rules that said he wouldn't do it with an audience. So I think right there it will be incredibly different. And he also said that the mics need to be cut off after a certain period of time. I don't know what that is, probably 90 seconds. So it won't be the same dynamic as with a studio audience or a live town hall or anything like that. And I think that, obviously, I think the moderators are critical to this. Again, like I said, I think CNN has some terrific choices to pick from. And I think that obviously lessons will have been learned from everything that they've done before, and including that town hall. I think they're going to do a great job. I have complete confidence in CNN for that. But I really think it's a big deal.
And Jeff,
I can announce it won't be me.
Moderating.
I work for CNN.
She works for CNN.
I do.
But by the way, I just will say, you introduced them, and you said that we had Walter Cronkite. I mean, these are three amazing journalists. But I can guarantee you, she will not be one of them.
No, but that would be good.
No, it wouldn't be good.
It's so good.
It wouldn't be good.
But Jeff, actually, can I just press on that? Because there will be massive scrutiny now of the question of the moderators, right? And just help us understand the process here. Let's say that you've got in the running your Anderson Coopers, your Jake Tappers, Chris Wallace, Erin Burnett, Caitlin Collins. You can imagine who they're going to look at. What's the process for choosing the moderators?
Well, look, I don't know what. Listen, it's not. I don't know what the process will be at CNN now. At the end of the day, I think it'll be Mark Thompson's call, and I'm sure he'll take input. He'll think about it. At the end of the day, he'll make the call. And you just listed 5 people. I think there's a couple more who could be in the running. At the end of the day, he'll consider it and he'll make the call.
Emily, you've done this job.
I can tell you exactly what the process is to choose. It's called the short straw, because they are an absolute bitch to moderate. Because if they go well and you get drama and you get clashes and you get excitement, then the contestants hate it, the contenders hate it. And if it all goes really calmly, then the audience hate it. They say it's boring. And so you're slightly stuck in this place where you're trying to keep an impossible crowd happy, and it almost never works. But I think the problem I have with this is that it's a rules-based moment. And you are putting 2 candidates together there, starting from 0, and one of them doesn't actually believe in a rules-based moment. And so suddenly, you've got this horse race, right? You've essentially created a horse race without any context. So you give each candidate 20 seconds or 90 seconds, and one of them might say whatever the hell they want. And if it isn't true, if it's just made up on the spot, if it's an exaggeration, he still gets exactly the same amount of time as the other person who might have actually done their homework, stuck to the facts, used numbers that are vaguely true. And by the time you've got your fact checkers in and you've got your people sort of, Googling away and all the rest of it, it's done.
But Emily, isn't this the point? Jorge, I want to ask you exactly the same question, which is the critique of journalism in this moment is that it's impossible. But the reality is people watching at home are looking to you or whoever the moderators are that CNN ends up choosing to be the fact checker in that moment. And are you saying it's just not possible to do that?
It depends. I mean, it comes down to whether you're able to interrupt. If I know something is false and it comes after 5 seconds, am I able to stop straight away and say, please don't say that, it's false? And if it's repeated and you get it again and again, do you carry on saying that's false? I think that's what Caitlin tried to do last time round, right?
She did. The problem is he's a persistent and pernicious liar, constantly, one after the next, after the next. But there's lots of ways to interject at the right time. I did a particular interview with the Parler CEO the night of January 6th, who kept unloading lie after lie, and I was very well prepared for what he was going to lie about. I think you have to get these interviewers. It's a very different timing thing, and you can also have people. You have to have a war room there where it just is checking facts and getting them to the moderators at the time. It's just a different. I think it's actually an interesting opportunity for Joe Biden to stop being a rules-based person.
Stop.
But just
Really?
We're normalizing Donald Trump. Suddenly we're talking about Donald Trump as if he's just a normal candidate, and he's simply not. I mean, he's a threat to democracy. He has 91 charges against him. He might be behind an insurrection in the United States. And then, let me give you just a couple of examples. Just recently, I think it was April the 12th, there was a press conference in Mar-a-Lago. Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, was there, and Donald Trump. And then there was a press conference broadcasted by almost everyone. And then there was questions about even Venezuela, abortion, the Congress. Not a single question about this person who does not believe that he lost the election. So we are simply normalizing his behavior. Is there a need, for instance, to broadcast a caravan of Donald Trump from his Trump Tower to the court every single day? That's what we're doing. We're normalizing his behavior, and it is not normal. And it's on us not to accept that.
The only thing is,
All right, let me sorry,
just
Carl.
the only thing is, it is the new normal, whether you like it or not. And so you have to figure out ways as journalists to deal with it. And doing this, one of the things that sort of drives me crazy is when I get a lot of, why are you platforming that person? Why are you doing this? And you get that from a lot of people, right? Guess what? He's running for president, and he could win, and he's ahead. And so you can't ignore it and get on a high horse without engaging with it. And so that's
confronting
him, certainly,
constantly, every single
absolutely,
time.
or through Biden's surrogates or whatever. That should be happening a lot more. But to say, he's not normal, that's a reporting challenge to do that. But you have to accept what is happening here, which is, as Jon Stewart said, it's these two guys again, and this is what we have, and this.
But as a journalist, we have to confront him. That's the way to deal with him, to confront him every single time, all the time. Not allow him just to behave as a normal candidate because he's not.
Well, hold on. Can I just take some? Let's run a clip. There's a gentleman that this audience might recognize who stood up to him in a press conference. Watch this.
Okay, who's next? Yeah, please. Excuse me, sit down. You weren't called. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down.
As an immigrant and as a
Go
U.S.
ahead.
citizen, I have the right to ask the question.
No, you
and
don't.
This is the question.
You haven't been called.
No, I have the right to ask the question.
Go back to
and this is
Univision.
no.
You weren't called.
No, I'm a reporter, and don't touch me, sir.
Please.
Don't touch me.
You just got to wait your turn.
So can I ask you though, Jorge, and Cara actually too, but Jorge first. So there are a whole load of people, no doubt many in this room, who look at that moment and think that that's what we're here to do, right? We're there to stand up and ask the difficult question, the question that person doesn't want asked. But there's also an audience in the United States that thinks that is deeply disrespectful, that thinks that's an example of partisanship. And the thing that you're asking of the press, of the media, when you say confront Donald Trump, is seen by many people to underline that partisanship. How do you remain independent and considered to be, as Christiane was saying earlier, objective?
On certain circumstances, you have to take a stand. You cannot remain neutral. When it comes to racism, discrimination, corruption, public lies, the violation of human rights, dictatorships, and the destruction of the environment, you have to take a stand. That's it. If not, I don't think you're doing journalism. And if you don't take a stand, then you're simply allowing him to do whatever. In that press conference, I waited for a pause. I stood up and I asked a question. What people don't know is that after that, I was able to come back and ask him about 10, 15 minutes of questions. So there was no problem. The problem was that when he said that Mexican immigrants were criminals and rapists, I'm a Mexican immigrant. I wrote him a handwritten letter to New York. I put my cell phone number, and then he published my cell phone number on social media. So the first lesson is never, ever give your cell phone number to Donald Trump.
But Cara, I appreciate people applaud, but there are also people within journalism who are deeply worried about the fact that if we do seek to resist it rather than report it, we end up being seen as something different from journalists. We end up being seen as activists. How do you manage that dual pressure?
I did a really interesting interview with a book I recommend, Nicholas Kristof wrote a book called Chasing Hope, fantastic book, and he talks about this issue because is he an activist? Because he does do things actually much more so than a journalist does. I think the issue is when you look at something like that, we are all, not me, but a lot of people are living in a very different media environment than actually exists for most people. So how do people see that? It's going to be, Donald Trump is doing it, and whether you like him or not, he's a master troll. And so he's doing that for the cutting of it, to put it out for fundraising and everything else. He doesn't care about the rest. And so sometimes we become willing idiots to what he's doing because we're characters in his strange little demented play. And we may not like it, like, oh, I'm so upset about it, but it's the facts. It's what he's doing. And so how do you get in there with him in a way? look, he's a malignant narcissist. He's never going to tell the truth. He's just not. And it's almost impossible. I think a lot about how to interview Donald Trump. And the idea I would do is I have this dream of interviewing him, but I would do it at Mar-a-Lago, in the lobby, on a velvet couch with velvet things so he feels safe. And then I will get him, in terms of a really good interview.
What are the velvet things?
Weird. Not, because you have to put him in a place where, no, that would be if everybody would watch the hell out of it. But you have to understand of how it's being consumed by the consumer on the end, and it is not that. That is not where people they're seeing it in clips, they're seeing it mixed up, they're seeing it in different ways. So people are taking the news and then making the news, and that's what's difficult.
Well, but on this debate that's going to be on CNN in June, that'll be the most watched event,
absolutely,
most watched day, night in the history of CNN. Mm-hmm. And so, and people will watch.
It's a low bar, but go ahead.
Well, no. Not entirely, but.
The ratings are down.
This is the way colleagues at CNN chat. Yes, yeah, I get that. Yeah.
I'm not even going to say anything. But
don't
exactly. I don't even remember what I was going to say. But
most watched.
Yeah. Listen, and so everybody will watch that event, and then it'll be cut up and all that stuff. Look, I think the issue is it will be incumbent upon the moderators that night to both ask the questions and to follow up and to interject at the right times. This is, it's a skill. Not everybody can do that. And so most people who interview these candidates actually aren't as qualified to interview these candidates. I think everybody on this stage, the three of you, absolutely could do it. But, not everybody should just because they're an anchor.
Jeff, can I ask you, can we just stand back a bit and just, look back to 2016? So you were running CNN 2016. Have we learned any of the lessons, or are we just doing the same thing in 2024?
Well, look, we made a lot of mistakes in 2015 and 16. I've acknowledged those. I don't think those are the reasons that Donald Trump was elected President of the United States. I've said this a lot. I think part of this whole thing that we have to acknowledge is, almost a large chunk of America is comfortable with Donald Trump. And so, pretending that that's not the case, I think, is part of the reason that you wake up the morning after an election and are surprised that he's president. So I think we all have to acknowledge there is, whatever you think of it, a large chunk that is very or comfortable with Donald Trump. Have we learned lessons from 2015 and 16? Look, I hope so. I think that we have a better sense of who he is and what he's trying to do. I agree with Jorge. I don't think it's necessary to cover the motorcade from Trump Tower to the courthouse and things like that. I don't think you have to take every one of his press conferences live. Those are mistakes that I made. I own that. That is not why he was elected President of the United States. But I don't think that you should be repeating things like that this cycle.
But Jeff, can I ask you, I suppose the fundamental question, and the question that's sort of epitomized by this sort of point that Jorge makes about the motorcade, and the motorcade is not necessarily...
And I love Jorge. He's as fine a journalist there is in America. I don't think the motorcade is the...
But what I think that issue speaks to is an issue that really does divide newsrooms, which is the job telling the truth, or is the job reporting the news? And they're not always the same thing.
Well, I think, in my opinion, the job is reporting the news and telling the truth. And I know you think I'm trying to have it both ways.
No, but you can't.
Well, I don't know. I'd push back on you a little bit, which is that I think that he is the former president. He is the candidate for president again. He could very well win. I think what he says and what he does is news, but I also don't think that there's necessarily two sides to every story. And so I think it's also incumbent upon journalists and newsrooms to know what you objectively know to be true. So I think you can report what happens and also report what you know to objectively be the fact.
How are you covering it here? How do you look at it?
Well, I'll give you an example of a British reporter speaking to a US politician. Can we just play a...
Can you tell me why so many people that support Donald Trump love conspiracy theories, including yourself. He seems to attract lots of conspiracy theorists.
Well, let me tell you, you're a conspiracy theorist, and the left and the media spreads more conspiracy theories. We like the truth. We like supporting our Constitution, our freedoms, and America first. So,
what about Jewish space lasers? Tell us about Jewish space lasers.
No, why don't you go talk about Jewish space lasers? And really, why don't you fuck off? How about that?
Thanks. Thank you very much.
So, Emily, what did you make of that?
I'm going to depress the room, I think, when I say that I disagree with Jeff. I don't think we have learned the lessons of 2016. I made a speech in Edinburgh a couple of years ago where I said, the rules have changed, the politicians have changed, the actors have changed, and the journalists need to get with it. We need to understand what's going on. And I actually thought 2 years later we'd be in a different place, and I don't think we are. And I think those moments are fairly rare because you don't often get that kind of access. And I had to really work to get her to come over to me at that moment, and I had to talk to her, you know, about the kind of stuff that we were there to comment on, which was the race and Haley and dropping out and all the rest of it. And I felt it was incumbent on me at that moment then to put to her the question about conspiracy theories, which were shared by many people in the ballroom at Mar-a-Lago that night. But frankly, I think the problem is we're dealing with somebody who can raise, you know, millions off a mugshot on a mug. So we're kidding ourselves if we think we as broadcasters are leading the conversation. If you go and talk to Elon Musk, if you do an interview with Elon Musk, it doesn't matter how much heavy, you know, TV equipment you've got and your lights and your thing, they're recording it. They will put out their clips before you get yours on air. And their clips will show Elon Musk in the light that he wants to be seen. Same with Trump. So actually, we think we've got this huge power. You know, we're not in the 1950s anymore. We're not the people bestowing our gift of sort of interviewing on the world most of the time. They can beat us to it. And that's why your whole question about reporting, I think, is a false one.
Exactly.
You've got to go for the truth.
They do
And actually,
respond.
I think, you know, Jorge's got a point. I sometimes wonder whether you couldn't justify mentioning January the 6th every time you talk about Donald Trump's campaign. Because if you don't, you are ignoring the fact that he tried to ignore the public vote, the public's will for an election. How on earth can you talk about a campaign to be president when he could do it again? You know, we talk about what happens if Donald Trump wins. What happens if Donald Trump loses? Do we go through the whole thing again?
Jorge, what do you think?
We constantly have to say January 6th. We constantly have to say that he does not accept the results of the past election. He's, like it or not, he's the central figure of American politics right now. There's no question about it. But we cannot treat him exactly the same way when he's not accepting the rules of democracy. And it is on us to ask those questions. If we don't do it, I think we're repeating our mistake.
Except what you're saying is, I think you're absolutely right. They don't care what we think. And that's not how they're getting their news. They're getting news from Mr. Beast, from Joe Rogan, from all kinds of people that you don't know who they are. And I think that's what's really interesting, the influencers, and then they become, what Donald Trump did very effectively is he became a media organization. And you could make as much money, jokes as you want about Trump Social, but it's a media organization. It's not there to make money, it's there to influence.
So is the answer not to interview him?
No, because he has an addiction to mainstream media. A weird, you know, he loves the New York Times as much as he hates it.
But I tell you what it is, Jeff. It's not to try and fit into the narrative that you have to somehow lean into their perceptions of what bias is, or, you know, the MSN, you're not going to give me a fair trial, you're not going to give me a fair interview. As soon as we feel like we're on the defensive, and I've done it myself, I've kind of gone, oh no, you know, we're going to do this, and we're not fake news. I mean, how many times were we told that we were fake news? What was fake news? It was a diversion.
Of course.
It got you to think about your own questions. And actually, the thing you have to do is put your blinkers on and say, this is my question, answer or don't.
Donald Trump called CNN fake news more than any other news organization in the world, and yet he showed up to CNN to do the town hall. He showed up to CNN to do this debate in June. So I think you have to, like, you know, ignore that. Now, I don't disagree with Jorge, you know, or you, that, you know, every time you talk about him or interview him, that you bring up each of these things. But to pretend that he's not, you know, the leading candidate right now, and very possibly could be the next president, I think, you know, I think we're talking to ourselves in this room then, and I think that's a mistake.
So can we just take a pause in the last 5 minutes or so, try and figure out how we would spell out to our newsrooms, to fellow journalists, how we think we should approach the 2024 presidential election. And I say this because I was struck that Ben Smith at Semaphore had a conversation with Joe Kahn last week, and I thought it made for interesting reading because you could feel that Joe Kahn was being pulled towards exactly this question: how do you take a stand against someone who might be threatening democracy? And wanted to say, we, the Fourth Estate, are going to be a pillar of democracy, and at the same time wanted to have an eye to the New York Times audience, which really wants them to challenge Donald Trump. And so I want to get a sense from you, how do you handle that requirement on journalists to have the trust of audiences, even those who don't necessarily agree with the reporting?
Well, nobody's who likes Donald Trump is reading the New York Times. I'm sorry, like that's the other thing, is everyone's gotten pushed into their own little areas. And as much as I enjoyed that Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's gonna win by 99% in her thing. She's gonna keep winning because there was not someone in Georgia that's in her district suddenly went, oh, she's crazy.
She loved that clip.
Of course
Yes,
she
of course.
did.
Hold on, no, sorry. I'm going to interrupt. Let's go back to the
So,
exam question. Cara,
Yes.
what is
What I'm
the
saying
advice
is
you give to
Joe
a
is
newsroom?
living in another era. That when I read that, I'm like, you've got to be fucking kidding me, Joe. Because, and I think a lot of people at the New York Times, even though they defended him, said it to me. They're like, oh, that was nice. Because it's really hard not to say that they don't matter and they aren't, that their decisions and how they pick their headlines don't matter. He's living in a different time where I'm with Christian Amanpour, and that's the last thing I'll say, which is truthful, not neutral. And I think that's just fine.
So the New York Times is on Joe Biden's side?
No, they're not on any side. That wasn't even, the question was so stupid. It was so dumb. It's like,
I just asked it again.
The thing he went to is, the answer he made is, we don't want to be the Chinese news agency. And I was like, what are you talking about? Why do you have to go to Chinese news agency? Why can't you just point out the problems? And of course he had to make it, you're either very fair or you're the Chinese news agency. Right. I was like, there's something in between those two things.
So yours is objective but not neutral.
Yes.
That's the advice.
Yes.
Jorge.
Yeah, you cannot remain neutral. At the end, it's a matter of credibility, of trust. And the only way people are going to trust us is if we cannot treat him exactly the same way as a normal candidate. So I think the most important responsibility that we have is to challenge those who are in power. There's a beautiful word in Spanish, contrapoder, against power. If you're always contra poder, on the other side of power, you'll be fine.
Jeff?
Look, I think the key is to remember that there's not two sides to every story, and you don't have to approach every story believing that there's two sides. I completely agree with both Cara and Jorge that it's okay not to remain neutral as long as you know the objective truth, or you call out every time that every court and every state said that the 2020 election was fair, and that he is not telling the truth about that. I think every time you do that, you're right. So I think you have to just keep that in mind.
Emily?
I'd say do not normalize. Shake people awake. You had Mike Johnson, who is the Speaker of the House, the third most important elected official in America, standing outside the court talking about Trump's sham trial. This was a man who tried to help him get the whole January 6th overturning across the line. I think we, as journalists, have to remind people what odd things they are watching and hearing 99% of the time. It's not that you don't show it, it's not that you don't say it, but you just remind people this is not normal. Because if we start believing it's normal, we've lost.
Mm-hmm. It's certainly not normal. Ladies and gentlemen, a big thank you to Jorge, Cara, Jeff, and Emily. And we're going to hand over now for a proper change of gear, because if you think that one of Harry's great qualities was always being up to the minute on the news, the other thing, and if you do go and look at some of the reporting that he edited and commissioned, the other thing that was extraordinary about him was he had an incredible sense of time and a commitment to journalism over time. The investigations, the campaigns that worked because he stuck to them, not for years, but in some cases for longer than a decade. We're going to end today's Truth Tellers with a look at a historic perspective. We're really delighted, and I know team's delighted, that William Dalrymple, the great historian, and also incidentally one of the great podcasters of our times, is going to come and, much as Simon Sharma did last year, try and give us a sense of where we stand at this moment in history and the value of truth-telling now. Thank you to this panel. Over to Willie.
Is there a light up here?
Thank you.
Is there a light we can get on the lectern here? Or is it not really? Never mind. One of the great treats today for me was hearing Tina talk to the great Don McCullin. I'm not neutral about Don. I remember as a teenager sitting at the back of maths class and bringing out his Hearts of Darkness, his amazing first collection of his dark, gritty images from the front line in Vietnam and Laos, those darkly barricaded streets in Famagusta and Beirut, the killing fields of Cambodia and Biafra. Don's work was eye-opening, shocking, exhilarating, frightening, and deeply disturbing, all at once. And for a teenager, it was utterly irresistible. I remember going and sitting in the dark room, trying to emulate his sort of gritty images, ending up stinking in Fixer and Developer, trying to capture the same sort of bleakness that no one else could ever manage. For me, at that age, Don McCullin's war photography was a gold standard. His darkly brooding images had that sort of whiff of the macabre, the gothic, and the surreal, but also a deep humanity you felt for the people in his extraordinary photographs. And I'm not sure if any of us at the time realized that we were in the middle of this great moment of journalism. Nor, I think, were we aware that the role that Harry played as editor of the Sunday Times. But if you haven't already, look around the first floor of this building on your way out and see the highlights from Harry's career, the extraordinary scoops, the breaking of the Bangladesh genocide by the Pakistanis, this extraordinary report by Anthony Mascarenhas, which saved hundreds of thousands of lives. The John Swain's war reporting from Cambodia and Southeast Asia, the thalidomide stories, the unmasking of Philby as the Soviet spies, and also beyond the Sunday Times. This was also the age of James Cameron reporting from Bangladesh, of Michael Herr's dispatches from Vietnam, Kapuscinski's work in Iran and Ethiopia, the classic war reporting from El Salvador by Richard Boyle, which inspired the movie Salvador, or Sidney Schanenberg and Dith Pran's work from Cambodia that became The Killing Fields. There is, of course, a history to journalism, and people argue, to war journalism, and people argue about where it begins. Some look back to Tolstoy writing his dispatches from Sebastopol, others to Hemingway in the Greco-Turkish War. But one figure I've always looked to and who's often forgotten is the extraordinary figure of William Howard Russell, who was the Times war correspondent, arguably the first man employed as a war correspondent, as a professional, to cover wars as his main job. And he started off in the 1850s in the Crimean War, and it was his reporting of Mary Seacole and Florence Nightingale, which completely changed the way that British soldiers were being nursed and medicated. When he went out, far more were being killed by gangrene and neglect than were being killed by Russian shells. And his work illustrates what's possible, what war journalism and what journalism in general can achieve, the changes that it can bring by risking your life, what you can do, what you can change in the world around you. He then went on to India, and there again his writing was extraordinary because it broke through a whole image which the media had created about the 1857 uprising. In Britain, we still call it the Indian Mutiny. In India, it's called the First War of Independence. It was a national uprising against the East India Company, a for-profit organization which was looting, exploiting, and asset stripping India. There were endless stories of the attacks on British women and children at the beginning of the war. And as a result, the British media, including British writers such as Dickens, totally dehumanized the Indians of the time. There was a letter to the Bombay Telegraph that I quote in my book, The Last Mughal, which writes about this. And it talks about how it was hokum that the women and children should be spared, wrote the correspondent. It was a mistake, he wrote, because these were not human beings, but fiends at best, or wild beasts, deserving only of the death of dogs. Russell arrived at this point, finding skeletons in the streets and the domes and mosques riddled with shell holes, and the whole city in a state of utter ruination. And he smelt a rat. He realized that there was such a bloodlust at work among the British that all sense of humanity had been lost. And it reached this peak at this moment of revelation when he went to see the last Mughal emperor, Bahadur Shah Zafar, who had been put into the stables in the Red Fort. And according to the British prosecution case, this man had commanded an international Muslim conspiracy ranging through Iran and Mecca. I'm not making this up. It was completely fantastic, but it was what was believed. And he went to see him, and this is what he wrote. This dim, wandering-eyed, dreamy old man with a feeble, hanging nether lip and toothless gums. Was it really he, indeed, who conceived this vast plan of restoring a great empire, who had fomented the most gigantic mutiny in the history of the world? Crouched on his haunches, diminutive, dressed only in a rather dirty muslin tunic, his small feet bare, his head covered by a thin cambric skull cap. Not a word came from his lips. In silence he sat day and night, with his eyes cast on the ground as though utterly oblivious to the conditions in which he was placed. His eyes had the dull, filmy look of very old age, which seems as if it were to guide us into the great darkness. Some heard him quoting verses of his own composition, writing poetry on a wall with a burnt stick. So Russell sees that this is all nonsense. And his work, breaking through this, writing in the Times, defying received opinion, telling the truth, seems to be a classic example of what we can achieve with our journalism, the highest calling of our profession. When we look today at the threats facing journalism, and we've heard a great deal from many different speakers in many different fields today, we've seen the threat of autocratic regimes, Guatemala, Hong Kong, China, India, places where we're seeing free reporting getting harder and harder, countries going down on the index of freedom of speech. We've also heard about the threats to truth of deep fakes and technology, and the degree to which print journalism has been shaken up, and in many cases brought to its knees by the internet. Because this is a time of fracturing and churning. If I think of the way, for example, in India, that the World Service of the BBC was considered this unimpeachable gospel 60 years ago, now almost not listened to. And other things have gone down, provincial papers, smaller print, magazines now pay less, Foreign bureaus of the great Western newspapers are shrinking and contracting every year. It's a terrible time to be in democracy. On the other hand, podcasts and populist news channels are doing very well. But I think one thing that's very clear living in India is the way that you're seeing a great deal of smaller publications from the global south writing their own stories. The idea that it was the BBC World Service that would tell people their own news. In India, we've had a whole host of small websites that have defied the bans on various subjects, The Wire, The Scroll, Caravan. And you see their equivalents in the Arab world and in India and in Africa. And I think it was very telling this morning, those who heard the Al Jazeera journalists like Motaz Aziz and Yumna El Said about the dangers of the decisions being taken by some in newsrooms here. They castigated us this morning, particularly Yumna, for, in their view, not telling their story fairly. Motaz says the world doesn't care. It's all fake. One day, it's your turn, and a missile or a drone comes. You're a dead man in the street being eaten by hungry dogs. And I think one of the reasons that we've seen the college campuses of the world rise up is that kids are realizing this disparity between what they're seeing on their phones in the morning, the dead children in Gaza, and then looking on to the New York Times or the BBC and reading of a limited operation in Rafah. We pat ourselves on the back that we are not Russia or China, but we often ignore our own failures of representation in the newsrooms. There's still incredibly few British Muslims or Arabs in the newsrooms. And you sometimes wonder how far we have moved forward from the days of William Howard Russell going to see the Mughal emperor on his charpoy in the stables. I'll just end by reading the poem which that Mughal emperor was writing on the wall with the burnt stick, sitting in another Muslim city that had been reduced to ruins by Western weaponry. This is the Mughal emperor Bahadur Shah Zafar writing to his wife and remembering back before, when, in silks, you came and dazzled me with the beauty of your spring. You brought a flower to bloom, love within my being. You lived with me, breath of my breath, being in my being, nor left my side. But now the wheel of time has turned, and you are gone, no joys abide. You pressed your lips upon my lips, your heart upon my beating heart, and I have no wish to fall in love again. For they who sold love's remedy have shut shop, and I seek in vain. My life now gives no ray of light. I bring no solace to heart or eye. Out of dust to dust again, of no use to anyone am I. Delhi was once a paradise where love held sway and reigned, but its charms lie ravished now, and only ruins remain. No tears were shed when shroudless they were laid in common graves. No prayers were read for the noble dead, unmarked remain their graves. The heart distressed, the wounded flesh. The mind ablaze, the rising sigh. The drop of blood, the broken heart. Tears on the lashes of the eye. But things cannot remain, O Zafar, thus, for who can tell? Through God's great mercy and the Prophet, all may yet be well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Willie, for that. Prince of Prose, Sultan of Sentences, Willie. You did bring us home. That was very, very moving. What an extraordinary day it's been for journalism. The people we met today on stage inspired, uplifted, and regenerated our collective commitment to truth. As Harry once said, we should honor the dedication of journalists by keeping faith ourselves with their best aspirations, and to be forthright in rebuking those who carelessly and ceaselessly do not. So thank you, all of you, for coming today and listening to these wonderful stories and these courageous people. And thank you to all of you who gave so much of your time to create this summit, and the people who made it happen in the case of our generous sponsors, the Postcode Lottery, the Sigrid Rousing Trust, and the Ford Foundation, and of course my stellar partners, Reuters and Durham University. Thank you, all of you. I hope we'll now go upstairs and talk and remember what we've heard today. And the message of today, choose truth. Thank you.
Stereo main. Left. Right.